tournament has been quite good.
We're 2-2.
3-1 is a good score.
Два места, мы хотели 4-0, но не пошло.
많이 힘든 상황이죠 지금.
It's been a rough start.
Every game we're getting better.
I think we did pretty fine last time, so we don't have to change too much. We just gotta try and play solid.
앞으로는 다른 나라의 메타에 맞춰서 전략을 연구하거나 플레이 스타일을 바꿔야 될 것 같아요.
If we just keep focus, we can do this. We can go 7-1.
저희 팀이 가진 약점을 보완해서 이겨내서 남은 경기 모두를 다 이겨야겠고.
I want to control my own destiny.
Tomorrow is today.
We want to win every game, play by play, inch by inch.
We can't lose a game. If we lose a game, we're pretty much out.
With 3 wins, we will be surely in, and I think that's what we will aim for.
We came here to win.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship! I'm Ify Shock supporter coming to you live from Los Angeles, California, in front of this incredible studio audience. And now that we've all had a day to catch our breath after the first 3 days of Worlds, we're back with 5 more Group B matches. But before we get to the games, let's send it around the League of Legends studio and meet our fantastic, talented, and handsome casters.
Thank you very much, Shucks. At the very least, Kobe is. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, sitting alongside Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. And today, we'll be bringing you the play-by-play for the first 3 Group B games, starting with Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone taking on Europe's Red Hot Gambit.
I'm sure everyone's anxious to see if Ozone was able to run a Gambit-esque mini boot camp during their time off and get their game back on track, or if the European teams Gambit and Fnatic will keep rolling and hold on to their spots at the top of Group B.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait a couple of minutes, though, because the answer to that question will be found right now. We need to teleport up to D-Man, who's keeping it dapper in our interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and all night long, Shox and I will be sitting down with the players of Group B to talk about the World Championship experiences on and off the Rift. But before I can interview the winners, we're going to have to play some games. So right now, we're going to turn it over to Riv and the guys at the analysis desk.
Thank you very much, D-Man. What's going on, everybody? I'm Rivington Bislin III, and spawning into the analyst desk with me today is David Freak Turley. And I got to say, Freak, it's been a while since we've been sitting on next to each other at the same desk.
I'm glad it's back.
It's been a while. It's been a while. We're mostly pleased to have back our panel of experts, OGN caster Monte Cristo, Evil Geniuses Crepo, and CLG's All-Star Carry Doublelift. And everyone, it's time to put your boots 5, because we're about to run through the best plays, the deepest dives of Tuesday's Group 5 stage matches.
5 teams from Group A were back in action on the 3rd day of the Season 3 World Championships. And in the first game of the day, the Lemon Dogs were able to survive OMG's unrelenting early pressure to secure a little momentum for themselves.
He will use the Zhonya's, but he's miles away from the rest of the team. He's still managing to get away. There is the elastic slingshot in. Let's Bounce comes down. Lovelin's going to have to try and escape this one. Flash over the wall from Tam. That's a double kill for him, and it will end with a 2-0.
But that momentum would turn into overconfidence, and a costly dive from Nukeduck would give OMG their 4th win in a row.
Here is going, moving around the side as well. He's got 3 of them trapped in. There is a crescendo. Cool going to be locked down, but can he get the charm onto Dexter? Yes, he can. It's Sam that finishes off as Nukeduck tried to get Lovelin there at the back, but now he's running for his life. They're going to pick up the Nexus kill and go 3-0 here with that victory over Lemon Dogs in Group A.
It was David versus Goliath in Game 2, and the Giants from SKT T1 wreaked havoc all over the map to run away with the win.
Mazarine there going to throw down the barrel, but Shen going to come into this one. Lands a taunt. Mazarine is a dead man. Well, when it rains, it pours here. As Alunia now being troubled underneath the turret of his own. Faker tanking that one up. That'll switch off. It's going to go down. Alunia picks one up there, but that's kills everywhere for SKT. Brilliant performance. They pick themselves back up.
Up next was Lemon Dogs versus Team Solo Mid. Or should I say, the analysts.
I'm going to go ahead and say Lemon Dogs.
I'm going with Lemon Dogs.
I have to go with Lemon Dogs as well.
I'm going with Lemon Dogs here.
Ooh, you got a boo.
I'm getting it's going to be a lot of that.
Versus the home crowd. TSM got off on the wrong foot as the Lemon Dogs caught the odd one for both first and second blood.
Oh, this is bad news. He's going to get taunted. He's going to get charmed. Odd one is a dead man. First blood Lemon Dogs. He's going to have to vault Faker through. There's the taunt though. They stop him. Cocoon lands as well. He flashes over the top, but they're going to keep chasing. Dyrus coming down from the top lane. Lots of damage to the odd one. One more hit will do it. Dexter picks up the kill.
But the odd one kept his head in the game and helped Reginald get going.
Oh, and there's the assault and battery going through. Nukeduck here in so much trouble underneath the tower. Reginald picks up the kill. That will bring them level on the kills and ahead in gold.
TSM would go on to win in convincing fashion, getting the shutdown on their critics for now.
There is Zoro Zero coming down, a big fight going on as Reginald dives into the back, picks up 1 kill. Can they get more? Yes, Zoro Zero's down. Nitty won't escape. Now they chase down Dexter as well. He'll be locked up, finished off by a double kill there from Reginald. TSM get the victory against the Lemon Dogs, and that's going to give them a massive boost of confidence here going forward in the groups.
It was the team without a win taking on the team without a loss when Gaming Gear took on OMG.
Fiddle is still alive! Fiddle gets out cleanly before Elenio comes in. Throws down the Massacre to secure the first kill of the game for Gaming Gear. Now he's running, and like only Elenio can. The Bloodwell comes out. He's stuck down in the passive, and OMG are going to pick up a very, very clean victory.
16-3 in 25 minutes, not even giving up a single turret kill themselves, and they move to 4-0 halfway through the group stage.
In the last game of the day, all eyes were on the mid lane matchup of Faker versus Reginald. But SKT were focused on the top lane and shutting down Dyrus.
There's a bit of damage coming down. Impact lands the stun. Dyrus maybe should not have gone back in. He's going to go down for first blood.
SKT completely controlled the mid game, and a Piglet quadra kill would be all she wrote for TSM.
And the first victim will be Xpecial. He got the crescendo down, but it's not going to be enough to save them, as now Dyrus will be the second victim of the fight. That's a double kill for Piglet as he now flashes over the wall. Triple kill as he turns into Wild Turtle. This is going to be the quadra. Does pick up the quadra kill. Piglet, 8-2-3, is a terrifying Caitlyn. Ladies and gentlemen, SK Telecom T1 is your second team in Group A. They pick up the win against TSM. What a good game.
And with that quadra, it's going to be the only big kill we have coming into the Worlds here, so we'll have to see if somebody else can get something big on that scoreboard. But right now, let's see how all the action affected the Group A standings. That leaves China's OMG in control of the top spot with the only perfect record of the 10 teams in this group stage, while Korea's SKT T1 is holding down the second spot for now.
In third place, it's North America's Team Solo Mid at 2-2, with Europe's Lemon Dogs and the wildcard Gaming Gear rounding out the pack.
All right, gentlemen, so we have to kick off what we're going to talk about, the games that happened. Obviously, the final match of yesterday's group, or day 3, I should say, that was SKT versus Solo Mid. Go over that a little bit before we jump into today's games. Freak, why don't you start us off? That game, obviously, A lot of people thought it was there for Team Solo Mid, but SKT was able to pull through.
Yeah, so TSM, they continued to expand their losing streak to Korean teams on LAN, unfortunately. But just like we saw them in Season 2, they keep putting out really close games. They team fight well, but there's always something that breaks them apart. This case, it was a failed 3-on-1 dive in the bottom lane, and it was Dyrus getting over eager in the top lane. But outside of those, they would have kept a gold lead early on. They probably could have held some team fights together.
Well, Lemon Dogs had a gold lead early on against SK Telecom T1 as well, and we saw how that turned out. The Korean mid game is just so strong in terms of their vision control and rotations. Yes, TSM played the early game poorly, but even if they had everything had gone their way, I still think SK Telecom would have come out on top in that one.
See, I don't agree with that. I think the mistakes that TSM made could have put them way further ahead. I mean, a dive basically on a level 2 Renekton, then dodging the dive on top, because when Dyrus already dodged the dive on top, so he would be fine, especially knowing that SKT actually leaves the lanes in a bit of a freeze after they 2v1. They're not always pushing the lanes in, so Dyrus could have exploited that. They could have won out of the dive on bottom, then other one missed the flash later. I mean, not bashing TSM here, because they played a really nice game, but they were just this close to getting further ahead. Although you can never tell if SKT1 would have won the mid game or not. But yeah, conceptually, I feel like SKT1 was dropping the ball early on. Later in the game, they had some really sweet rotations, though. They really understand how the game gets played in mid-game. They turn around, and I think with their coach, they're gonna do a lot of analysis on what they did wrong, and I think they're just gonna get stronger and stronger. Because as you saw, like the first day they failed to dive really hard. The second day there was already a bit of improvement. They're basically going through the phases that other meta games went through like ages ago when 3v1 was really the thing.
And I talked to their coach, Koma, too, about that 3v1 situation, and he's definitely aware of the problems, and he promised me that for the rest of this week, for the second half, that we would see an entirely different SK Telecom, because I told him straight up that I was disappointed in how his team had been playing, and he understood and said it's going to change.
Yeah, I don't think there's any denying TSM outplayed them conceptually in the first 5 minutes, but I feel like Korean mid-game, late-game rotations, just how they control the game is so strong that if they just fix the first 5 minutes of their game, strategically they will be the strongest team in their group, and obviously mechanically you can see they're already outplaying TSM, who is, you know, they're really good. I feel like if SKT just fixes up those first 5 minutes, they're going to be so strong.
So is any team, as we move on a little bit here into our next group, is any team here going to be able to beat OMG, or is this basically going to be a race coming in for second place here in this group?
That's a really interesting question, because I feel like SKT's first match against OMG, they only really lost because, once again, the first 5 minutes of the game, OMG did a 3v1 dive. That throws Korean teams off really hard, as we've seen, and they just snowballed an early lead. And if the Chinese team doesn't end up snowballing the early, this is going off what Mani said earlier too. If the Chinese team doesn't get that early lead against the Korean team, I feel like SKT's mid-game rotations will just outplay OMG.
And when we say it throws off a Korean team, I want to say it throws off SK Telecom specifically. We talked about this, but back when 3v1 diving was big in Champions Winter, SK Telecom were not a team yet. If we talk about other Korean teams, I think Ozone is going to be comfortable with it. And if we go further in this tournament, Najin Sword, do dive is their motto. They were well known for their early game dives, and so they will be completely fine with it, I have no doubts. So it's just a little, I think it's more team by team rather than region by region. But that said, SK Telecom I still think is the best team in the group. They're not going to fall to OMG twice.
See, I actually want to question that a little bit because they actually played Sword. SKT played Sword this season of OGN, and they went 1-1 in the group stage. They were still losing to a team who didn't even advance out of groups there. So they played against the Do Dive team, didn't hold together there. Had
Sword stopped doing it, though. They stopped doing it. Like, they changed their strategy. So.
All right, well,
we don't see that same kind of, ever since Mach Noon wasn't on the team anymore, we don't see that same kind of early turret diving.
Yeah, well, at the same time, I still think OMG, you give a lot of credit to SKT that they'll improve, but of course OMG can improve as well, and they've already shown the 1-0 lead. I think they'll keep shoring up their gameplay.
Not to mention that OMG showed that they can play a very deliberate game as well without those dives, so we can see that they've got a lot of dimensions. I think OMG is a fantastic team. I just think SK Telecom in the long run can edge them out.
Crepo, is there anybody in that group that's going to trounce OMG on that top spot?
If there's anybody, it's going to be SKT1, as these guys have said. They have a distinct difference in playstyle. Well, OMG is really scary in the team fights. SKT1 obviously well executing team fights as well. OMG is not afraid to dive at any point. I just think the fact that OMG is now 4-0, that means they have a little bit of leeway. They have a 1 game extra won. They have room for error. They play without as much pressure, because if you're first in group, especially whenever you've played like these group type of matches, and you can play a lot more liberated. They might just go for the extra mile. Like, okay, I'm not sure if I can get this guy. Why not try? If it fails, so be it. We still have a lot of room for error.
Alrighty, well, we're all going to have to wait one more day to get the answers about Group A because tonight it's the teams of Group B that will be taking to the Rift. So let's take a look at the standings heading into the matches. Europe's Fnatic and Gambit are sitting in first with Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone and North America's Vulcan 1 game back in third, while Southeast Asia's Team Mineski is still looking to lock down their first win. So gentlemen, the first thing I want to discuss here are the two European powerhouses that are sitting on top of this right now. Is Europe coming out very strong here? Because even from Crepo, from the analyst desk, we've heard about faltering during the EU-LCS split. So is it just them coming out on the main stage?
They perform really well under pressure. Like Gambit and Fnatic, they've been around so long. Like they've played so many tournaments, and you can never count them out. Whenever you think like one of them is doing poorly, like a lot of people were writing off Fnatic after the Yorick pick already. They were sure like Ozone was going to bring it home. Ozone just continually kept dropping the ball. So I definitely think the two European teams are the strongest right here.
Mani?
Well, I mean, I agree. And if we consider Ozone here, because Gambit and Fnatic have been doing so well, they've been just digging themselves into a massive hole in the early game. So their mid-game can't save them. And even then, their mid-game's looking pretty weak compared to, say, SK Telecom T1. And one thing that really surprises me, I was talking to Imp earlier today, and he said that they were focusing beforehand more on kind of their fundamentals rather than doing the research on the other team, which I think really shows. And if you look historically at Ozone and how they were able to win Champions Winter, it was because they did an extreme amount of research. Mata always knew where to pink ward to kill the other wards. Dandy always knew the jungle pathing of the other jungle for his counter ganks, which is what he's famous for. And they designed strategies to kill specific teams. That's why when we saw them get into the finals against Blaze, it was such an impressive win. Blaze was on a 13-game win streak. Right. Ozone comes in, 3-0s them, and they did it because they had a plan. This is a team that succeeds due to planning and hasn't planned for this event. And so I think that's really showing.
I agree. They definitely seem like a shade of their former self, and they just don't show enough respect. Like when they played against Diamond's Eve, there should be pink wards all around the map, or there should be wards on the buff so you can pinpoint where she's going. Because if you play against an Evelynn, the entire mindset of the team has to change because she's invisible.
Right.
And it's really difficult, so you need those pink wards.
I've got to question that, though, because they came into this tournament, we're talking about Ozone here, they were already qualified weeks in advance, and got to see their opposing teams. And these are teams who have played LCS seasons. They can just look at footage, and they're used to preparing for, a week for their match. They got to prepare for 2 weeks for their match, and now you're saying, oh, it's a 2-day break, they're going to be okay, and I don't necessarily buy it for Ozone here. I think the European teams are consistently performing better.
Yeah, and the two things that stand out to me for European teams is, one, their consistency. I feel like the three European teams have played the most consistent throughout the entire group stage. And the other thing is that their mids are so good. These guys carry every game. If you just look at Nukeduck, XPK, Alexich, these guys have had great games, consistently good games throughout the entire group stage. But at the same time, if they have a bad game, I feel like their team falls apart.
And I also think that champion pools are really doing a big favor for the European teams in this group. We've seen mid ban, and then you're seeing Lissandra come out, and the Orianna, and Pekka keeps playing new champions, and Alexich keeps playing new champions that aren't getting run by the other teams. Whereas you look at Dade, and it's like, oh, you banned out Ryze. Oh shoot, Zed. Do I still? Oh, sorry, Zed. Yeah, sorry, you banned out Zed. Oh shoot, do I play Ryze well enough?
And then
the answer, yeah, please.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
All right, guys, so talking about a few of these powerhouses, another team that we're also seeing that has a realistic chance to get their way out of the Group B is Vulcan. How are you guys feeling about their performance? We talk a bit about early game. That's where they get their win. We talk a bit about momentum for NA teams. Doublelift, let's start off with you being from the NA scene.
Yeah, like I originally, along with Kobe, predicted them to hit top 2. I still stand by that statement, even though they are pulling the Vulcan throw bargains where they just make every game they lose, they make one absolutely terrible, bronze level play.
You think they're going to finish top 2?
Yes, they're going to make it out of the groups,
wow.
Dude. Get on my level, son. And I do expect them to lose to Ozone, and it's because historically, I know Vulcan very well, and I feel like they are they're Ozone imitators with a little twist. And if you're an imitation, you can't beat the actual real thing. And I feel like their other loss against Gambit, they just made the Vulcan throw bargains happen in the first 8 minutes of the game.
When I hear you and Kobe talking about Vulcan, I feel like you're just staring wistfully into the horizon saying, if only they didn't make that bad play. But guess what, Doublelift? They always make the bad play.
I believe,
They always do.
I believe.
And so I don't see how you can say, yes, they're strong in the laning phase, but with the conceptual mistakes they make, they can never take advantage of it, and I don't see them capitalizing on this at all.
I think they have a chance if they run a more heavily aggressive team because they consistently get ahead early game. And if you take a page from like OMG's book, like get ahead early game, just like fight things all the time and dive people. And if Vulcan did a little bit of that, whereas Ozone's a little bit more like passive and control based in their mid game, if they like pulled an OMG and said, all right, early game lead, and then dive things, they've got a really good shot of snowballing past all the other teams in the group.
All right, gentlemen. So if this week has proven anything, it's that there is no shortage of intelligent, well-thought, and insightful opinions here at the Analyst Desk. It also has proven that you, the viewers, are a lot better at predicting the winners than Crepo over here, this guy. Let's take a look at the Analyst Desk standings. The viewers are sitting on top with a 16-4 record and riding a 5-game winning streak after correctly choosing all of Tuesday's victors. You guys are holding on to the back of that vehicle. They are pedal to the metal on. Then there's the rest of you. So good. Freak the Casters started Tuesday, tied for first, and then Jat happened. So was there any tension in the green room between the Casters, Freak?
No, I think we all believe in Kobe. He got us into first place in the beginning, and I think he can carry the weight here for the Caster team.
So you're going to put it on the jungler?
I mean, I can hold my own, but Kobe's the carry.
All right, don't blame the jungler.
No. I said it's you blame Jat.
I'm not blaming Jat. I just was seeing if there was anything going on.
I do not believe in Kobe.
All right, we'll see. So before we get to our first predictions of the day, let's tell you who's playing first. Kicking off the action is Korea's Ozone, looking for revenge and a share of second place when they take on Gambit. Then Xpeke and the Red Hot Fnatic look to even the score against ManCloud and Vulcan.
Then after that, Team Mineski takes the stage against Alex Ich and company, and then Fnatic looks to complete their sweep of Ozone. Finally, to round out the day, Vulcan tries to make it 2 in a row against Mineski.
Okay, gentlemen, so let's hear your picks. We're going for Ozone versus Gambit. Crepo, we're starting with you so you cannot sabotage anyone's picks.
Okay. I'll go with Gambit, so all the other guys probably want to pick another team, just to get that one out there. But yeah, I think Gambit has the edge here. They're playing solid, consistent. They're bringing the Bootcamp Gambit show again. Combined, their mid lane jungler combo is really hard to beat. Initially, I would have given it to Ozone, but like throughout the groups, we've seen that Ozone has been struggling and Gambit's just being really, really solid. So yeah, they're my pick.
You know, this is a really hard game to call, but I'm going to go with Ozone. And this is just a gut feeling of mine because I feel like Ozone won't make the same mistakes that they've been making the first 2 days, where Dade's champion pool is a problem. And they're just like, they're basically just super uncoordinated. It's so uncharacteristic of them to lose games like that. So my gut feeling just says Ozone. They're going to fix their problems.
I agree. I think it's going to be Ozone, although it is very difficult to call. I picked Gambit to get out of this group as well. And
they're your dark horse.
Yeah, they were my dark horse. Picked him to get out top 2 alongside Ozone. But Ozone is a preparation team, like I was saying earlier. They play to their opposition, whereas we look at the teams that have been successful, Gambit and Fnatic, they play their own style. Ozone counters your style. With a couple days, this is their last shot. If they don't come in here today and win against Gambit, I'm jumping off.
So this won't be Gambit's dark horse game then.
Well, I think they're going to get out anyway. Gambit's going to get out anyway.
Okay.
All right. Well, I think Monte Cristo is going to have to jump off the hype train here. I say Gambit for this one. So I'm with you, Crepo, here, that you probably going for that one.
Bold choice.
I believe in Gambit. I think that they showed it already. I don't think 2 days is enough for Ozone, who typically needs a week to get their stuff done. So I say Gambit here.
All right, gentlemen. Viewers, a split decision on the desk. If you think you can do better than these 4, and based on the standings, I think you can, head to lolesports.com and cast your ballot.
Just go to schedule, click on the Day 4 tab, and add your vote.
And then hit us up on Twitter and let us know which player has surprised you the most in Group B so far and why.
We are at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading the best responses and trying to pronounce your Pronounce your Twitter handle later today.
I hope you have the Twitter handle.
I might get ruined. And if one of those answers just happens to be yours, you'll get a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
All right, everyone, we got to take a short break, but when we return, Ozone and Gambit face off in our first game of Day 4. This Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back in 3.5.
I actually didn't play Corki at all in the NALCS, so it's kind of weird bringing him back because he was actually like one of my favorite champs.
There's no way out of it here, and it's going to be another double kill for Wild Turtle. 8-1-2 now on the AD carry.
Season 2, I played him a lot. Maybe in solo queue like 300 games, maybe.
I played Corki like 4 games, maybe before playing at Worlds, like after a really long break from it. But I did like 1,500 games. It was my first ever AD carry main that I climbed Dila with, like I only play Corki. So I remembered everything about it and it was easy for me.
Ну, Корки хороший персонаж, в принципе, мне нравится на нем играть.
Yet now TG does throw in the coastal. Genja gets out of range, picks up a double kill.
Основное его, чем он стал лучше, просто за счет Trinity Force он стал более мобильный, поэтому против него стало легче играть, против него стало сложнее.
특포가 버프되기 전에도 간혹 코르키를 스크림에서 쓰는 사람도 있었는데 되게 미사일이 세더라고요. 좀 센데 왜 안 쓰지 이런 생각하고 있었어요.
I think teams are actually missing out a lot if they don't pick Corki because he's an extremely strong pick. He's hard to kill, he does a lot of damage, and he'll always be involved in a team fight.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. And we're just about to see if Corki makes an appearance in our first match of the day with Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone versus Europe's Gambit Gaming. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing Corki. Alex and crew are hoping to drop Ozone back down to earth one more time and make it 2 in a row against the Korean Spring Champions.
Yeah, so Gambit closed out the first day of the World Championship with an impressive upset win against Ozone, the team that all 4 of our analysts picked to win the match in Group B. Diamond and Alex started that game by picking up kills in the mid lane, and the match really ended with Ozone surrendering their Nexus at like 32 minutes. Alex outfoxed Dade, and on his counter pick Ryze all game long. Dade had a couple costly lapses that gave Alex and Gambit some easy kills, while Alex's Ahri was just melting through people by the end of the game.
Yeah, and coming off that win, Alex, Diamond, and the rest of Gambit are very confident they can beat an SKT squad that isn't playing like a team that won the Korean Spring Championship.
I think that Samsung Galaxy Ozone is underperforming really hard on this tournament, so I think we pretty expect that we will win them.
They are not playing this on the same level which they were on in Korea.
저희가 생각했던 외국 팀이랑은 좀 달랐던 것 같아요, 많이. 약간 한국 스타일이 좀 있었던 것 같고.
Maybe we will make some changes because I think that the teams will come stronger.
I don't know if their hands are shaking or something like that, but they're definitely not the same team as they were in Korea.
저희는 한번 이긴 걸 그대로 쓰는 편이에요.
They thought that nobody can stand against them, and now they almost went 0-3. I don't know their problems, but it seems like they're too nervous or something like that. We should win all 4 games.
Those are some pretty strong words from Gambit. They seem to think that Ozone didn't practice or prep enough for this tournament.
Even they were on the hype train.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they can do. Let's check out the starting lineups, guys. On the blue side, it is going to be Samsung Galaxy Ozone. Lupa is once again starting in the top lane with Dandy in the jungle, Dade in the mid lane with Imp and Mata as your AD carry and support.
And in the red corner, it's Gambit Gaming. Darian is up top, Diamond's in the jungle, Alex is mid, Genja's AD carry, and supporting is Voidal.
All right, guys, we're about to jump into Champ Select, and we're talking about Corki coming into this one. We have not seen Imp playing it, but we have seen Genja playing it once, and it's been basically picked or banned in all but, I think, 1 game throughout the world so far.
Yeah, it's interesting that Imp has been hesitant to go for that Corki, even when it was open. It has been banned out a lot here, though, so we might see Corki on the ban phase and not even get to see him in picks.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this particular match plays out. Just interestingly, Imp has played 4 different AD carries through every single game, so a different
and his support as well.
Yep, difference as well. So Thresh, Zyra, Fiddle, Sona, they've definitely run through the rungs, as it were. In this particular matchup, Ozone are on the blue side, immediately banning away the Evelynn. They don't want to fall victim to the previous game where Diamond Proximity just ran rampant.
And we talked about how they lacked a lot of pink ward vision in that game against Evelynn. they're going to have to set the vision game up definitely here too, regardless if Evelyn's in the game or not.
Well, super quick bans from both of these teams. Thresh, Lee Sin, and Zed taken away. Once again, Zed removed from Dade's hands. It's his most played champion, I believe, in Champions over in Korea, and arguably his most effective. He hasn't found a replacement for that mid laner.
Yeah, Dade, the Rise is definitely not the replacement he wants to go to. Maybe we'll see the Jace or the Gragas, but I think what we really need to point out is the Sona takeaway. That's actually a big takeaway from Gambit because Voidal keeps going back to that Sona, and with Thresh being banned already, it's going to be sort of a second-tier support for him, as those are his really top two.
All 4 games here at Worlds, Voidal has played Sona. This will be the first time we're going to see him on something different. Gambit right now hovering over in Elise. This would also be the first time that we've seen Elise in Gambit's hands, because they have run a multitude of different champions. Darien and Diamondprox actually 4 different champions in all of their games. They're cycling through. We've seen the Xin Zhao Shyvana against Fnatic. Not super effective. It just didn't really get them going in any way that they were hoping for, and we see they're not actually going for that in this game.
I think that the Elise probably will be for Diamond here. That's more towards Gambit style, as having a champion like that with assassination potential in the hands of Diamond, whereas Darien likes to be a bit beefier on whatever champion it is, have a little bit more health pool here. And they do lock in the Corki as well. Genja's a huge fan of Trinity Force. He will buy Trinity Force on almost all ADs now. He had it on the Kog'Maw, and then we even saw him outplay Imp so hard with that Trinity Force Kog'Maw that Imp then tried to take that build and did not. He was not able to replicate the success, though.
Didn't work quite as effectively. This will be the 3rd time we're seeing Dandy on his Jarvan once again, and then Ezreal locked in. So we know the duo lane for Ozone, they're reserving their solo laners to potentially counter Gambit or to see what the rest of Gambit's locking in so far.
The solo lanes have been very important, especially since we talked about the Alex and Diamond combo beat Dade and Dandy straight up in the very beginning of the last game of these two teams. They were both there in middle. Dandy was a couple steps behind, and it cost them very big.
Well, we'll see how it pans out right now. Ozone currently hovering over at Caitlyn. This would potentially make it a double AD. We've seen the Zac locked in, so Lupa's most likely going to be playing that in the top lane, and Caitlyn is secured for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was interesting if we see another Imp Ezreal, but they're going to use that for the mid lane. It's something that you can use to fake out your opponents a lot. Ezreal being one of the few ADs that people will run in different lanes rather than the bottom lane. This is going to be a double AD comp, so we'll probably see some fast pushing here from Ozone.
And Ozone have done this before as well, where they've had that last 2 picks to potentially run the double AD. I distinctly remember actually Monte Cristo mentioning it during some of Ozone's games. Now Gambit on the other side, they have to decide what they want to run to counter this. 20 seconds left on the clock, and the audience definitely wants Xerath. And we'll see if Alex is going to be going for that. It would be the first time I think I've ever seen Alex playing Xerath.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So, no Xerath now that we've passed out that one. I do want to talk about the revive passives on both teams here, because every time I've seen a team go up against Gambit with 2 revive passive with the Aatrox Zac combo, they win. And I know, it might have something to do with Gambit's love of the Guardian Angel item here, but having Diamond on that Aatrox makes me a lot more confident for them. They seem to perform much better when they do have someone who can throw their life in front of a turret and with the confidence that they'll come back up. So I'm very, very excited. Also because this is my first jungle Aatrox game I get to cast.
I'm a little nervous about Darien's Elise. When he did play it in the summer split of the EU LCS, he tended to give away more deaths than maybe he should.
You're right. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. There's 10 seconds left to switch back.
We'll have to see. We'll see how those go. We'll see how they get locked in. While we're waiting for that to happen and while we're waiting for the game to load, let's check out who you guys, the fans, think is going to win our very first game of the day. According to LOLesports.com, 75% of you guys believe in Gambit's overall bootcamp, which keeps you in line with freaking Crepo.
A lot of people have confidence there, and Ozone have been slipping already in this series. So, I mean, if you go with the last person who won the matchup, then it seems like the safe bet.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, you know, Gambit have already beaten Ozone once this tournament. This is, of course, the first rematch as we're into the second half of those group stage games. And the real question is whether or not Ozone have actually learned from their mistakes, whether or not they've actually gone back to the drawing board and figured out where the holes were in their strategy to plug it. Because right now, it's the potential end of the road if they don't start picking up wins.
Well, one thing they have done is with Dade on Ezreal, it means he's going to be more mobile. Ezreal's very, very good at escaping mid lane ganks. So this time around, I'm expecting less deaths from Dade.
Well, we'll have to see if it can work out for him. He will have to deal with incredibly mobile Elise, Aatrox, and ever-present global pressure of Alex's Karthus. Ozone are in the blue side, while Gambit are on the red side. And for the time being, Ozone splitting up to have a potential defensive start here right now.
Both teams, actually, yeah. It looks like there won't be too many early invades. Aatrox is actually one of the few champions that can solo jungle buffs by himself, or very easily at the end, or the end of the game.
Well, right now, Imp has already been caught out. Exhaust is down. We see him manages to flash over the wall. Genja decides not to chase, but that's barrier and flash burned from Imp this early in the game.
2 huge summoners down, and it only cost them an exhaust from Alex. He's not going to need that very early here, so it should be fine for them. We'll look at and see if they have to have more vision around the mid now for Gambit, because he'll be worried about Jarvan ganks, but he still has his flash at least.
So as it stands right now, Mata now moving himself towards the river, does place some ward down, not going to pull himself an odd one and get caught to give away first blood. Gambit are still grouped up at the bottom of the river there, so hanging out, waiting for somebody to walk by. Ozone have managed to avoid giving up any early kills.
This is one of the only games that we have not seen very deep red side invades, so neither team is going to have vision of the lane matchups here. Actually, we will for Samsung now, because they saw Zyra on the bottom side of the map. But regardless, the junglers are going to have a bigger effect here. Now Genja takes so much early harass.
Headshot damage drops him down to 110, but he manages to walk away. Now he's going to have to recall and heal up, because he was just caught out by the members of Ozone.
So even though Imp does not have his summoners, Genja has to recall for the first creep wave here, and it is actually going to be a very big lead for Imp and Mata. As long as Imp and Mata can ward up and protect themselves until the cooldowns come back from Imp's summoner spells, they definitely have a huge upper hand in this lane.
Well, we'll see if they can make it count, because Mata's vision was severely lacking the last time they played Gambit. And definitely think they've been able to at least learn from that one. We do see Dandy picking up his red buff as Diamond Prox secures his red buff as well. Darian and Lupa, they almost trade sides while they're farming up there in the top lane. And for the time being, it's just a straight-up matchup, as everyone's going to be bashing head-to-head with their direct opposite numbers.
And Aatrox is actually a very good champion for just farming the jungle. Very early, he scales very well with levels, and he does not have to buy any health potions to sustain through his jungle clear because of his W. All you have to do is use it for damage until you get to half-life, and then once you're below half-life, it heals for 3 times the amount. So Jungle Aatrox, he can sustain forever. The only drawback is that when you do come for your ganks, you'll usually be coming out at around 50% HP. So most of the ganks happen when he has his passive up, and he has a confidence that he will revive.
As it stands right now, Diamond Prox around about 50% HP with that passive is trying to get on Looper in the mid lane. Dade and Alex trading blows back and forth, but Dade's auto attacks significantly more impactful than Alex's at this stage. He was trying to get those Skittles to land, managed to get a couple, and they're trading evenly. But as it stands, Ozone with heavy lanes pushed in that mid and bottom lane.
Yeah, they got such an early advantage by taking Genja out of the lane for the first creep wave. Imp and Mata have not let up here, and they did have Dandy as well waiting in the bush for a counter gank here, but Diamond hasn't even looked down there. He's just continuing to farm this jungle.
As it stands, Alex in this mid lane, only a single CS behind that of Dade, keeping up, trading blows for blow right now. Genja's the only one that's falling behind thanks to that immense amount of damage he took at level 1. We're about to hit the 5-minute mark, and Nobody's really had an impact yet. Just Dandy and Diamondprox, they're really
Diamond first one into the bush. Dandy doesn't see him.
Dandy gets hit. Red buff is applied. Diamondprox is about to get the blood price down. He's dropped to 200 HP. Gets the knock up onto Dandy's exhaust. Has come back up for Alex. Now the blood well has reactivated. It's now Diamondprox flashes in for the kill. First blood is secured for Dandy. It's now Alex forced to flash over the wall. Dade chases. Reducing the red buff is sitting on Dade as those double skittles trade damage. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of Ozone.
So this time around, it's Dandy and Dade who come out ahead in the mid matchup. Very, very big for them because they also got that all-important passive down on Aatrox. Aatrox has to play much, much more defensively without his passive. He's going to have to wait 3 minutes, 3.75 minutes is the exact timer on that passive.
So
yeah.
3 minutes 40? That's I don't know. We'll do math later. We'll do math later. As it stands, Mata trading the power cord there with Voidal, poking back and forth, but thanks to the sustain of Sona, going to be able to at least keep himself and Imp topped up a little more effectively. Genja has now evened up the CS, but here comes Dandy from the Tri-Bush.
He gets all the way around because it is pinked. He's in perfect position here.
Oh, Valkyrie's out to safety. Genja avoids the knockup. A great flash from Voidal, and he manages to avoid getting knocked into the air. Successful survival there from the supportive Gambits.
I think now we're going to see Dandy go a lot more aggressive because one of the drawbacks of a jungle Aatrox is that when your passive is down, you have a very, very small chance of winning 2 versus 2 situations or even 1 versus 1 situations. So it opens up that window where your opponents know that they can bully you, and Dandy will have the confidence to even go into Diamond's jungle now and pull off any gank because in a 2 versus 2 situation, they'll come out on top.
We'll see how that works out for them. As it stands, Alexic has already completed those Sorcerer's Shoes very early on. He was able to at least secure one of those kills, or at least the only kill for Gambit in the river. See Gambit now falling about 1,000 gold behind. CS and those kills and gold in favor of Ozone. Alex has just hit level 6, so now the Requiem is available for everybody.
And Alex has gone with a very quick Sorc Shoes. That is both going to increase the impact of that first Requiem, but also it gives him movement speed for this very movement speed based matchup in mid. Both of these mids harass depend on skill shots, and the quicker you are, the easier it is to dodge those skill shots. Alex right now, buying those Sorc boots, he's actually sort of a defensive buy. He's going to try and avoid a lot of the Mystic shots here from Dade.
Well, Dade still has that red buff there, even more impactful. Genja eats himself a Piltover Peacemaker, and we see in the background Voidal trading some damage with Mata. They're going toe-to-toe as it stands right now. Doran's shield and Doran's blade picked up there for Genja's Corki. If any AD carry is going to do a slightly different build, it's going to be Genja.
Yeah, you can definitely say that again. After the 2 Dorans, he'll probably transition into that Trading Force that he likes so much, but this gives him very good early trading. Doran's items are pretty much the most efficient for very early trading, and now that he also has the shield, they'll be at least able to trade here in this lane where they were getting bullied out so early. I don't think, well, maybe, no, it's Genja. You don't know if he would have bought that without getting behind early or if
that was his plan.
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't done it yet, so this is the first time we're seeing it that I can recall. As it stands, Gamma continue just to farm up their lanes, farm up the jungle. Genja and Voidal holding out in this bottom lane, but they are still around 20 CS behind. We did see that True Shot barrage from Dade, and it appeared to be scouting on Diamond.
Oh, so he started shield and he went Doran's blade second here. Anyway, the thing that's interesting to me is the build from Diamond. He's got a longsword, so he's going to go offensive after his Doran's blade start here, where a lot of jungle Aatroxes will go right into like something like a Spirit of the Ancient Golem. He's actually going to be looking to clear even faster. And true to form, Aatrox with his passive down, we haven't seen much action from him lately. He's just trying to farm up his camp safely until that does come back up.
Well, we'll see how effectively Diamond can make the next gank work. That first fight definitely not working in their favor. First tower is going to fall in favor of Ozone on that bottom lane, thanks to all of that early control that had been secured by Imp and Mata. 67 CS, 9 minutes on the clock, and about 2,000 gold in the lead. Ozone looking good in the early stages of the match.
Yeah, the first turret definitely expected for this Ozone lineup with their double AD. Sona Caitlyn very strong at taking those down. A little bit of backup from Jarvan coming through with level 6 meant that Gambit didn't really have any answers here. Now that Diamond finally does have his passive up, though, at least he'll be able to go for fights.
So that's the third time that I've seen Dade throwing out that true shot barrage. 2 of the 3 times it has hit Diamondprox. I'm going to theorize that it's for vision, trying to keep tabs on his opponent and where they're going.
So he was just trying to steal away the camp right there. They've got a ward over there giving them vision in that Wraith bush. That is very important.
And with that blue buff on, it's going to be able to get that true shot barrage. It's already less than, or more than 2/3 of the way off cooldown. Lane has been frozen there for Genja in the bottom, and he's just trying to play catch up. He really hasn't had as strong of a start as we've seen out of Gambit's bottom lane for the rest of the game. Dade and Imp now, double ADs. They're hammering around this mid tower.
I really like going a double AD composition versus Gambit because Genja's very well known for freezing lanes by himself. And when you have your AD down bottom freezing a lane, that just plays into the strength of this double AD team that wants to rotate around and continually take all of the outer turrets very quickly. With Genja not being there, Gambit are going to have a very hard time defending this a man down.
Well, we do see 3 of them there as Diamondprox has rejoined. Bloodwell is available for his jungle Aatrox. We can see Darien slowly starting to rotate as well, as is Genja. That's a lot of damage. The True Shot Barrage plus the Ace in the Hole, chunking down multiple members of Gambit. And that immense poke is so strong right now.
And Gambit don't have a very reliable hard engage here. Zyra's very large area of effect, crowd control, has a long delay on it, and Diamond's Q is very, very hard to hit, and if he misses it, then he's very squishy right now, so Gambit are really just trying to clear creep waves for as long as they possibly can. With Zac coming down, though, the dive could even happen from Samsung Ozone, and Gambit know it.
Genja was hanging around on the outer rims of the lane. We do see the tower falling. Ozone managed to secure their second tower of the game. Darien, he was the first to rotate, went back to lane, and Lupa said, well, thank you very much. I will now go apply that extra bit of threat that forces Gambit backwards. We do see Darien's already picked himself up an early Haunting Guise, and this is all in aggression from Gambit.
Yeah, it's very interesting, especially that Diamond has gone for an offensive Aatrox build because he could focus his defenses all on armor versus this Samsung team because Zac is not a very high source of magic damage, and Zac's usually going to be looking to dive the back line, going for Corki. Gambit, 5 members though, just rushing down this turret, or this dragon.
True Shot Barrage flings across, doesn't secure anybody. Diamondprox throws out that Massacre. Of any team that I've watched that really puts a lot of importance on Dragon, I feel that Gambit are arguably one of, if not the most impactful in that objective.
Yeah, and remember, all the analysts talk about the mid-game rotations from Korean teams. They actually have Zac, who's a very slow tower pusher, up top while that dragon is standing, and Gambit really do a good job of taking that opportunity, grabbing some global gold, and getting Darien right back up there in time to defend this turret.
Darien's going to hold onto his tower for the time being. It's the only outer tower still standing for Gambit. I would dare say that no members of Gambit have applied any damage to any of Ozone's towers, as they've been so defensive for these opening 10 to 12 minutes of the game. Diamondprox has started off the second blue buff. This one will, of course, be donated to Alex, as was the previous one. Little Skittle will give him that one. That's approaching level 11 for Alexich's Karthus. So that Requiem getting ever more powerful.
And now that he has the Catalyst, he is looking to build into that Rod of Ages. This is going to be a bit delayed, as a lot of Karthus players like to go straight Catalyst and tier, and then get both of their ramping items very early.
As it stands right now, Gambit nowhere in position to defend this tower. Ozone are going to secure their third outer tower of the game in a very short space of time. They extend that gold lead a little bit further. The Dragon has helped to discount that big disparity. But as it stands right now, it's definitely a strong start for Ozone. I want to keep my eyes on Dade's build. It looks like he's going to be going for that Trinity Force. Even as a mid lane is, he's transitioned to the new Ezreal as opposed to the blue buff Ezreal.
Don't think Doublelift's happy right now. Doublelift's a huge fan of that blue build. And here, even starting with the tier and the Sheen, looking to transition into that Trinity Force. Interesting little switch up here, but this whole time, the other one going for Trinity Force is Genja. He's been freezing that bottom lane this entire time, so all the objectives that are going down are because Genja's trying to get catch up in farm right here down in the bottom lane, and he's not joining the rest of the team to defend anything. So Gambit know that they were going to lose this first outer ring of turrets, and they're trying to get him back in the game. He still has not been able to catch up, though.
Well, we'll have to see how Gambit hold on as now Ozone are stacked up in this mid lane, looking to find their next objective, looking to find the next target to set their double AD sights on. Dade is going to explore over the wall, going to take down a ward, clear out the camp now, and all of a sudden Ozone, the numbers advantage, they're trying to chunk down this mid inner turret, and the range of Imp's Caitlyn is definitely going to help them do it if they extend it.
So now we finally see a 5-man Gambit team, but again, the engage from Gambit is very risky. They're looking basically for skill shots here, either from Diamond or Darien to land. It'll probably start off with a wall from Alex to slow down some members of Ozone and then look for those skill shots. But they are getting poked down so well by this long-range Samsung team.
Alex is dropped to well below half-life. You can see Dade hanging out on the side, spamming out his Mystic Shot over the wall. In conjunction with Ace and the whole True Shot barrage, the HP bars of Gambit is just diminishing. They're forced to recall. Now, luckily for Gambit, there's not enough attack damage on Imp yet to really shred through this tower. This is 3 or 4 waves worth of minions, and they've only got it to about half.
Yeah, but they can sustain here for a very long time. They've got Sona, and they have tons of poke damage here. So all they have to do is stay and whittle them down. Alex tries to get off the wall there to set up some of those skill shots to slow them down, but they just give up another turret here. They're not able to grab one back. All Samsung have to do is repeatedly go clear out their side waves and then return to another turret. Siege up here because there's not a lot of threat from Gambit at this point. Samsung's just going to slowly keep on increasing this lead and get further and further ahead in items.
Well, we'll have to see how effectively they can make it work, because as it stands, they already have 4 towers to 0 of Gambit. Darren has now moved to that top lane. He's got his Sorcerer's Shoes and that Haunting Guise, definitely trying to be a damage threat in this game. We haven't seen any fights at all between these two teams.
And that's really due to the strategy of Samsung right now. They don't want a team fight. They're just looking to take down all of these turrets. They have a really nice line as well of wards up this blue side jungle of Gambit, so they might also be trying to control the next blue buff that pops up. That would also put Alex even further behind. He has at least completed that Rod of Ages, though.
So that will start stacking up, giving Alex more HP mana and ability power as it stands right now. Blue buff is not up. There's about a minute on the clock before Dragon respawns, and we know that Gambit put a lot of importance on that objective. So we may see them grouping up and trying to challenge for that target. Ozone, however, have got no vision yet, but look at those ring of pink wards in and around that mid lane to the blue buff area. Ozone are just setting up in Gambit's territory.
Yeah, Dragon's going to be awfully hard for Gambit to get to. Face checking with this fairly squishy composition where they've all built offensively as well is extremely dangerous. Even against this Ozone team that's, based on 2 ADs. One Flash Crescendo catching out any members of Gambit would be devastating.
Well, we'll see how it works out. As it stands, all the numbers are starting to group up. 15 seconds on the clock. Alex doing the best he can to scout with those lay wastes. Aatrox is going to jump over the wall. It's a pretty thick line of trees, but he does manage to get out cleanly. The rest of Gambit now starting to collect and group up in this bottom half of the map. Now that the blue buff is up, he's only going to set their targets on this run, donate that over to Dade, and then immediately roll into the river to try and take out the Dragon.
So, now that I see the Trinity Force completed, I do like that better than the blue build, because the blue build takes a little bit longer to really ramp up, but they might be missing that area of effect slow from the Iceborne Gauntlet. At least Ezreal will be much quicker, and Dade won't have to deal with more criticisms from people.
Well, Gambit for the time being know that the Dragon's down, and will definitely be aware that with that blue buff steal and with their knowledge and when it spawns, that Ozone have secured that one. It now gives Ozone a slightly higher than 3,000 gold lead, but still not immense, not a massive amount of gold considering that they have a 4-tower advantage over Gambit. We see that Genja is still basically in this semi-frozen lane and trying his best to catch up. He's still 30 CS behind Imp, though. That number hasn't necessarily declined over the last 15 minutes.
Well, he's still working on that Trinity Force, whereas Imp has rushed that Bloodthirster, which is even better for taking turrets, pure attack damage, and sustain for life-stealing off of creep waves. Right now is the time where it does get a little dicey for Ozone, because they have to push much deeper into Gambit's territory, and the rotations for Gambit. Oh, he steals this one.
Oh, that was well played. True shot barrage from downtown. That was blind as well. I can't see any wards.
Well, he's got 2 pink wards in there now.
So well played there by Ozone to secure that one out. Gambit trying to get vision control back. They've got their own pinks throughout their sides of the jungle, but it hasn't necessarily worked out for them just yet. Diamondprox will be a little frustrated at having that buff nicked away from under his nose.
That's extremely frustrating as a jungler. Thought he had it. He even drew it back over to the bush. But really, this whole game is going to be frustrating for Gambit at this point. All Samsung have to do is continue to take every single outer turret, this bottom one first, and then rotate up to the top. The exact same situation is going to happen here. They'll siege up. Zac can block a lot of these skill shots from Genja, and they can sustain here with Sona.
Gambit a little bit late to reply. Voidal gets hit by the True Shot Barrage. Nobody else dinged by that one, so they've at least got a little more HP, but you can see Dade basically running interference, hanging out by the tree line, spamming those Mystic shots with his blue buff, and now his Muramana completed. That's going to be a lot of on-hit damage. Tower is being shredded away. Cocoon does not connect with anybody, and no CC means Gambit can't jump in.
Yeah, this is the feeling like when you're in ARAM and the other team just has Lux and Nidalee and they're poking you continuously down and you can't engage. Gambit are extremely frustrated right now. They have to land a Karthus wall to slow someone down for a Darien Cocoon or a Voidal grasping Roots here.
We'll have to see how it works out. Lupa right now has that Spirit Visage built up and a Giant's Belt, so has the ability to tank damage.
The wall at least.
Gambit looking to go in. The wave clear is fairly decent from Gambit, but that's 3 or 4 minion waves, and the tower is within touching distance of getting dropped. Genja now gets chunked by that True Shot Barrage. That's 2 on the single siege.
And the Muramana transform already? That is a huge amount of damage coming in from this Ezreal. A 21-minute power spike with this half blue, half yellow build.
We'll have to see.
I'm actually a really big fan of it.
We'll call it the rainbow build if he gets more colors in there. Dade is going to Arcane Shift forward. The 5th tower of the game falls. Gambit are 4,000 gold behind. It's 2 kills to 1. We haven't seen a Requiem. And other than the gank at, what was it, 4 or 5 minutes, these two teams have not battled at all. Ozone in complete control.
This is a very slippery slope. After the first turret goes down with this composition from Samsung Ozone, it just gets harder and harder and harder for Gambit to go for that fight. They were able to sneak that one dragon because Zac was up top, but that is it. From this point on, from that point on, it's basically been all Ozone increasing their gold lead. And they're almost at the inhibitor turrets.
Dade's thinking about playing with Genja right now. His Arcane Shift is available. There's no Ignite though, so keep that in mind. True Shot Barrage comes out. He Arcanes over the wall. Doesn't manage to get any form of slow available, and a good Valkyrie from Genja. He gets out cleanly.
So yeah, that's something that Dade would do on Zed. He would go assassinate whoever was freezing a lane. A little bit harder to do on Ezreal, but Ezreal with that red buff could have been tricky. Genja easily getting out of this one though. And Gambit returned to their very slow, desperate farm game here where they're just trying to clear out minion waves and hope that Samsung slip up with a bad tower dive. I mean, they're just getting so far behind now. It's very, very rough.
All chips are on the late game here for Gambit. We see Darien and Diamondprox finally starting to build a little bit of tankiness. Sunfire Cape being worked towards there for Darien. We see that Emblem of Valor for Diamondprox, so more likely than not going towards that Aegis. Maybe could have been useful a little earlier, and that may have helped them pick a fight, but hindsight is always 20/20. As it stands right now, Seeker's on guard for Alex. He's also building up some armor to help fend off this heavy physical damage from Ozone.
Just so hard for Gambit to get an engage. So reliant on these skill shot CCs. I think they were thrown off by the Ezreal. Didn't expect the dual AD composition, and so they didn't go with anything. The very hard engage here. You know, what team did Freak pick here? I kind of forgot.
Freak went with Gambit. Damn. Pretty sure Freak went with Gambit. Freak and Crepo on the Gambit train, and I believe Monty and Doublelift went for Ozone, so we'll see who is proven correct. As it stands right now, Dade still in this mid lane, 239 CS. He's grown himself about a 30 CS lead over Alex's Karthus. And, you know, Alex is gaining power steadily, but it hasn't been used at all.
And you can see how little communication on both of these player cams. Neither team is saying very much. Mata, the play caller there, just calling out the Dragon, but they know the game plan is very, very easily laid out for them. They just have to rotate up, take one more outer turret, and then they're on the inhibitor ones.
Well, the question is, can they get past the inhibitor turrets? Those have traditionally been the most difficult nuts to crack. As it is for Gambit right now, they see that the red buff is being started. Smite is available for Diamondprox. Here comes Darien. There's not going to be enough, and it looked like Dandy actually smited that himself. So we'll see how that works out for him. The rest of Gambit now rolling up to this top lane. Ace in the hole used just to try and poke Genja down. He's going to survive mostly healthy, and now all of a sudden 5 members of Ozone are setting their sights on this top tower.
Gambit are really hoping for a dive from Ozone so that they can use the Zyra Stranglethorns as the counter engage, the brilliant counter engage that it is. But Ozone are not going to fall into that trap. They know they have the upper hand, and they're not throwing this one away.
Well, Ozone right now decide to back away. Aren't 100% comfortable on staying sieging on that tower. And that's the first time we've seen Ozone back away from a tower over the last sort of 10 minutes of gameplay. From the moment Imp and Mata rotated mid, they sat on a tower basically permanently until they secured it. So maybe a glimmer of hope here for Gambit as they're falling further and further behind. 5,300 gold as it stands right now, which is an immense number, especially if you have no way of actually picking a fight with Ozone. Effectively, Gambit have to wait to basically counter-engage and do it perfectly.
Yeah, I think they're going to wait for the inhibitor turrets. If there is a dive from Ozone, then that will be great for them. They can use the Zyra ultimate. But if there isn't, they might have to fall back on a flash in from Alex, a flash exhaust from Karthus, landing the wall, and just hope that the slow is enough. Ozone, all they have to do in that situation, though, is slowly kite back, use the crescendo as their counter engage.
Well, we'll see how that works out for them. Alex getting closer to having that Zhonya's Hourglass completed. Most likely going to secure it for himself right now. Does actually look like he has enough gold. Mata now clearing out the wards in the Baron Pit. Sunfire Cape has been completed for Darien, so he'll be surviving for significantly longer against the likes of Dade and Imp. You see that Diamondprox still sitting on his Emblem of Valor, and that Bilgewater Cutlass hasn't necessarily upgraded in either direction for a little while. Ozone now, once again, grouping up towards this top lane. They're definitely playing the tower game. They're more interested in a Ozone versus environment than they are against Ozone versus Gambit right now.
Gambit are here for this one. So again, they're going to try and clear out these waves and poke around the side. But Ozone, he does get caught. There's a good Stranglethorn.
Crescendo doesn't land on anybody. Stranglethorns does knock up a few. Dandy is the first target. Requiem being channeled from out in the back line. We do see Gambit securing the first kill of the fight as the Bloodwell has been popped. Genja was forced to run away. He was basically singled out by Lupa. This is a 2-for-1, and now all of a sudden, Alex is in trouble. He's forced to exhaust Dade, throws out the Hourglass. Neither of the skill shots from Ozone land, but it's not going to be enough as Mata secures the kill. That is a 1-for-3 at the end of the day. They're going to secure the tower.
Ozone did a very good job of spreading out for that team fight. Gambit, like we said, we're getting very desperate here. They had to make a move, did not pay off though, and now they're going to lose the Nexus turret.
Oh, that's a flash forward from Mata. We see Boydle's in trouble. Doesn't manage to get knocked up, but we do see the Ace in the hole securing the kill. Darien forced to run away as now the inhibitor turret's going to fall. They should be able to get the inhibitor and back away before anyone from Gambit is able to defend. Here comes Diamond and Darien, but it's too little too late.
It's pretty far gone here for Ozone. This giant gold lead that they've amassed by taking 7 turrets to Gambit 0 is very hard to overcome. We have also seen some auras now even coming out. The Aegis of the Legion for Dandy means that everybody's going to get that extra little magic resist to try and deal with the Requiem from Alex.
Well, as it stands right now, Gambit are really, really fighting tooth and nail just to stay alive. Alex does actually secure the blue buff there as Dandy smite a little bit early. Inhibitor is down in the top lane, so Gambit are going to have these waves pushing towards them. But they literally cannot afford to make a single mistake more. To be fair, it doesn't even feel like Gambit has tried to make a play. Ozone is just in complete control. They've decided when the fights happen, and Gambit haven't been able to find a window of opportunity.
Yeah,
yet.
well, what Gambit had to do was get off to a good early start here maybe some assassinations or picks with their skill shot crowd controls, but because Genja got chunked out so low in the very beginning of the game, that gave a lead to an already incredible tower pushing team in terms of tower pushing. And then because Diamond's first gank in mid turned sour for them, that was both of the things that they were really banking on here. Some jungle pressure or some bottom turret hanging on to that one. That with that very early 2 bad starts for Gambit, they really haven't had much choice.
So right now, Gambit stacked in this mid lane. Darien has toyed with recalling up in that top tri-bush. Gambit definitely afraid that the Baron is going to be started off by Ozone. Finally, we do see Darien most likely going to deal with those super minions, and the rest of Ozone hanging around. Red buff secured there by Imp. Manages to steal that one away from Gambit. As it stands, Gambit a little bit spread out, a little bit out of position. Diamondprox toying with the idea of coming in from the side.
Yep, that's going to be a good chunk of damage on this middle turret.
Minion wave is now there. Imp and Dade dropping it down. It's below a third. Now it's down to a half. Piltover Peacemaker goes out. That tower's going to fall before Gambit can even respond. That's tower number 8. They're now turning their attention over to the inhibitor. Gambit once again unable to hold on to their towers, and that True Shot barrage is hitting for a lot.
This has got to be a very calm game for Ozone right here. They've had the upper hand for the entire match. And another inhibitor goes down.
Gambit just unable to respond. Wall of Pain is there. Alex is trying to make something happen. They get the cocoon onto Danny, but this is 3v5 in a best case scenario. Zonya's Hourglass has been popped there by LXH. Remember, Requiem is available. We'll have to see how much damage it can deal. Lupa gets stunned up in the back line. He gets knocked into the air by Diamondprox. Now Imp, Dade, and Mata are low. Dandy has survived. They are going to be able to pick up a kill here onto Lupa, but that is all. Dandy gets out cleanly. Piltover Peacemaker almost connecting with Genja. In the background, we see that Voidal actually went down. I think that may have been, I didn't even see what killed him, but 2 for 1. And Gambit, you know, they started that fight. It was looking almost good, but there's too much damage from Ozone.
Well, yeah, they're just extremely desperate at this point. It was a very well-played game by Ozone. Very methodical. All right, let's take a look at the replay here, and we'll find out what happened to Voidal. Looper does get a very good let's bounce here onto Alex, and they're going to end up trading. But a zoning ultimate there from Zyra on top of Alex's dead body means that they're going to answer with Looper as well. He's burning. There, Voidal's burning. Oh, what is he? He dies to minions? Oh,
wow.
no. Oh, no.
That sucks.
Whoa, what's going to kill? Oh, no. No.
Imp has even recruited the aid of the super minions and caster minions to land those auto attacks. And you know what? If it gets you the kill, you're going to be happy with it.
Well, you said that Ozone were playing a very PvE-based game here. Looks like Voidal has to work on his PvE game.
That is for sure. As it stands, Voidal going down to those minions in the back line. Now all of a sudden, Ozone have that 10,000 gold lead. They have super minions top. They have super minions middle. They have vision controlling Gambit's jungle. And there's a massive, massive wave from the bottom half of the map there. Genja, even with freezing the lane and playing so passively for so long, is still 40 CS behind that of Imp. That is a massive difference at this stage in the game.
And I think that Ozone are showing some good discipline here by not rushing anything. Yes, it is making for a very slow game and a slow end to the game, but after the start that they've had here, I'm not surprised. They probably had a very stern talking to by their coach, and they're probably just showing the discipline that they want to take it as safely as possible, make sure that they finish this one out and don't drop another map.
Well, the double AD comp is definitely something that they are definitely comfortable with, and getting off to such a strong start has played in their favor. The rotations that we talked about in the pregame have paid true. Darien is forced out of this fight just from the poke of Ozone, and Voidal once again dropping incredibly low. Inhibitor has been retaken. Ace in the hole goes out. That catches onto Genja, dropping him below a third. The rest of Ozone now turn their attention to the bottom lane turret. It looks like this is all she wrote for Gambit as Ozone throw out the True Shot barrage. Tower number 9 has now fallen. We do see Dandy jumping in, flag and drag, Cataclysm down. Here comes Looper in the background. Let's bounce Genja's the first victim of the fight as Lupa is bouncing on 3 members of Gambit. Alex is not really in a great position to deal damage, and Requiem, even though it's up, it's not going to be enough. Starts to channel that one out. Not going to be able to secure any kills right now. The rest of
Dandy
Ozone
goes
is going
down.
to jump on the tower. Dandy sitting on top of the death-defied corpse of Alex will be the first victim, but it's Dade and Imp that you need. Darian's healed up out of the fountain, still not able to kill Dade down. Now Darian forced low, lands a cocoon, he gets dropped. Imp flashes forward to land the audio attacks. The Nexus is going to fall, and ladies and gentlemen, Ozone have bounced back. They have earned revenge against Gambit, completely controlled this game.
Yeah, that was control if I've ever seen it. They did not let anything slip, took the early lead, and ran away with it.
The only thing that you can really talk about is just the rotations from Ozone. From the moment they got that first tower, they didn't want to fight, and they managed to deal enough poke to avoid it.
Well, going up against that team, it was pretty easy to avoid. All they had to do was dodge those couple of skill shot CCs, stay back out of the range of the wall from Alex, and that was exactly how they played it.
So congratulations to Ozone. They bounced back. They were 2-2 coming into today. They are now 3-2, as are Gambit. Gambit sitting 3-2 on the standings right now, so we'll see how well Fnatic and Vulcan do, because there may be a new challenger for the 2 teams that are going to make it out of this group.
All right, so things just got a little more interesting.
You know what?
Group B.
There's enough European teams in this group to make ties and tiebreakers a very real possibility.
Now that would be exciting.
It would be at this level of play. I'm definitely looking forward to see how Riv and the guys at the desk thought about this game, and you know, how well Ozone have bounced back. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And that game showed us a lot in the beginning. I think we should just start it right off. Freak, take it away. It was a bit about the face checks.
Yeah, there were a couple of really awkward situations. At the very beginning, Imp loses all his summoner spells walking into a brush. And I know Doublelift actually had some thoughts on what Genja should have done differently when Imp face checked him in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so Genja's orb blocking really failed him right there. I don't know what was going on, but just mechanically, if he had orb blocked correctly and flashed over, because you know exactly what Caitlyn's going to do. She's going to flash over that little wall. That was first blood. And the funniest thing is, right afterwards, after Imp face checks, Genja face checks into both of them, and then Sona doesn't use exhaust at level 1. Those were just not very good.
For people that don't know what orb blocking is, actually, because we may be kidding to people that don't know it, so when you move in between your auto attacks, you basically can only auto attack every so often. You should have to move in between, so you position yourself closer to the enemy. I think you should have done 2 auto attacks, then phosphorus bomb, flash over, and get him. But I don't think that was like the biggest mistake. It was potential for Gambit to get ahead, but it wasn't the reason they lost.
Yeah, and that was actually big. And just as one extra point on that one as well is sometimes you don't want to flash over because you might jump into an enemy team, and that can always be a bit risky. But if you hit someone with Phosphorus Bomb, you mark them. And so Caitlyn would have revealed if there were teammates she was flashing into on the other side of the wall, so it would have been a safe chase.
Yeah, exactly. It was just poor mechanical play by, I think, both teams at level 1.
And Monty, right from the get-go, you noticed something out of Champion Select. Finally, a double AP composition or double AD composition that kind of did it the right way.
And this is something that is absolutely in Ozone's wheelhouse. They're very used to playing this. Dade is pretty much the quintessential mid Ezreal player. Used to play at AP, now plays at AD. And what really stood out to me in picks and bans is you saw that Shen ban going down even though they were on blue side. And that says Shen is very powerful against double ADs because he gets so tanky and can split push in the late game that if you go past 25, 30 minutes and he starts getting Thorn Mails, it absolutely shuts him down. Now on the other side, they picked Zach Jarvan, which is precisely what they wanted, because that gives you the option to all-in dive with your double AD. So once we saw the rotations coming down, and again, Kobe touched on this, the rotations were absolutely key. And to go back to the Karthus build on Alex as well, Sork Shoes first meant he never got tier, which meant that delayed his power spike in the late game. Gave him a quick spike early if he wanted to ult, but Ozone never gave Gambit a chance to use that Karthus ult. And we didn't even see Requiem until about 27 minutes into that
First
game.
time. Yeah.
So that was... Alex and team didn't make enough plays to take advantage of that early game build, and then it came back and really bit them hard later. So
a little more respect put in the mid lane on Alex this game.
Yeah,
right?
and this is what we wanted to see from Ozone, right? Is, you know, they lacked respect earlier. They saw that Sork shoes and they played very methodically didn't give him the option to use that power spike and then moved on from there.
I think all the points Monty raised there, we can trace down back to the bot lane initially where Genja face checked the second brush. Put Genja really low, he had to base, he loses advantage against Caitlyn, which is already a losing matchup. Gets to lane really late, his tower's going down step by step by step. On top of that, in mid they had a really bad 2v2 trade in which they lost the first blood.
Right.
So there's pressure on bot lane, mid's not going too well, they get the tower down early because of the face check from Genja. They rotate into mid, get that tower down, and then they get the snowball rolling.
Yeah, and that's what's so crazy about this Ezreal-Caitlyn combination is that if you fall behind in lane, in the 2v2 lane like we saw, there's nothing to stop Caitlyn from taking your turret. And as soon as that first turret goes down, Caitlyn's rotations, Imp's rotations with Dade after that, just tower, 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 tower. And it's really difficult to stop that composition if you let it get rolling.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I really think that Gambit kind of misplayed there. Not only did Genja face check, but I just think Corki Zyra has a really bad time against Caitlyn Sona. Not only do you not have sustain against Caitlyn, which is, like, essential to laning against Caitlyn's poke, but, you know, like, it's Caitlyn Sona versus you're just going to outrange them and beat them in lane regardless of Genja's face check. The best thing for them to do there strategically was to start the game off 2v1, and then swap in as soon as Corki got a Vamp Scepter. But
on the other hand, though, Elise is a really good matchup against Zac, so swapping it might not have been the solution they wanted.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. The trade-off would just be allowing Caitlyn to take that first tower. And as you saw, a Korean team who gets the first tower, especially Ozone, they're going to snowball that first tower into another tower, into another tower, into another tower.
Yeah, and that is kind of what happened. And actually, to your point, Krepa, you talked about the Elise matchup. No, unfortunately for Darian, he actually lost out in CS at one point. It was mid-70s against 90, so even with the good matchup, he didn't do well. And the other thought I had actually is on Darian and Diamond specifically. So one thing that Diamond did that was really awkward to me was he went for an early Aegis. And the Aegis aura only gives magic resist, and he's fighting Jarvan in the jungle and dual AD carries and like some damage from Zac. And he's like, I'm going to buy a magic resist aura. And I was like, what if you buy like a Randuin's Omen, you just sit on the Caitlyn and she cries a whole bunch. And the second thought I had on that as well is it almost would have been better if Darian and Diamond had switched champions. And you had Elise jungling to make early advantages, to make these openings and make ganks happen. And let Darian play a real split pusher who can get massive and cause splits.
Right, and you have to split push against Double AD, and they just had one of the best siege compositions you could possibly have, and so I don't think Gambit's used to playing against this style. This is something we've seen a lot in Korea, but not so much in other regions.
Real quick, Krepa?
Yeah, I think split push is the answer to it, but I think a few points in the game, Gambit could have actually got it back if Alex would have flashed in with his Defile on. Once he has his Zhonya's, card is flashing means zone. If you zone both AD carries, it could have actually killed the other people, the tanks going in off, because Jarvan going in, Zac going in, zoning, flashing over them, zoning the AD carries creates a huge distance in between the two lines of the battlefield. But yeah, Alex Sadie's flash, try the ulti. I mean, no discredit. Like, it's his choice of play. But it could have maybe swung it back into their favor. But I really like how Ozone methodically, one by one, got this game out. Mata's warding was really, really... even though he didn't play the super...
Liked him enough that you wish you would have picked him?
No, because then they would have lost anyways. Like.
All right, well, we go with that one. You and Freak both had Gambit going into that. Ozone, congratulations to the winner, Krepo. Doublelift and Monty coming on that one. But let's see how that affects the official standings of the games. With their win, Ozone moves into a tie for second place with Gambit, one game behind Fnatic. Gentlemen, it's time to use your vision wards and gaze into the future for our next matchup. It's Fnatic versus Vulcan. Freak, we'll start with you. Who's going to be taking this matchup?
I'm going to say Fnatic. They look really, really strong. I know that their only loss is to Vulcan, but that was, I think, a really sketchy early game and a really sketchy champion select from Fnatic. I think they'll fix those issues, and they should take care of business here.
I'm going to go with Fnatic as well. I feel I dragged the casters down a notch. And I think I'm going to do that again. So let's go for Fnatic.
That was just all about a game of
sabotage.
sabotage.
No, actually, I think if they don't pick Yorick and they watch their level 1, there's no way. Well, there is a way, but it's not a likely way.
It's not the Yorick way.
That they're going to lose to Vulcan.
Yeah, I'm taking Fnatic too. We're moving away from the Yorick choke. I think that they're confident and ready now. That was the warm-up game. They should be able to take it against Vulcan this time.
Just getting it out of the way.
And thanks, Krepo, for making my prediction right, because I predict Vulcan. This is, once again, a gut feeling, mostly because I'm an NA fanboy. Just like I think the Declaration of Independence, the freedom, the apple pie, that's going to carry Vulcan. I just don't think they're going to throw, okay? I just don't think they're going to throw, and I think they're going to play solid Cloud and Xmithie are really, really good when they don't do something really, really stupid.
I like his lack of knowledge. Forces him to go for a gut feeling
of apple
What?
pie.
But it
worked last time.
My knowledge knows that you are going to pick Fnatic, and I'm going to pick the opposite team, and that makes me right.
And you believe in the power of apple pie to carry Vulcan.
Exactly.
So you pick Vulcan. You say gut feeling. You say NA. Is it behind that for the structure of the play? Is it the early game? You think they're really going to get over a few of those mistakes they've been making?
I think when Vulcan loses, it's because they just make like this absolutely stupid play. And like their coach, Kenma, I talked to him, and he is really, really, really hard. He screams at the top of his lungs at his players when they do something like that. And I think Vulcan isn't a team that really chokes. And well, I mean, they've shown in 2 games that they choke, but I just have this feeling that they're going to do it against Fnatic, okay? Like, I just want them to do it.
Mani, do you ever scream at your players really hard?
Yeah, you have to.
Does it work, Mani?
Clearly not.
So coming into a game like this, what would you be telling your team, knowing that obviously, you know, the crowd's behind the other team and things haven't been going so well so far?
Doublelift, stop farming. That's what I would tell him.
I don't even know what that means.
Exactly. There
only
you
one
go.
mode.
See, it's already hard to get through it still. So Doublelift, from your point of view, really though, what is it that Vulcan has to do to get through this game?
I think Zuna and Psycho Sid, I call him Benny, has to just play aggressive but play smart at the same time. Don't do anything too aggressive, because I feel like when Vulcan loses, it's because they have an advantage, right? They always do this. They have an advantage. They try to stretch it too much, too fast. They don't know how to take the game slow with their advantage. And if they just allowed, because they always accumulate that early game lead, strategically or just mechanically, they will outplay their opponents. And then Cloud and Xmithie are so good. They are the people who will play aggressively but smart. And like Zuna and Psycho Sid just have to also play smart and just allow ManCloud and Xmithie to control the pace of the game.
I wonder what picks are going to come out though. If we're going to see the Vi again, maybe banned against Vulcan, because they did okay. Like he really reads the damage output of Vi really well. Even though last time they went into a really poor trade, it might actually be something.
That's true. Xmithie has gone straight Vi.
I hope that they ban Vi, because Xmithie, while he does play Vi, a new pickup for him, he plays pretty much every jungler. I think he's a really versatile player along with Cloud.
Yeah. And actually just sort of talk about what you were saying with Vulcan kind of getting forward onto an advantage and not going too crazy. I feel like if they get somewhere in between the Ozone style of play, which is where you said they mirrored themselves, you know, kind of a controlled game. When they lost their last few games, it was because they didn't hold the control mid-game, and they fell down. They got caught, Xmithie specifically got caught a couple times, and it threw a bunch of team fights in a row. If they add, like, a bit of OMG in there and just kind of go hard with their early leads, like, okay, the control game worked the first time against Fnatic, but if they start going hard with those advantages, I think they can close out games, and if they can learn that style, I think they have a really good road ahead of them.
Same time, Fnatic split pushes really well, though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see what these two teams have in store for each other. Right now, we have to go AFK for a second, but when we return, Xpeke and Fnatic look to avenge their day one loss when they challenge ManCloud and Vulcan. Plus, Ozone's AD carry Imp will join us to talk about their impressive performance. But right now, we take a look back as the members of Ozone celebrate drawing first blood in their game win over Gambit.
Up for Alex. Now the blood well has reactivated. It's now Diamond flashes in for the kill. First blood is secured for Danny. It's now Alex forced to flash over the wall. Dane chases.
플래시 빠졌어. 나이스. 나왔다. 이거 아트록스랑 카사스 노플이다.
Welcome back to Season 3 World Championships, ladies and gentlemen. In just a couple of minutes, it is going to be the sequel of Fnatic versus Vulcan. But first, I am very happy to welcome Ozone's Imp to the interview lounge. So first off, obviously a fantastic game by you guys, but were you surprised right at the start that Gambit didn't go for that 2v1 lane switch?
임프 선수 일단 그 좋은 경기 펼친 거 축하드리고요. 경기 초반에 그 레인 스위치가 일어나지 않았는데 갬빗 게이밍이 그렇게 안 했던 게 그 좀 놀라우지 않으셨어요?
조금 놀라웠어요. 저희가 이 캐틀 소나 조합을 최근 경기에서 써보인 게 별로 없긴 했는데 옛날에 되게 이 조합으로 상대방 라인을 많이 압살했어가지고 놀라웠어요.
Yeah, so it was surprising to me because back in the day, a while ago, we used to destroy our opponents using that combination. So yeah, it was surprising to me.
And after obviously a great win versus Gambit, you got revenge. How do you feel your group stage chances are now?
그 갬빗을 상대로 복수를 이제 하셨는데 이 그룹 스테이지에서 그 진출한 가능성에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지요?
가능성 잘 모르겠는데 최대한 많이 노력해서 올라가야겠죠.
Chances. I'm not sure about the chances, but we'll try our best and make sure that we advance. I mean, we gotta try.
And we asked Mata the same question. Obviously, he feels you guys, you, Imp and Mata, best combo in the worlds right now. Do you agree with that sentiment? Are you the best at that bottom lane?
이 질문은 마타 선수에게도 제가 했었는데요. 그 본인과 마타 선수가 그 최고의 봇 조합이라고 마타 선수는 그렇게 생각한다고 얘기를 했는데 임프 선수도 그렇게 생각하시는지요?
저희가 옛날에 처음 보듀오를 서게 됐을 때 그때는 둘 다 최고란 말이 없어가지고 되게 노력을 많이 했던 것 같아요. 최고의 자리에 올라서기 위해. 그런데 막상 막 최고 소리만 들으니까 더 노력을 안 하고 뭔가 옛날엔 뺏는 입장이었는데 이젠 지켜야 될 그런 입장이 되니까 많이 뭐라 해야 되지? 과감한 플레이 이런 걸 못 보여주고 그냥 옛날보다 열정이 많이 사라진 것 같아요.
Back in the day when we first started playing together, people didn't say we were the best, so we really tried hard. And once people kind of started saying that we were the best, that kind of passion and the effort waned a little bit. And we stopped playing aggressive and we stopped making highlight plays. And overall, we just, the passion was kind of, we had less passion. So I believe we're going to try hard. We're going to try again.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Imp, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament for Ozone. So now let's head over to Quickshot and Kobe, who will be standing by with the next match.
Thank you very much, D-Man. It is time for our second rematch of the day. Europe's Fnatic versus North America's Vulcan. And even though Xpeke and Fnatic lost their very first game here at Worlds to Vulcan, they bounced back to pick up the winning spree, or 3 games over the last couple of days. I'm 100% sure that Fnatic are excited to have another shot here at Vulcan.
Yeah, the first match between these two teams was where Fnatic has looked the worst and Vulcan has looked the best. It's pretty much the best they've played this entire tournament. Vulcan started the match with a red side invade and picked up 2 easy kills, including ManCloud taking out Xpeke. And once ManCloud got that lead on Xpeke, he made Xpeke start playing defensively and never allowed him back into the game.
Yeah, but since that match, these two teams have gone in opposite directions. Vulcan has lost 2 of 3 matches, and even in the game they won, they were looking very shaky. While Fnatic has reeled off 3 victories in a row and sit on top of the Group B standings. That's pretty much been the modus operandi for Fnatic all season long. After a shaky start and some stress over the roster, Xpeke and his team have worked their way back into the World Championship after winning the title all the way back in Season 1.
At first it was all about qualifying. Now that we're qualified, it's all about doing good there.
I know that for Fnatic it was a huge thing. What happened last year and what happened this year is like, I think they couldn't be more happier.
It's gonna be really, really good. Gonna see all the good teams. Gonna get to meet the Korean teams finally and face them.
I'm really excited. I've been there last year and it was already crazy.
Like after Gamescom, we stopped for a few days, and after that we were playing every day, but there were not many teams to practice against.
The pro teams are now taking a break after not qualifying. I understand, I would have done the same.
We could only play Lemon Dog and Copenhagen Wolves, so we were just practicing those two teams mostly.
Our team right now is really motivated. Everyone wants to play.
Pushu, he was so close to having that MVP, I feel like. They obviously felt he was a good part of that victory.
When I joined Fnatic, it was like they told me that the Rekkles will be playing Worlds. So when Riot said that he can't play the whole tournament, they were kind of thinking what they had to do.
It's really bad for not only for us, but for them, if we have to practice with two different ADs at the same time. So the best is just to take Pushu and go with him, practice with him a lot, and he's doing good. He saw that he can play at the top level. I think he improved a lot and he deserves to be there now. Probably when we were the strongest when we were with like the first roster we had back at Season 1. But besides that, I think right now we are at a really good point. Even if I'm playing 3 years, I'm improving a lot all the time. And the good thing is Synar improved a lot as well in the jungle. Like there was a point where he was kind of lost in jungle, but he played a lot, he improved, and I think right now he kind of knows what to do, and our bot lane as well.
At the beginning, our bot lane was not really strong at all because I had to first switch from AD to support.
If we were at the stage we were at the beginning of LCS, I would be really scared right now, but right now we improved so much together, and I think we can do fine.
Everyone is saying that the EU region is the worst because we've seen at All-Stars, but we'll see at the World Championship, and I hope we'll prove them wrong.
Very nice words from Yellowstar at the end.
Yeah.
We'll see how EU does at the World Championships. As it stands, Fnatic are doing pretty well.
I think Pushu deserves to be here as well. I'm
yeah.
glad they brought him.
His performance at Gamescom was fantastic, and it's a difficult place to be in when you consider he's going to be replaced once Rekkles turns 17, which is tomorrow, I think. It's pretty close. Anyways, guys, let's check out the starting lineups for tonight's showdown. On the blue bars, it is going to be Fnatic this time round. Soaz in the top lane, Synar in the jungle. Mid lane is going to be Xpeke with Pushu and Yellowstar as your AD carry and support.
And in the red, it's Vulcan. Psycho Sid is up top. Xsmithy's in the jungle. Mancloud's mid. Zuna's AD carry. And Bloodwater is supporting.
So we are about to jump into Champion Select. This is, of course, a rematch. Vulcan convincingly won the previous game between these two teams, and we argued that the picks and ban phase was potentially the most important. We'll have to see if Fnatic have learned from that.
Man, did the analysts really give Fnatic flack for picking that Yorick last? And Fnatic even, they admitted, weren't exactly sure where they were going with that. It was just kind of Soaz liked Yorick, and he usually has good laning with him.
Well,
I think they'll be more focused this time.
I definitely think so. This time round, we do see that Vi is going to be taken away, so that is definitely targeted at Xsmithy. He's played 3 out of his 4 games, and I love Xsmithy's Vi. It's definitely one of the most influential changes that Vulcan have had in terms of starting fights.
Like Double F said, though, Smithy plays all the jungle champions, so banning out one of them isn't going to be a very big deal for him. Mostly that just means that the Vi level 6 gank at mid is not going to be there. They won't have that guaranteed ability to lock the opponent mid laner in place that will line him up for anything that Mancloud wants to be or wants to use. That's why Vi is so highly prized in these mid-centric games, is because she guarantees you to hit your skill shots.
Well, we'll see how this works out. Fnatic do have Ahri up and available, and we know how Peke likes to play, but the question is, have Vulcan planned this out? Are they aware of this thought? Corki and Orianna were the last 2 bans, so a lot of powerful champions still up and available. Elise is another priority pick, I think, for actually both of these teams, I would say.
That's interesting that they did leave that Ahri up, because that is definitely a go-to pick for Peke. The speed with which Vulcan locked in their first 2 picks, though, they definitely knew that Peke was going to bite on that one. So Mandatory Cloud, I feel like he's okay with laning against a teleport Ahri. Whenever Peke does have Ahri, taking that teleport, foregoing the Ignite, makes him a little bit less dangerous in lane because it's not a combat summoner, and someone like Mandatory Cloud can take advantage of you if you don't have the extra power of Ignite. The other thing I just want to note is that it is Pirate Day today. I asked Cyanide if he would please jungle Gangplank. I don't believe he'll go through with it, but at least he gave me the shout out here.
At least he did. Our matey indeed. We'll have to see. It's been a long time since we've seen Gangplank.
That was okay. Put a little more into it next time.
So we do see Fnatic flicking over. They have not locked in either Gangplank or Yorick, toying between the different picks. Now, if this Ashe is locked in, which it was banned against Fnatic by Vulcan the first time these two teams played.
They actually did not have Ashe banned against them in the other games here, though, and they did not pick up that Ashe. They went something like Varus multiple times, so it's interesting that going up against Vulcan this time, they do go back to this Ashe Zyra combo, which was so good for them at Gamescom. That was really the crux of their strategy during Gamescom, is this Ashe Zyra plus Ahri. They can have Ahri split pushing as long as Peke gets off to a good start. He's an amazing split pusher on Ahri, great duelist, has that teleport. And then Ashe and Zyra are wonderful at defending turrets 4 versus 5 because they have so much counter engage, and they're also good at turning the head. As soon as the teleport comes in with that Ahri, joining the battle, they can engage with Crystal Arrow.
Well, we'll see how this works out for them. I was going to highlight that with that Zyra takeaway from Vulcan, that's Bloodwater's 3 or 4 games being played on Zyra. So not only is it that immense control, you're denying it from Bloodwater. He is going to fall back onto Sona. This will be the second time he's playing it here on Worlds. Those are his 2 champs. You know what I mean? It's not like...
He's a big fan of Sona.
Exactly.
I don't think that's going to hurt him too hard. But with the Lissandra lock-in after Ahri's been taken here, I'm pretty sure Vulcan are going to look to pick off Peke, because Lissandra's actually very good at, if there's any lapse in vision, her plus Smithy, it's going to be a Mankler plus Smithy combo here to prey on Peke and catch him out if he does go split pushing. There's no teleports right now on Fnatic, which is very uncharacteristic of Fnatic. They usually have Soaz or Peke running a teleport, so maybe my previous point is invalid.
Soaz was sitting on teleport for a very long time and has only just recently switched that over to Ignite. To round out the Fnatic composition, it is going to be that Lee Sin and the Zac. So they have got immense initiation, they've got immense utility, they've got an assassin in the form of Ahri. I feel like Fnatic have got a very well-rounded comp here. They can do many things well.
They've got really good hard engage with that endgame Crystal Arrow plus Zac Elastic Slingshots following that up. Very, very long range engage here from this Fnatic team. And, you know, if they don't actually end up taking one of those teleports, then the split push will be a little bit harder to pull off. But having Ignite makes Ahri a much better duelist. And if she can't outmatch 1 versus 1 up mid, then she'll actually have a much bigger upper hand in those fights, rather than running that teleport and running the risk of going down to that Man-Cloud-Smithy combo.
Well, I very much like the lock-in of this Vladimir. Gonna allow him to, at the very least, dodge the arrow. And in late game team fights, that could mean someone else is going to eat an arrow to the face if he Sanguine pulls underneath it. But this is something that we've seen a fair amount of. Vlad is a sort of fringe pick. We don't see it all too often, but he's there.
Yeah, it's always funny to watch you dodge an arrow just to have it hit your AD carry right behind you, which is even worse. The thing, though, with the last pick, Vlad, I love this pick against Zac. Zac does not have early spike damage. He has no pressure on a Vladimir where Vladimir is weakest. So Vulcan are definitely going to want to get that matchup of Zac versus Vlad. Expect to see some deep wards, probably one of those ozone lane wards, so that Vulcan can get the matchup that they want here, because Vlad scales up very well against Zac, and he becomes a split pushing monster, especially running Flash Ghost.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. You guys have been voting on this match at home, so let's see who you guys think is actually going to win this one. According to LOLesports.com, 75% of the fans are sitting with Fnatic right now. Double have picked Vulcan, and the rest of the casters, as well as Monty and Krepo, they've sided with Fnatic
That
as well.
is pretty overwhelming right there. You just have to remember, they're probably going off that last game, which was the opposite team won. So Vulcan won the first round here versus Fnatic. They're thinking the same thing will happen today.
Well, we'll have to see if the rematches will work to secure the team that lost revenge in today's games, because we are going to be seeing a number of them. We're busy loading up into this matchup, and I imagine that the early couple of minutes is going to be so crucially important. Fnatic gave away those kills against Vulcan last time. You can see that we are jumping into the game in just a moment's time. This is going to be Fnatic versus Vulcan, game 2 here of day 4.
We do, again, have a Caitlyn plus Sona lane, though. So You have to watch out for the early turret pressure from Vulcan from that bottom duo lane, or whichever lane they end up going in.
Well, we'll see if Vulcan can make it work for them.
All right, Peke did go with the teleport. He almost tricked us.
No, he almost tricked you. You
Okay.
were doubting yourself. You were doubting yourself. And at the last moment, Peke did lock in that teleport. So as this
All
time
right.
round with Flash and Ignite on that Zac. So he's going to be looking to secure some kills in this early to mid game.
So the thing here is, this is Fnatic's very clear playstyle that everyone always talks about. Oh, it's so weird to play against. Krepo and Montecristo were saying this style is so strong that without actually playing against it, they didn't think Vulcan would come up with a counter. But Vulcan are very much aware of this signature Fnatic style, and Bloodwater does a lot of work beforehand to come up with counter plans here for Vulcan. So we'll have to see if this one's actually going to pay off. This will be very interesting because all the research has definitely been done for Vulcan. Just can they execute?
And this is going to be the first time that we're seeing Psycho Sid or ManCloud on Vladimir and Lissandra respectively here at Worlds. We'll see how well that double AP composition stacks up. As it stands, very defensive starts from both of these teams. Neither team has been able to get that very deep lane vision ward that we've talked about, but it does look like they're matching up in their respective 2v2s and 1v1 lanes.
I think this is pretty good for Vulcan here. They're going to have that Vlad versus Zac, which they want. And then Bloodwater actually might get chunked out early. This could change the bottom lanes. We've seen a couple face checks already from bottom lanes, and that can definitely swing the tide of that matchup, especially going up against an Ashe who's got a first hit crit.
Oh, and then luckily for Bloodwater and Zuna, they've been able to avoid it right now. We see Cyanide is actually soloing that blue buff. Hasn't had much assistance there from Soaz, whereas Psycho Sid was able to put a fair amount of damage on Xsmithy's Elder Lizard, that red buff. So gonna have a little bit more HP to work with. We do see in this bottom lane they have set up, and some early poke going down from Pushim. Yellowstar gives them an HP advantage for the time being.
Yep, they got the early win on the trade there. You have to note that while Caitlyn's got the highest range, Ashe and Zyra are not far behind. This lane is very, very close in range to a Caitlyn here, and Pushu made good use of the first crit, whereas Bloodwater on his Sona, trying to get off that power cord, he charged the power cord up in the fountain and then tried to come to lane to use it for an early advantage, but he took 2 hits in exchange for it, and they actually came out behind here. So very early lane domination here from Fnatic.
That's definitely something that they wanted to establish early on.
Oh, Zuna!
So low, 200 HP, no flash or barrier burn though. And just Yellowstar playing the poke game incredibly well. Remember, Yellowstar used to be the AD carry for Fnatic, so he's going to be well aware of the timing and the positioning of Zuna going in to land those last hits, and Yellowstar's playing it perfectly. He's taking a lot of poke damage in return from Bloodwater though. Zuna's just going to hang as far back as possible and try to hold on with as much CS as possible.
Meanwhile, Cyanide actually getting a little bit ahead of Smithy in gold because he cleared another camp, whereas Smithy walked onto a ward.
Peke just lands a nice little love tap there onto Smithy. Face planted that charm and the Orb of Deception. We do see Yellowstar. His cookie has been eaten right now, sitting with a potion and a ward left in his inventory. Still trying to play that poke game, but Zuna's done well. He's held back far enough, and Bloodwater's spamming out those heals to keep him topped up.
Yeah, they've got the sustain advantage here with the Caitlyn Sona. Doublelift was saying sustain is crucial going up against the Caitlyn lane, but Ashe and Zyra are making good use of their poke. Look at this rotation, though, from Soaz, all the way from top lane to pressure Mantoy Cloud.
Well, we see ManCloud is low on mana, and he has decided to back away. Soaz is going to try to return to lane without losing too much CS. And with the impact that ManCloud had in the previous game, he was playing Orianna, and I think he went something like 7-1, something or other towards the end. They definitely don't want to allow him to get ahead with Lissandra, especially because both Peke and Soaz play the champion. They're going to be well aware of its capabilities.
And she has amazing lockdown. She can keep you in place for a long time by herself, but she's going to need some other source of damage. Her soloing Ahri is a little bit difficult because the extra damage was taken down on her a little bit to compensate for how much crowd control she does have.
So we'll see as we are getting closer to level 6. ManCloud is very low on mana, but thanks to Lissandra's passive, going to be able to have some free spell casts every now and again. He's going to decide to back away now. That 36 CS in his back pocket. We'll see what he decides to pick up. We see Xmitty has already secured himself a pink ward after going back and going to try and get some vision control. A pink ward secured for ManCloud as well. So definitely placing some importance on this early game vision against Fnatic. They don't want to get caught up by those rotations and potential ganks that Soaz and Sun have already been looking at, trying to see if they can taste victory.
Yeah, it's very uneventful early game here. Some more good wards coming out and some heavy jungle farming from Cyanide here. He is slowly getting a little bit ahead of Smithy. Meanwhile, the mid lane definitely went Peke's favor as he was able to shove one minion wave up before Mandatory Cloud arrived. But since Lissandra a little bit slower at pushing, he's going to arrive in time to grab these ones up.
And we see a slightly different build here from Xpeke. He's gone with that Chalice of Harmony, early magic resistance against Elise, Vlad, and Lissandra. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, double AP. It's actually a triple AP because their jungler is AP as well. And he's only really worried in the early game about that combo of the Lissandra plus the Elise bursting him down. So I really like going this Chalice instead of, something that the Chinese teams were opting for. With rushing the
Abyssal Scepters. Charm's going out. That's the first one we've seen Peke miss. He got some decent damage on ManCloud. He was hanging out in the river. Right now, Pushu and Yellowstar are extended.
They got the exhaust
down. We see Xmitty has been rooted in place. Yellowstar's been able to save Pushu for a while. He does flash, gets away from the cocoon. Tower damage is there. The barrier bait is up. Now the tower turns onto Bloodwater. First blood is secured, but look in the background. Peke's used the teleport. He's been able to pick up one. Now barrier is down. Peke's low on mana. Zuna dropped to 150 HP. Final rush is going to be enough. Peke with the double kill, 3-for-1 to Fnatic.
That teleport definitely paying off right now. He's able to turn that completely around. Even though first blood going to Vulcan, 3 kills for Fnatic, all assisted.
And the first blood was secured with Bloodwater, the support. That's not ideal when it's your carries you want to give the gold to. Yellowstar and Peke trading as much damage on this tower as they can before their minion wave is taken out. And Peke hasn't even lost in form up in the top lane. Ignite is burning on Psycho Sid as Soaz is going to have his cell division. Not even going to get popped just yet. But let's bounce. Hemoplay, Ghost, Flash, everything blown in that top lane.
So many summoners are down for Vulcan now. Their bottom lane is no summoners as well. They do have a pink ward for this dragon though. And because Peke just recalled, it is going to be Vulcan actually answering with an objective. Very smart move right here. Even though they lost out on the kills, they took advantage of the low health of that mid laner to grab something back.
That keeps the gold basically even right now. 200 gold separates these two teams, and that's a good start. Cyanide trying to extend that a little bit further. Realizing the dragon was going on, he's going to steal away this red buff from under Vulcan's nose.
Very good counter here from Cyanide. Whenever you do have that vision of the opponent jungler, you need to take advantage of it. And all said, I think Fnatic still came out definitely ahead in that last foray down bottom. Even though Mandatory Cloud was able to shove mid, he's still behind in minions because Peke took a lot from the bottom lane.
As it stands right now, Pushu's returned to lane with those 2 assists with a BF sword. So that's going to be a lot of damage being traded if he can land.
Vladimir's trying to place his ward right now into Cyanide with red buff.
So Cyanide's putting some very good damage down. Realizes Hemoplague's not up.
No
More is
summoners.
that. Take a look at that. The slingshot comes in. There's no bounce either, but the stretching slingshot does catch. Sid is slowed down. Red buff is up. It's going to be ticking, and Cyanide secures it. In the bottom lane, Pushu with the BF sword is going to secure a kill into Zuna, and Fnatic with a 5-1 kill lead are in great position right now.
Bloodwater not level 6, no crescendo for him. That means Zuna's going to go down. Good job again, Fnatic taking advantage. No summoners there for Vulcan, top or bottom, so they get repeat kills.
As it stands right now, Smithy's trying to set something up in the mid lane. Spirit Rush is available. Peke dashes to the right, has 2 more procs available, and he's going to be able to stay out of range of that cocoon and does actually get out cleanly. Now Yellowstar and Pushu are applying damage to this tower, and it's a couple auto attacks away. This is going to be first tower of the game. Falling to these minions, most likely, Fnatic are going to try to even up this global objective score.
Okay, so minions do get that early turret, but the dragon was already taken by Vulcan, so they won't, that extra control for the bottom lane won't do a lot for them in the near future. And we'll have to see at this point, will Zuna go the route of Genja and freeze that bottom lane? Or will he try and shove it back and get his team some more pressure on the map elsewhere.
Well, talking about decision-making of players, Mancloud's going the way of Xpeke from game 1 with his Lissandra. His first big item is a Negatron Cloak. That didn't work out for Peke when they played Vulcan. He didn't have the damage necessary, and we see he has to deal with Peke's early Fiendish Codex and presence, and Mancloud's got the defensive start.
Yeah, well, he's definitely thinking there's 2 solo lane APs up there, and then his team has the Elise and the Vladimir as well, so someone over there with an Abyssal Scepter will be nice in the late game, pulling down the magic resists of Fnatic. Means that his lane right now in the middle is going to be safer, yet the kill potential is not very high at all.
Mancloud now falling further and further behind. Over 20 CS behind Peke right now. Teleport will be up in the not too distant future. As around about 20-25 seconds on that cooldown. And we'll have to see whether or not Fnatic want to make another play. There's no tower on that bottom lane. So if Zuna and Bloodwater stay extended trying to farm, they're at risk of being jumped on by Peke's Ahri.
Yeah, so far it looks like, even though Vulcan have had so much footage of this Fnatic, this exact Fnatic style, not doing a great job of adapting. The early teleport really turned this in Fnatic's favor.
Once again, giving away that Ahri. It's something that Vulcan did during picks and bans. Their final ban was Orianna and not Ahri. Right now, Fnatic grouping up in this mid lane. There's 4 of them here available, trying and shove down this lane. You can see Zuna not freezing lane in his tower, instead pushing it down towards Fnatic. And Fnatic going to get a 4 versus 3 potential. Remember, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up if anyone steps out of line.
Mancloud does have his ultimate ready, but he's stunned right now.
Does get rooted down. Stranglethorns throws them up, and that's a pretty awkward engagement for Fnatic. They didn't seem to commit to it.
Look, they chunked out half of Mandatory Cloud's life, though. That is one of the weaknesses of Lissandra. Yes, she does have an immunity that she can cast. However, she can't do anything if she gets CC'd from 100% to 0. They didn't dive in on that one because they couldn't chain them. But still, chunking him out to 50% means there's not a lot of aggression they can return.
A lot of damage going onto that tower as well, dropping into a couple hundred hit points. We see that Pushu. He's returned to the bottom lane to stay even on CS with Zuna. However, he's sitting on that pickaxe and BF sword, so significantly higher attack damage to the Vamp Scepter Berserker's Greaves that Zuna has to deal with. Now we see Sid and Soaz. They continue their island battle, as it were. Both of these top laners, for both of these teams, in fact, play that stick alone in the top lane. That's a crescendo into a Glacial Doom. Peke is going to Spirit Rush away.
Oh,
he's still alive.
Cyanide.
He survives. The Cyanide takes the ace in the hole. The Grasping Roots in the background locks up Vulcan. And in actual fact, it's Fnatic that pick up a kill. Here comes Soaz. Slingshots in. He interrupts Mancloud. Mancloud cannot get away with the Claw of Doom. It signals his doom. Zuna flashes forward. Cyanide gets away with about 10 HP. Now they turn their attention onto Zuna. Ignite's ticking. It's not going to be enough to pick up the kill. But Fnatic grab 2, and all of a sudden, Peke wants to play with Psycho Sid. No Spirit Rush. Sid's going to get away.
Sid will easily be able to ghost out of that. But the dive right there, where they tried to hold down Ahri, was the plan with Lissandra. They even used Crescendo for that as well. But a beautiful body block from Cyanide, saving Peke's life. And then there was just not enough damage with that Lissandra going Negatron Cloak early. Also, Cyanide was able to get out of that alive. Again, Lissandra, huge weakness with being interrupted by crowd controls. Amazingly played there by Fnatic.
Fnatic are now 4,000 gold in the lead. They're going to secure their 4th tower of the game. They have the bottom inner turret. They have all outer turrets. And Peke, even though he doesn't have teleport, he's going to be playing the split push role. Kobe, it's almost like you know how Fnatic play.
Well, yeah. we talked about it before. Teams are very aware of this. It looks like Vulcan are trying to answer that split push with this dragon.
Oh, the Ash Arrow goes in. It's not going to be enough. Smithy's going to be able to smite that one. Cyanide, actually one of the best smite stealers in the business. Not this time,
It's worth noting that was extremely impressive there by Smithy. He was able to get it away. Cyanide known for stealing dragons.
Peke just got his Spirit Rush available, so if Sid gets caught by another charm like that, Peke may have enough damage to kill him. He's got the Needlessly Large Rod plus that Athenes and Holy Grail already completed, and a very healthy CS lead over his opposite number. There's no MR for Sid to deal with it. He can sustain well, but he's not going to survive the burst super efficiently.
And it's definitely up to him to deal with this Peke split push too. So we'll have to see how that one turns out later and how the vision control of this Lizard side Vulcan jungle does turn out. Because right now, Fnatic are taking advantage of this Caitlyn bottom. They pretty much have free reign over the red buff.
This is the second red buff steal in a row for Fnatic. The last one went to Cyanide once again. Sid gets charmed up by Peke. A lot of damage goes down. Here comes Soaz from the back line. They're just trying to focus down this turret. Peke eating a ton of turret hits.
Zuna has recalled though, so Caitlyn will be joining the Vulcan team. If Fnatic try and stick around to finish off this turret, it would be very dangerous.
Oh, Peke, realizing he's dropped very low, has fallen backwards. That would have been tower number 5 for Fnatic if they'd stuck around, but they have not. And you have to imagine that once Peke rejoins that lane, it won't take him too long to be able to actually finish off that last couple of hits.
Thing is, it's so early that it's very hard at 16 minutes in here for Bloodwater to get an Oracles and clear out this vision. It looks like he's going for it though. He's bought an Oracles plus a Vision Ward here. He's going to do his best to clear out all of the wards that Fnatic just placed in their red side invade. The only thing is they've already stolen away the crucial thing in that jungle, which is the red buff. Now they'll be looking for picks there.
Well, Pushu once again returning to that bottom lane just as that very large wave of minions is about to crash into his tower. He has the red and had the blue buff available, so can allow him to just clear out that wave even quicker. In the mid, we see Soaz trying to set a fight up. In fact, does have that slingshot available if he wants to jump in instead. Just the presence of Soaz, Peke, and Cyanide is enough to force Vulcan backwards, and they're not even able to contest in 3v5. They weren't fully aware of where
they have to be very, very careful because of the Crystal Arrow. That's always got to be in the back of your mind whenever you're playing against an Ashe team. They can initiate from so far away. Crystal Arrow into Elastic Slingshot.
And we've already seen Pushu throwing out that arrow onto ManCloud the last time the mid tower was under pressure. Look at Yellowstar and Peke's positioning. With Flash and Spirit Rush available, Peke may actually just dive over a wall if anyone eats that giant Enchanted Crystal Arrow. A bunch of wards going down trying to get vision. You can see this is what Fnatic are currently dealing with. It's just a matter of seeing who steps out of line first.
Peke also has his Deathfire Grasp. So he's looking to 100% either Zuna or Bloodwater. He got the charm!
Charm does land on Bloodwater. It's not going to be enough. First proc of Spirit Rush. I think it was used there by Peke. We'll see if he decides to continue in. Yellowstar's hanging around on the backside. Spirit Rush proc 2 is down. Glacial Doom comes out. Now the arrow does catch Sid. That is immense. There's been no Hemo Plague yet. They've traded mid laner for support in mid lane. Now Sid forced backwards. The Hemo Plague was out, only catching Pushu. That's not going to be enough to kill him. Psycho Sid's going to be the next victim as we do see the Cell division coming up. Cyanide has got a double kill in the background, and Zuna, the only member of Vulcan to survive. Fnatic now turn their attention to this mid inner turret. Zuna's still alive, but he can't defend against 4.
Again, Vulcan used everything to burst down Peke there. They get him, but now they're going to get Ace.
Cyanide jumped in. He didn't even use his Dragon Rage. Zuna now on the other side. Root comes out, not going to be enough. Stretching strike from Soaz finishes it up. That's a delayed ace from Fnatic and tower number 5 to stack it up.
Cyanide trying to kick him back into the rest of his team. Okay, so they get Peke with the ult into the crescendo, into the Zyra knockup. Very good answer here from Yellowstar to counter all of the initiate that Vulcan put out. And that Zyra Stranglethorn just won them the engage. Knocked everybody up after Burning Crescendo as well as the Ice Tomb. There was no more left for Vulcan.
Vulcan basically became a flying team in that engagement. So many knockups coming in from Zac, from Zyra. They couldn't do a thing. Now ManCloud's trying to pick up his blue buff. We see Smithy. He does get charmed. Here comes Peke. DFG was used. Second proc of Spirit Rush. The third one still going to be used to finish off the blue. And that's another kill going to Fnatic. This time landing in Yellowstar's hands. 3-0-8.
At this point, Peke also has all the things that he needs to be a solo split pusher. He's got his magic resist. He also has his Deathfire, which is the killing potential, but he's used everything in that last pick.
Hemo Plague did go down. A good charm onto ManCloud. Now Glacial Prison is available, but you see ManCloud decides not to chase, decides to fall backwards. Pushu's going to land his last auto attack to secure tower number 6 and give Fnatic an even bigger gold lead. That's around about 8,000 gold right now. It's actually Pushu taking the turn on doing that split pushing. Fnatic's so far ahead, they can admit they're AD carry.
Well, yeah, it's Peke down bottom pulling resources over to his side of the map. Very confident Ashe play right there because of the hog shot, even though they don't have wards in red side anymore. Able to get another turret for Fnatic, and they are looking like they're going to run away with this one. Krepo and Monty may have been right there. Seeing the Fnatic playstyle is not the same as actually playing against it and practicing.
I have to question the Lissandra pick as well. It hasn't worked out for ManCloud. He's such a strong player, and you feel that maybe on the champions could have done more. Now, red buff is going to be secured here for Vulcan. This is the first one in 3 that they've been able to get their hands on. You see Pushu and the rest of Fnatic, they are pushing up the mid lane. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available. As you see Yellow Star, he's clearing out wards at Baron, so keep that in mind. Now, Peke threw the charm out if ManCloud had landed, and it would have caught, but not this time. Now they've kept the Ash Arrow down onto Smithy. He has no repel to fall backwards. Expeke does get locked up by the tube. Crescendo catches him and Pushu, which is immense. We do see that a great survive there as the Locket of the Island Solari keeps Peke alive. Now Pushu turns his focus onto Sid. That's 4 quick kills back to back to back, and that Locket keeping Peke alive. That's the tower down. This is going to be the inhibitor as well, and Fnatic may continue to push.
That was very beautiful play there by Pushu, picking up those last 3 kills, going under the turret. But again, the Frozen Tomb into Crescendo onto Peke seems to be what Vulcan were having as the answer, and it did not work out. There's a surrender.
Vulcan calling it quits at 21 minutes, 30 seconds. Fnatic now convincingly in the lead of Group B. And it's hard to find faults in the gameplay. Vulcan simply outplayed.
The whole time that I was over there at Gamescom with you, watching Fnatic play live for the first time, and they kept on getting Ashe Zyra and Ahri or Fizz with teleport split push. Nobody really had an answer even over in EU. I don't think many teams are going to want to give them that combo again.
Well, very first time Vulcan played them, they banned Ashe out. Vulcan they knew that it could come. They'd done their prep. They banned it in game 1. Game 2 let it slip through, and Fnatic snapped it up. I mean, that was their second and third pick. Ashe Zyra and said, thank you very much. We've got Ahri, we've got Ashe Zyra. Like, whoever else we pick, doesn't really matter. We got the core elements of our comp.
Yeah, they got all 3 right off the bat, and Peke didn't even have to do that much split pushing that game. He used his teleport early to get the early advantage, and after that, he just got too many items.
Before this game, Peke had a 10 KDA over the first 4 games they've played. I see that Pushu had an 11 KDA. That's just going to get even higher. They started off really badly against Vulcan. Vulcan completely smashed them. And since that game onwards, Fnatic have just gotten better and better and better, and who's going to stop them?
No Yorick, then no win for Vulcan.
Guys, let's send this one over to Riv and crew for a breakdown of Fnatic's incredibly strong win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and an incredibly strong win indeed coming out of that game. Doublelift with the only pick on to Vulcan. However, it did not go through. You guys
How does it feel?
advancing in that?
I was wrong.
We went with the love. Vulcan felt the love, but couldn't feel for the win. It was a few mistakes as we had picked out before. We're going to start with picks and bans, however, right off the bat. Freak, what were we seeing in this? We were saying both teams kind of pretty much got the cream of the crop there, but it was an execution.
Yeah, these teams both got to run, I think, really solid compositions. They executed their own game plans. It wasn't like one of those Ozone, we're playing Rise because it's all we can play sort of things. It was they got to run comps they actually wanted. And it's actually what I was speaking to in the pregame about the fact that the champion pools for AD carries as well as mid laners in Europe are a little bit bigger, because here's the Ashe coming out, the Ashe Zyra combo, of course, that has been popularized.
Our first Ashe, yep.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised to not see it sooner.
But. Yeah,
the rise of Corki kind of helped with that, though.
Sure, of course, but even with all these options on the table and all these other carries available, it's the fact that you've got guys who are familiar running a lot of utility AD carries to bring other elements to the team, and you saw it work really well right there for Fnatic.
What I liked about the picks and bans was I actually really liked the team compositions coming out of both sides, because you had a really strong pick comp with the teleport Ahri, Ashe, Zyra, Lee, and Zac, able to really punish positional mistakes. But if we look at Vulcan, Caitlyn, Elise, Lissandra, Sona, Vladimir, with that Spirit of the Spectral Wraith Vlad, you have a really strong 4-1 split push because they've got a solid siege core. And once Vlad starts getting rolling, if Vlad starts getting rolling, he's so difficult to stop. And that Ghost Flash combo on Vlad with Spectral Wraith was, we originally saw Reaper playing it in Korea, Jin Air Falcons, and then that transitioned over into like a lot of Flames play on Blaze as well. So that's where this kind of strategy comes from. But it is really, really difficult because you always have to send 2 people to stop the Vlad. And with double summoners, and if he skills into utility with the CDR, or the summoner spell reduction, he can just get away every time.
Yeah, and I really like both of these team comps, but I agree Fnatic picked way better than Vulcan this game. If you think about Vulcan's comp, Vlad has to get going before he's able to have any game impact, whereas Zac is just always strong throughout the game. Basically, Vulcan has to play perfectly and not die, which is exactly what they did for their comp to work, because Vlad has to actually be able to put a lot of tower pressure in the side lanes before they can start having that 4-man siege. So obviously Vulcan just misplayed really badly bottom lane, and that snowballed the game.
There's actually something that happened top lane as well, as Soaz, though he was behind in minion kills, started making moves top lane actually. He actually burned the summoner spells of Sid fairly early on, around level 6-7, and that allowed Cyanide to then show up for a gank. And it's like, oh, he doesn't have flash. It's pretty much a free kill. Just will kill the Vlad, no problem. And that happened there. And it let also the Vlad stop from getting big, as you pointed out.
At the same time, though, if we wouldn't have had the early mistakes from Vulcan, the team fight they had was really scary. Because now the team fights we saw were like wombo combos and really one-sided. But if you have to fight against like triple invulnerability almost, with Lissandra being able to ulti herself, Vladimir pulling, Caitlyn being untouchable, it's going to be really hard for Fnatic to fight that on even levels. But they really played the pick on well. They really played well with the teleport as well. And they just got the lead they needed.
Well, with that early lead, too, we saw that Vulcan couldn't really play that split push style. And if you're going Spectral Wraith Vlad, that is not for team fighting. You want Zhonya's on that team fighting Vlad. So if you get to a point where Fnatic is forcing 5v5s on you with the Spectral Wraith Vladimir, you're in really big trouble.
And talking about that early lead, we have a replay to show you. We'll get that up on your screen. Crepo's going to walk you through it. But before we start this off, Crepo, just kind of go through what your idea on this was and why we need to watch it again.
Okay, so this is a really vital point in the game. When First Blood happens, if Vulcan gets it, they get ahead enough so they can really stall for the late game, get their composition rolling. At the same time, Fnatic, if they have teleport, which needs to be respected. What's going to happen here later is basically Bloodbath will be walking forward, and that's really interesting because when bot lanes get ganked, sometimes you don't even need to see the jungler because you see a shift in behavioral patterns. If somebody's playing the same way all the time, moving back and forth on the same line, and suddenly he shifts his behavioral pattern forward, like Bloodwater will do once we're on the clip, it pretty much gives Fnatic, hey, what's going on? He would never play this aggressive. He hasn't played this aggressive. At least it's coming. So if we roll the crypt right now, we can see what happens. Sona goes forward, tries to get the exhaust on Ashe, which is a really good idea. But there comes Xmithie. He comes in, exhaust goes on Ashe. Really good roots by Zyra. Pops the ulti as well. Doesn't have ulti red. Flashes from Pushu. This is money. Money barrier right there. Baits Bloodwater under the tower, and at the same time, we didn't even see it because that's how quick it went. Expect it teleports in, picks up Zuna for a 3-for-1 exchange.
Yeah, right on that ward that was nearly expired too. Couldn't have
Didn't even need the
time.
ward because they had the minions, and because they shift their behavior pattern so early, Fnatic can really call, say, hey, we're getting ganked. They don't even need to see the jungle yet, we're getting ganked. Which means Peke has about 5 seconds to move away, teleport, and still be in time to pick all those kills
all the
up.
time in the world.
Yeah. And there was actually even a pink ward that Vulcan had put down in the brush right above the lizard camp to guarantee that that gank path did not have wards on it. They know he's coming in from darkness, and we still see the Sona come up.
You should always make sure you let the jungler reveal himself before you go, unless the only other option is flash exhaust by Sona, guaranteeing that the Ashe is locked up.
And that's just like a straight out of the book of risk versus reward, because I feel like there's a lot of ways to misplay that, especially mostly because of XPK taking TP. And you should respect the fact that Fnatic always turns around bottom lane ganks with TP. You see that like a lot in their games, even here. And all Vulcan really had to do was wait for Vlad to get big. They didn't have to make any big plays. They didn't have to snowball their lanes to win the game. They just had to take it nice and slow and just make sure that Vlad was getting big.
Well, quickly for that play in the bottom lane that we just watched from Crepo, as an AD carry, when is it the right move to move in? Because you're going to have to be able to catch up to your jungler. When is that, the 50-50 call to make it right or wrong?
Well, I think it's best to coordinate it so that both of you are there at the same time. Like, if Sona had waited like 2 or 3 seconds, and then the second that they see Elise, then you start moving forward and you both sandwich them, when they're overextended, that's the best time. It was a big tell when Sona just started moving forward.
You have to understand why she did it, though. Like, we don't want to really bash him. Because basically, the guy was moving back and forth on last hits, and every time, it's really scary as a support when you know like you have an exhaust to slow people down. Once people back and forth in the last hits, you think, okay, he's going to run. If he spots Elise now, we can never catch up. Basically, you have to wait for somebody to go for a last hit. That works with anything in lane. Trades, like baits, whatever. So whenever somebody's last hitting, they're occupied, they're busy, their auto attacks on cooldown rather, and then you can capitalize.
All right, so where do we see Fnatic obviously going from here? A win over Vulcan that was quite strong. We saw it. No falters, especially the Wombo combos coming in. They used the composition extensively.
Cyanide played really, really well this game.
Cyanide, I believe he died 0 times.
Yeah,
correct.
So.
Yeah.
Some savers with shield kicks, like turns around in middle. He flanked, turned around and pushed by Vulcan and just got a kill out of that and escaped.
And just overall, you know, anybody take this away. What's your overall thought on continuously picking new champions? Because we're definitely seeing a variety come out. We just saw the Ashe. We've seen different. We saw Nocturne in the first few days. It's the 4th day in here. People are still bringing out new things. How much does that affect the game?
I think that's really important for teams to display so much breadth. Now, you could say, well, I want to hide our strategies. I want to hide the Ashe Zyra, hope no one watched the EU regional, and then bring it out in the quarters or something against a team who doesn't know you. Okay, you can do that, and maybe that's the right call. But also, I just like the fact that teams can come out here and say, look, there's no point banning us out anymore. Like, you almost just sow more confusion into the pick-ban phase where you're like, look, you've got way too many viable options to ban away. You can't remove any of our options, and it's almost intimidating because there's no plan now for your opponents.
Yeah, and really there's no point in hiding anything in group stage, because if you don't make it out of groups, then what are you hiding it for? Like quarterfinals that you're not even going to make it into? Right now is crunch time. If you win and secure, and you make sure that Vulcan, well, right now Vulcan has 3 losses, so it's incredibly hard for them to make it out of the group stage, which makes it even easier for Fnatic to make it out.
This wide variety of champions actually makes it so that people can't really ban out a player anymore, but they have to start banning out strategies they don't play well against. And that separates the good teams from the best teams, because you can easily pinpoint a player with a small champion pool and say, hey, we're going to make sure that guy doesn't get into the game. But once the coaches have to really read, like this team has 3 different strategies in which 2 different champions are really the pinpoints, that's when League of Legends pick and bans phase starts to get really, really interesting.
So what do you have then when you have extra players? When you have players like Looper and Home or Big Pomelo and Coma? How much does that affect the game when you can put somebody new in with a completely different champion pool?
I mean, it would, but I mean, what we're seeing from Ozone is Shen Zach, which is what Ohm plays anyway.
Right,
So I feel like Looper is maybe just a little more versatile version of Ohm.
Okay.
And Big Pomelo Coma maybe a little different, but I don't think that those subs are as interesting. I think that's going to become the big question once Naj and Sword starts playing with, because Song and Nagne are very different players.
All right. So with that, let's take a look at the Group B standings. With their win, Fnatic jumps into a comfortable 1st place lead. And earlier today, we asked you guys, with all these games, which player has surprised you the most in Group B so far, and why? And here's what you all had to say, and the mice you will win. The most surprising player from Darksteel 19 says, for me, in the group stage is ManCloud. He is usually so consistent, but he has had a rough time so far.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to explode out, and he did. But then he just kind of tapered off as the tournament has gone on. I haven't seen him put on nearly as good performance as he did against Dade. And it's just really surprising to me because I had such high expectations for him. I think maybe the nerves are getting to him, or really just like Vulcan's lack of cohesion, it seems.
Although this game, Peke was playing really, really far back. He was just saying, like, you can push me all day, I'll just farm, but I have my teleport to get around that. So that was really good.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really good because he couldn't get any like kills off. ManCloud couldn't get any kills off on Peke because Peke was just basically under his tower, almost farming. Respected the jungle really hard.
Yeah, and that was actually a good read. I remember as we were watching the game back here at Double F, you were talking about, like, watching Smithy. He's going to gank mid lane and own the mid lane all the time. Look how brutal it's going to be to fight Elise Lissandra. And Peke's like,
it was brutal.
Yes.
Not fighting this.
European mid laners are really just like on another level, I feel.
Well, especially though, I mean, Xpeke is such a great Ahri player, but he plays Ahri very differently than anybody else, of course, with that teleport. But not only that, he always builds Athenes first, so he has that.
One of those only guys.
Yeah,
that
he has that extra little bit of MR too, which if you're talking about Elise and Lissandra, that's a great thing to have in that lane.
Alrighty, and the next one, Zazzleton, the late descendants of the Rivingtons. Puju has been a good surprise for me. He's really showing that he deserves to be here after people were shouting for Reckless. And this is actually interesting because even NA has seen players that they say we're bringing him back, but then they don't.
Yeah, and this is interesting because, sure, yeah, people have subs in the roster and they're going to test people, and then the guys who work really well, of course, stay on the roster. And yeah, everyone, like, since the days of IPL 5 or way back when, was like, oh my gosh, Reckless is like the second coming of good AD carries in Europe. I can't wait till Europe have like really, really strong AD carries. He'll carry everyone. This is why Fnatic's doing well. And Pushu's just gotten better and better and better to the point where they're saying, you know what? No matter what, Push is going to play throughout the entire tournament because he's gotten us here. He's gelled with the team very well. He's going to do awesome. Then Reckless himself said, I'm not going to join Fnatic if they win the World Championship. If you believe him or not, he says, I'm not going to join because they're clearly the best team without me.
I actually know Reckles quite well, and I think this is the best situations for both of them. You don't want to be a sub coming in really cold in a World Championship when all the pressure is always... It's a little different for, let's say, Looper because he's unknown, but if Reckles is really, really well respected, and imagine if he would do mediocre or bad here, he would get a lot of stuff thrown at him for it. While Pusu, he deserves it. He's been playing a really solid split. He's improving vastly, and this could be his mark on the League of Legends scene, and hopefully allowing him for him to stay competitive.
All right. And our next tweet from T. Franklin Bro says, my biggest surprise is Genja. He's been playing pretty well, and Trinity Force Kog'Maw is now a thing thanks to him. I don't know if everybody else is saying thanks to him, but we are seeing more Trinity Force Kog'Maw.
Yeah, it's an interesting build. Actually, I know we talked about this a little bit. I don't know if you still like the build anymore, Doublelift, but
I'm a hater.
He hasn't used it yet.
Still, oh sure, that's fair. But yeah, it gives you some extra sort of burst in there. You can be kind of a caster, which is sort of the Genja playstyle anyway. Gives them the movement speed and stuff. So yeah, it's fun, and Genja's always been someone to be pretty innovative.
All right, and Bolin Jim, our final one, says, Dade has surprised me the most. I was expecting Ozone to really dominate, but his performance has been underwhelming. So a surprise kind of in the different direction.
Yeah, and Dade's performance has been underwhelming, and that's why I'm really looking forward to seeing this next game coming up here in a little bit between Fnatic and Ozone to see if he's actually gotten it back together, because he played a very strong mid-Ezreal earlier today, and it's a team-wide thing too, because Dandy hasn't been on point with the counter ganks either, so that game that we saw against Gambit, Dandy was much more on point. That really helped Dade out. So we'll have to see if they're back on form enough to take out Fnatic, who's looking extremely strong right now.
All right, gentlemen. We'll always move things along. Congratulations to the winners of the Logitech Gaming Mice. Those are some surprising tweets.
Now keep hitting us up with your picks. And for the surprise player all day, we are at Level Esports. Be sure to use the hashtag Worlds.
And speaking of surprises, most of you guys got that last game right, which is actually pretty surprising. So let's see if you can do it again for our third game of the day. We have Mneski versus Gambit. How are you guys feeling about this? Krepo, we'll launch it off with you.
I think I'm going to go for Gambit. I really hope I don't jinx him again.
All right, so we got a Gambit. Doublelift?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to vote for Mneski here because they haven't won a game yet, so I'm just going to go with Gambit.
All right.
I'm agreeing. Gambit, I still think they're going to make it out of the group, so Gambit for me as well.
I decided to pick the names alphabetically, and Gambit came first, so that's my choice.
Awesome. You guys are definitely using some logic for these ones. We've got to take a quick break, but when we return, Mneski takes on Gambit in our third match of the day. Plus, Shox is going to talk to Xpeke and Soaz about their win. Don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship, live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Here comes Soaz. Slingshots in. He interrupts Nightcloud. Nightcloud cannot get away with the Claw of Doom. It signals his doom. Suna flashes forward. Cyanide gets away with about 10 HP.
Nice! Good job.
Good.
GG guys. Well played. Good job.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. Mineski and Gambit are getting ready to square off in just a few minutes. But first, I'd like to welcome Soaz and Xpeke, of course, from Fnatic, coming off an impressive victory. The difference with the last game against Vulcan couldn't be bigger. Tell me what you mainly focused on coming into this matchup.
Well, after the first game we had against Volcom, I think our main target was not lose the game early. Like, just focus on the level 1, don't die level 1, go equal level 1, and if we're equal in lanes, we can find lanes and in team fights with the setup we have for sure. We aim to get a good setup, and we actually got a way better setup than we thought we would get. So it was just about having a safe early and win it in team fights.
Okay, and talking about setup, no Yorick for you this time around. So as you went for a Zach matchup, eventually versus Vlad, which Zach shouldn't have an easy time winning, but how did it go for you?
Let's pick Vladimir against Zach because it's a good matchup. Told Sign I had before the game, just try to cover mid and gank bottom if you can. Just leave me top one-on-one. And as soon as I'm like six or a bit more, we can try top. And I make him waste his summoner at level 6 or 7, I don't remember. And after I signed to come top and we get a kill. And yeah, after that, I was fine. But the only thing you have to do against Zach is try to get your turret really fast if you get a kill. Otherwise, Vlad is just gonna, as soon as Vlad have more level and revolver, he can snowball the lane really hard.
Mm-hmm. And you had a matchup versus ManCloud, Ari versus Lissandra. Tell me a little bit about your experience playing versus him and maybe the other mid laners that you've been up against in this tournament.
Well, I didn't think he would pick Lissandra. Because versus Ari, Lissandra is good before 6. With Elise, it's really good. They could pretty much one-shot me. But if I decide to play passive, there is nothing they can really do. And that's what I was doing, just farming and not letting them kill me or anything. And I had teleport, and thanks to it, I got 2 kills bottom, and after that, it was over. Like, he took Ignite, wanting to kill me, but I think teleport would have been way better for him, because he should kind of expect from me to not play aggressive. Like, I'm not going to go on him if I don't know where the jungler is, and he cannot really go on me if I'm playing defensive and I can charm him. So I think he did fine. Their idea was really good of just ganking me and killing me a lot, but I just play passive, and thanks to teleport, it didn't hurt me at all.
All right, now, of course, 4-1 right now, but going up against Ozone later, an incredibly important matchup, and we just saw them beating Gambit, so how are you going into that?
We're gonna prepare like any other match, like prepare for picks, bans, level 1, everything. Try to don't do the same as the last game, and maybe try to surprise them again.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Incredible performance. Good luck in your next matchup. As for us, we're going to head over to Kobe and Trevor for more group stage action.
Thank you very much, Shox. It is time for our third game of the day, and this time it features Southeast Asia's Mineski taking on Europe's Gambit Gaming.
Even though Gambit did win the first head-to-head match in only 24 minutes, for the first 13 minutes, it was anyone's game. Mineski got first blood and kept Diamond in check during the early phase, but Gambit exploded mid-game thanks to Alex's Ari and Genja's Corki. Gambit are coming into this one after a loss, and they're now tied with Ozone. They need every win if they want to catch up to Fnatic.
It's going to be a difficult task. This is definitely a game that they should, in theory, have in the bag. We've already seen them outplaying Mineski on an individual level, even after giving up first blood and sort of trading even on that CS. But it's really going to be up to them to take the initiative, because if they play like they did against Ozone and let Mineski get towers or get map control, they run the risk of actually losing another game.
We'll have to see how much Mineski have learned, because they keep on saying, you know, after every game, they're taking away a lot from each loss that they're having here. And, you know, if they build all that up, then they go with something. What if they just straight up copy the strategy of Ozone and execute it?
Well, we'll see how it works. Let's check out those starting lineups, guys. Spawning on the blue side, it is going to be Mineski with Snoy in the top lane, Kaigu in the jungle, Yume in the mid, with EXO and TG as your AD carry and support. Some Kaigu fans in the back.
A lot of Kaigu fans. In the red, though, it is Gambit Gaming. Darian is up top. Diamond is in the jungle. Alex is at mid. Genja's on AD, and Voidal is supporting.
Well, we're about to jump into Champ Select, and I want to touch on what you were mentioning, that with each game, Mineski are getting better and better. They had a very hard loss to Gambit, but against Fnatic, They held on for 10 minutes longer. They almost had their Nexus taken down 17, lost it to 27. Against Vulcan, they actually outplayed Vulcan in several of the fights. I mean, I distinctly remember a 3-for-1 trade at Dragon, where TG and EXO just kited and baited ManCloud's Karthus. There was a flash in to save EXO flashed in to save TG from the ace in the hole, so they have the ability to make plays.
They've had those moments of brilliance, but they need to pull it all together into a cohesive game.
Well, first ban out the gate, Renekton taken away from Darien. That's one of Darien's signature champions. He's been playing it for a very long time, and super close up there of Darien on his screen for the time being. Thresh, this time taken away from TG as well as from Voidal. He doesn't tend to trend towards that Thresh.
I want to see what Mneski are going with this. It looks like just powerful champions all across the map here. They're going down bottom lane even now, taking out the Corki. Everyone knows how much Genja loves this these Trinity Force ADs.
So, Sona, I was going to say Zed and Ari still up and running. Of those, 2 of them still available. We might see Mneski maybe first pick at Sona. It's something we have seen multiple times as well.
Now, we have seen Zed given to only Reginald so far. Gambit could leave Zed up, but it does sort of show sort of some disrespect, I guess, when you leave that up against teams. Zed is up. Okay, there's an instant lock-in. They're going to go with it. We'll see how Mneski can actually perform with him, because he is considered the premier assassin right now.
And the question is, what are Gambit going to do to counter? Now, we've actually seen Peke in EU trying to run Kennen mid to survive against Zed, and he's held off. It was against Alex as well. Alex, not really a Kennen player, but the point is there are some different options in dealing with Zed, and we'll see how they decide to play this
now,
out.
After just seeing that last Lissandra game, Lissandra does well against Zed. She can make herself immune at level 6, avoid the damage from Deathmark. She's a very good sort of soft counter to Zed.
Well, we'll see how Gambit decides to play this one out. Once again, first picking Elise. Didn't work out for them quite as effectively against Ozone, but it's good to see big smiles across the faces of all of the players that are flashing across your screen right now. Gambit definitely taking their time, talking it out, discussing what they want to lock in, but I do expect the Sona to be locked in for Voidal.
Yeah.
It is his strongest support by a long margin.
Like you said, before that last one, he was forced off Sona. He plays it every single game.
Yeah, it's definitely preferred.
Crowd control is extremely strong against Zed too. His weakness is if you can lock him down with, the Lissandra Frozen Tomb would be great, but also Crescendo. If you can land that Crescendo on him and burst him down quickly before he gets off a good combo, it's also a pretty good answer.
To be fair, it is a theory that works on most champions. If you lock them with Crescendo,
if you lock them down and kill them before they can do anything,
that's next level.
You should try that strategy versus everybody.
We'll have to see how the rest of the team comp does line up here for Gambit, because Diamond Prox could run Elise. They could also give it to Darien. It's something that we see. Darien and Diamond actually share champion pools. You've seen the Aatrox has also been swapped and interchanged between them. As it stands right now, Mneski, they've locked in Zyra, they've locked in Lee Sin. So they're leaving their top laner and AD carry for their last 2 picks, waiting to see what the rest of Gambit are doing with their comp. I'm not believing. I'm not believing. Now, Gambit has played this. As a team, Gambit has played this. However, it was Spontex that used it when he was substituting for Darien. They actually put him in the mid lane. It didn't work out too well for them. It was a tough thing for Spontex to come in and do during week 3, I think it was, of the LCS. But this time around, it is going to swap over. A more traditional pick in the Orianna.
Actually, you were mentioning the Orianna in the last Gambit game, wondering why they hadn't picked it before, because it was left up.
So Orianna is a champion Alex has fallen back on multiple times during the course of the split, and while he's not the most flashy Orianna player, he is incredibly proficient at it. When they played in Moscow, he survived situations with that command protect he should never have survived, and I'm happy to see him going back to it. I feel in the comp against Ozone, that would have solved their initiation problems.
It works very well with both Elise and with Aatrox. Aatrox is still up, with Mneski already locking in Lee Sin as well. I expect for them to bypass that Aatrox, so Gambit could essentially go with pretty much a very similar duo here with Darien and Diamond, go with the Elise Aatrox again, and this time being backed up by the Orianna, who provides not only shield, magic resist, armor. She also has that shockwave that can come on for the initiate when you go in with one of those melee champions.
We'll see how they wrap that one out. Genja going to be going for that Trinity Force Cogmore, most likely as it stands. Mineski really trying to feel out their options, toying with this idea of Nidalee. I believe that's locked in if I'm not being mistaken. So potential top lane Nidalee could go AP, could go Bruiser, split push Nidalee. The question's going to be up to Snow what he wants to play.
There are definitely a lot of options now. Zed is also a top lane viable champion, but I'm definitely leaning towards the Bruiser Nidalee up top, running with Spirit Visage and an Iceborne Gauntlet. She is a split-pushing, tower-destroying machine that is incredibly hard to get out of lane. Because of the extra healing that she gets from that and all the cooldown reduction, very, very difficult to deal with.
So the question now for Gambit, do they want Aatrox? And more importantly, where are they going to put that Elise? We have seen Darien running it in the top lane. We have seen Diamond running it in the jungle. And we have seen them both running Aatrox. So there may be a power struggle within Gambit saying, I want Aatrox. I want to have that Bloodwell available. And we'll see who it's going to land in, because this is now the question.
All right, so locking that one in. At the moment, they're hovering over Diamond running the Elise this time. They could always switch that up. But I also like the Orianna shield versus any Zed. You can put that on the Zed target that he's looking to burst down as well to mitigate that one that you're trying to assassinate, because Mineski's team right now, if it's a Bruiser Nidalee, they aren't the best at team fighting. So it's probably going to be split up here. They'll have this Nidalee that's incredibly hard to get out of lane, and then also Zed, who's a great duelist and strong split pusher himself, could even be a 3-1-1 situation.
So this is going to be a matchup that we haven't seen at all, the Aatrox versus Nidalee, and we're seeing it at Worlds. Let's take a look how you guys were voting as the teams load into the Rift. According to LOLesports.com, 92% of you think that Gambit will win this match.
I think that's 1% more for Mineski than they got last time. Last time they were only at 7%.
You are correct.
Now they're at 8%.
You are
so
correct.
they're slowly moving up.
The Kaigu fans are definitely jumping in. They're voting for Mineski. And, you know, we have seen them getting progressively better. This particular match, I think the pressure may be on Snoy's top lane Nidalee. I think as a champion, this is the first time we're seeing him here at Worlds. The onus on controlling Darien's Aatrox, which it has been locked in and confirmed, I think is really going to be crucial to this matchup.
All right, so they are going to switch up those two roles, but we already also talked about how important this game is for Gambit. After losing to Ozone, they need every win that they can get.
So 3 wins and 2 losses, or 2 wins and 3 losses, if my memory serves me correctly. I'll double check the numbers in a moment. They're sitting below Ozone right now, and as we said, if they win every single game from here on out, this is Gambit, they will tie up with Fnatic. But for Mineski here on the blue side, if they have one more loss, it basically guarantees they cannot make it out of the group stages. So pressure is definitely on. We are into game number 3 here at Worlds Day 4. Now Gambit trying to bounce back from their earlier loss to Ozone.
I think Gambit and Ozone are tied right now. So if they did lose, then they'd drop below them. They definitely don't want to do that.
Well, as it stands, all of Gambit set up very defensively. You can see each of those entrances basically being guarded off. They don't want anyone to get in or get around. Just having a quick look at Snoy's masteries right now. Just a single point of ability power. Decent MR armor to boot. So at this point in time, looking like it could go towards that Bruiser Nidalee that we've seen many times in the past.
Meanwhile, mid, they've got Yume going with the Doran shield. Definitely looking to farm through the early stages instead of starting with a red elixir for the early kills. Orianna is hard to take advantage of that early, especially when you have to worry about an Elise coming out of the jungle. Diamond does make his most frequent visits to the mid lane.
So this is the 3rd Zed of Worlds. First time that Yume has been allowed to use it. And remember that Gambit let this one go through. They did not ban it. Now their final ban was Nocturne, targeting that at Kaigu, and he switched over to another comfort pick, Lee Sin, which he played many, many times during the qualifiers here for Worlds.
I believe Zed has a 100% win rate too.
Yes, correct. I was going to highlight that. I thought, well, it's kind of a skewed stat when only one dude played him. But the rest of the games has been banned out. As it stands, very slow beginning for both of these teams. No deep wards at all. In actual fact, Mineski, they've warded fairly shallow in the river to warn of any sort of Gambit invades. Diamond Prox going to tank up that red buff. He secured that one for himself.
Look at this bush they're hiding in here. This is sort of the Fnatic bush, I guess. for Gambit. They're trying to get the early advantage, but Genja gets out just as EXO arrives.
Well, one of the things that we've also seen Darien doing was camping in that top bush with Aatrox. He was hiding, getting experience back, and maybe this is one of the outcomes of the Gambit bootcamp. A tactical decision of when to hide and leech XP and when not to. But we are going to see another straight up 2v2 and 1v1, third time today.
And in the 2v2 on Mineski here, TG has opted for no pink wards, so there's no way that he's going to be able to assure themselves that they have side bush control. So it should be fairly easy for Genja and Voidal to dodge those skill shots. They won't be coming out of blind, out of those bushes, and they won't also have to be worrying about Lee Sin Kanks coming through the side.
Well, I'll see how well it works out for them. Genja is going to at least avoid that Mystic Shard. TG and EXO doing the best they can to apply some poke, thanks to Voidal and Genja having that slight level advantage until this very second. They're going to be able to sustain any of that poke that comes down. TG not as effective as we've seen on the poking that Yellow Star was.
And since Voidal did go with Pink Ward, whereas TG bypassed them, that means that the gank potential is all for Gambit in this bottom lane.
Well, we'll see how this potential gank works here for Kaigu. He roamed to the top, was unable to help Snoy out. There's no Wraith Camp to steal, so that Sonic Wave is going to go alright. Continues to try to find opportunities, jumps onto Yumei's back, but he's going to go farm up his own Wraith Camp as we see Diamond Prox now trying to wait in the wings. A lot of damage from Alex onto Yumei.
Yeah, Diamond has just farmed up all of his small camps first. So now he's in the position to make a move. But because Alex is bullying so hard with those auto attacks, Yumei's not getting far enough up to gank.
Yumei 15 CS to the 23 of Alex Hitches. Both of those junglers have moved away. You do see that now. Kaigu trying to once again find opportunities. He's on bottom. As we look top lane here, Snoy gets jumped on by Tarion. Does manage to avoid the knockup, but eats the Blades of Torment, and that's a level 3 Blades of Torment. So Darien carefully maxing that one first, or level 2 as it were. In the bot lane, just trading. Once again, blows. That's a flash forward into Exhaust. Here comes Kaigu. Genja is going to move forward. He's going to get that Caustic Spittle down. Sidestep to Sonic Wave. First blood secured by EXO. And do you see that? Icathian Surprise. Going to put some damage down. Not going to be enough to secure any kills. And this happened the first time Mineski and Gambit played as well.
Well, pink wards don't matter. Lee Sin comes into the Tribush. There were 0 wards there from Voidal in the Tribush area. So while they had something in the side bush for the side Lee Sin ganks, he just came with the most common route of any jungler for ganking. Run right through the Tribush. Genja and Voidal push up too far.
Now Alex in a little bit of trouble as he was collapsed on by Yumei and Kaigu, but Yumei no energy and not enough HP to actually stick around. He was forced backwards. So Mineski with an early advantage. Now EXO is going to fall back, start to pick up some items. We'll see how he decides to prioritize an instant Phage coming back into the lane. That should give him great ample opportunity to be mobile and get some damage down into Genja. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on him. Look at Kaigu. Attack and distance shreds more than half his HP, and now Alex continues to focus down on those auto attacks. A lot of damage onto Kaigu's Lee Sin. He wasn't anticipating that at all.
Yeah, the mid here definitely going heavily in Alex's favor. Crushing in CS, plus just now forcing Yumei back once again. That lead's only going to increase. Down bottom, though, again, let's shout out that TG, that flash route there from him, setting up that gank. Beautiful start there for Mineski. Even with that, though, because of the CS differences, they're still behind in gold.
Well, there's a fairly decent wave here that EXO can start to farm up. Start securing those last hits and trying to use that Phage movement speed to control the battlefield here. Remember, Genja only sitting on those double Dorans. Decided to go for Doran's Blades this time, as opposed to the shield that we've seen from the previous game. Snoy, level 6. This is Darien's level 6. They're trading some blows back and forth, but look at that blood price, really giving him HP back.
That's, whenever you're below 50%, that's that triple heal right there. Aatrox actually stacks up very well against a Bruiser Nidalee as well, because Darien started with the Doran shield. The early harass from Nidalee is heavily AD, so that's all going to be reduced by that Doran shield, and his sustain by just auto-attacking minion waves and shoving the minion waves is going to keep him up there until he's shoved out by a gank from Kaigu.
As it stands right now, Gambit with a CS advantage in all of their lanes. 60 to 40 in the top lane, 57 to 39 in the mid lane, 55 to 51 in the bottom lane. Mechanically, this is something that Gambit did the first time they played. They stayed even with Mineski until the 13-14 minute mark, then went for Dragon, and then took control of the match.
The top lane discrepancy is not really even a mechanical thing either. That's just Snoy picking Nidalee into Aatrox and going with the auto harass champion who's going to have a hard time controlling minion waves, whereas Aatrox just destroys minion waves when he maxes his E and he's constantly auto attacking to sustain himself up.
So great pickup here for Gambit. We'll have to see whether or not this Nidalee does work out. First blue buff has been donated to Alex with Pink Ward controlling this bottom lane. TG and EXO are going to get some support from Kaigu's Lee Sin. 33 CS right now. He was involved in that first blood. Decides to back away for the time being. The wave is too push. Gambit playing too defensively and too safe for that to really work out right now.
Not too much action here from Diamond either. He'll head down now, but this is a very mobile dual lane, and Zyra's flash has only about 30 seconds to come back.
Snoy's in trouble. Barrier is going to survive for the time being. Dropped to 100 HP, and Darren decides not to use that Bloodwell passive, but winning the 1v1, clearly, that was basically a tower dive.
Very clearly. And Aatrox, he thrives on being at that low health, the 50% to anything under that, because his abilities, they cost current health to cast, so they get cheaper to cast the lower you are. And then he can easily heal back up with that blood price. And he can rely on that passive for tower dives. Now that he's burned that barrier already from Snoy, Snoy's really going to have to watch himself.
So Diamondprox is able to solo the Dragon there, and around about 9 minutes. Some golf claps from around the audience here as we pick that one up on the screen. So gold advantage in favor of Gambit. You can see Diamond still, he's looking to set up his first gank. He hasn't really been in a position to jump on anybody, but he's farming well. 39-36 and a Dragon. I think we can let him off the hook for not being involved in any of the kills. We do see now trying to set one up. Throws out the Volatile, lands a Cocoon, sinks his fangs into Kaigu with the red buff up. He's taking a lot of damage, but there's no support from Alex Edge, so decides to back away. He doesn't want to run the risk of being jumped on by Death.
Flash Crescendo!
Flash Crescendo from Voidal. We do see the Void Ooze coming down. EXO is going to be able to get away thanks to a very good Stranglethorns. True Shot Barrage farms up the entire minion wave. There's a low HP warning as Genja tanks up a couple more turret hits. Diamondprox toying with the idea of getting involved, but TG's going to get away with his life. And that's with a, would you call it, Phage, an item advantage in favor of EXO and TG? Gambit doing well in the 2v2.
Well, Gambit right there, they used the Flash Crescendo to get the harass down first. They traded Flash and Ultimates on both supports, but because they got the damage down, forced Mineski out of lane, and Diamond had done the same thing in the jungle, initiating on to Kaigu, so they have complete control here, getting a lot of damage onto this bottom turret.
Down to less than a third HP, Genja's going to continue farming up. Only a 4 CS advantage right now, but definitely an advantageous position to be in. If Diamond sticks around, Genja, him, and Voidal may be able to take a tower up. There's no one from Mineski able to get in position to defend it. Instead, they're just going to allow the tower to deny CS. Darien was at 50% HP to the 100 of Snoy when we last seen them, and he's been able to chunk Snoy down thanks to some great itemization. He's got a pickaxe, a longsword, and a Vamp Scepter to add to his immense lifesteal already.
Yeah, he'll usually be at 50% HP because he loves to walk that line between life and death.
Well, luckily, thanks to having that Bloodwell, the line's a little easier to walk.
He's got 2 chances there.
He's got a few chances to trip and fall. As it stands, 112 CS to 77. Snoy's Nidalee, which was the last pick for Mineski as well before Darien locked in that Aatrox. Not really paying dividends in the laning phase. He's got that Phage completed, working towards Trinity Force. Kaigu is now in the area and may decide to jump in here. Snoy is going to pounce down. You do see Darren instantly getting away with that Dark Flight, and he gets out clean. He's not even burning anything major.
I really like how Darien goes into Hydra as well. It gives Aatrox even more wave control. Both of his damaging abilities are already area of effect. He can instantly clear a wave with both abilities and one Hydra proc with an attack. It just turns Aatrox into such a split-pushing monster.
Split pushing, definitely the name of the game for many of the European teams. Gambit having played against so many of them, know how to deal with it. They're looking good when you compare how heavily they lost to Ozone earlier today. Genja, with that living artillery, is really keeping Exo's HP down. He's got that Sheen, but no real life sustain without the Masteries runes, and of course that single door and blade. So whatever poke gets landed, it lasts significantly longer.
Kaigu's coming bottom, but there's no flash this time for TG because he had to burn it defensively. So the initiate will be much harder for Mineski this time around. And here comes Diamond.
So there goes the Spiderling, instantly flashed away by Kaigu. Doesn't get caught out by that Cocoon, and Genja, I'm pretty sure, was basically 1v2ing there. We do see Deathmark going down in this mid lane. Yume doing the best he can to survive. He follows it up, gets caught by the shockwave. Couple auto attacks from Alexic, and Yume forced to flash backwards. Now all of a sudden, Kaigu's the next target here for Gambit. A decent route is going to hold Diamond Procs in place as Exo and TG try to respond. Sonic Wave goes out, not going to be followed up by Kaigu, but they get caught by a double crescendo. We immediately flick back. Now True Shot Barrage comes down, is avoided by Diamond Procs' great repel. Now he turns his focus over to Exo as TG was taken down in the background, and a tower is secured in the mid lane. Gambit really turning it on when it counts.
Because Diamond has the upper hand on Kaigu right now with the completed Spirit Stone, he is exerting his pressure over this jungle, keeps on returning and finding Kaigu in his own jungle, chunking him down so that the rest of Gambit can collapse into the jungle and gain more advantage from that. They do take away the red buff after that kill as well.
So not only do they have the red buff, they have a kill, they have 2 towers, they've already picked up a dragon, and there is a Ravenous Hydra completed for Darian's Aatrox. So if at any point he picks a fight with Schnoi, kill potential is going to be even higher. Dragon's up in 52 seconds, and I would imagine many members of Gambit will be responding to try to secure this.
Yume is looking to take away this blue buff, and after the last engage that he did admit, that was a very half-hearted death mark that he put onto Alex. You could already tell he was hesitating and didn't really want to go in because he knew that he didn't have enough to finish off this Orianna who's rushed the arm guard. Now that he's got the blue buff, he does have extra cooldown reduction and more damage, but Darian has an escape.
He's definitely picking a fight. Gonna dogfight over the wall. Snoi has decided to follow suit. Now Flash is still available for Darian. He is gonna flash the tree line. Now Kaigu has caught him out. Darian turns his damage over to Kaigu, gets a lot of lifesteal back, and the Cocoon does not land. We did see an Ignite coming down from Darian onto Kaigu.
Very good job not chasing there by Kaigu. It's deceptive when you get Aatrox low because he heals for so much and because he can get back up from that passive. Alex would have turned that around in Gambit's favor.
The rest of Gambit right now grouped up towards that bottom half of the map. Diamond Procs and Voidal, they clear out the wards in the Dragon Pit, and they're going to drop this one down. The minion Spiderlings are tanking up most of the Dragon damage, so Diamond Procs mostly untouched. True Shot Barrage lands, doesn't secure it though.
Because of Darian's run through the top lane there, and his long run around through blue buff, he got so much of Mineski's attention that Diamond didn't hesitate, used that time to distract Mineski, go get the dragon again.
Well, Darian right now 170 CS, tied with Alexic on 170 CS. Alex has gone for the Haunting Guys to supplement his Tear of the Goddess. Yume definitely thinking about a fight, and with the help of Kaigu, they may have enough damage, but Alex, he's not intimidated at all. He has a 4-level advantage over Kaigu's Lee.
All that he has to worry about is Zed plus Lee Sin combo, so he's rushed that arm guard for the early armor, and then he's going with very early items here with the Haunting Guys. Darian now gets to wait till that Q drops off.
Yume just gets bursted down. Now Darian throws down the Massacre. This is 1v2. Schnoi has no mana, but in the Cougar form, he's not going to cost a lot. Diamond Procs is going to repel up. Does land Cocoon? Is it going to connect? That's the question. Schnoi gets caught out. Blades of Torment lands as well. They're going to tower dive this one. Bloodwell is available. Schnoi throws down the barrier. He tries to pounce away. 200 HP as Darian lands the slow. That's going to secure it. And Darian gets out after lane cutting, pulling the attention, and makes it work. Now all of a sudden, Genja and Voidal turn the focus onto Exo and TG. We do see Voidal just gets deleted by the True Shot Barrages. Exo, Arcane shifts forwards. That's a double kill, 2v2 win in favor of Mineski.
Very, very, very clean play there from the Mineski bottom lane. Alex doesn't want to let them get away from it, but he's in between a Zed and a turret.
Deathmark is available. Here comes Yume. Essence Flux does land. Command Protector's up, giving that bonus armor as Exo spams out those arcane shifts. But now Kaigu, he wants to get involved. Exo hasn't given up yet. He's going to think about the arcane shift. Lands the Mystic Shots and backs away I think that was the right decision.
Yeah, he thought about it. He made the right decision there. Darien, by the way, just want to say he's got very good accuracy with his Blades of Torment. So this is the crescendo initiate, and then Exo, he takes the initial burst from Kog'Maw, but barriers it and is able to flash out and ultimate right back over Voidal, timed perfectly with TG's knockup from the Stranglethorns. And here, he able to re-engage onto Genja. Zyra also living because of her flash.
So importantly, Zyra just able to sidestep that crescendo. If the Stranglethorns hadn't landed, it could have been a very, very different fight. So 3-3 on the kills, but Gambit are 7,000 gold ahead right now. Massive, massive lead. You can see 2,300 in the top lane, 2,300 in the mid lane as well. And your 80 carries, as we highlighted, Exo 3-0. But he's the only shining light for Mineski right now.
And he's down in CS. It's really Diamond again, going into the enemy jungle.
Here comes Exo, Sonic Wave lands, Resonating Strike follows up, Kaigu, Dragon's Rage kicks him in the head to secure the kill. Genja's definitely thinking about picking a fight here, even without Voidal. That's the first kill of the game going to a member not being Exo on the Mineski squad.
So a couple skirmishes going in Mineski's favor, but they're down so much CS. They're so far behind in gold here. The CS and the turrets are really, really hurting them. Aatrox is amazing as well at taking down those turrets because for every percentage in that passive, it also gives him attack speed.
Decides not to use the Massacre for that one. Darien and Alex going to be able to close out their tower in the bottom lane. Diamondprox and Genja, they're keeping control of the bottom half of the map. Red buff has spawned, but Diamondprox is going to take that one away. And now Genja, 176 CS with his Trinity Force completed. He's trying to get in range of the tower. You can see Snoy hopping over that wall, but he doesn't have his Triforce just yet. Big golem secured there for Exos. Now Genja and Diamond, once again, they're just hanging around this jungle. They're trying to find a way into an engagement, and Mineski haven't really been out of position just yet.
Mineski really have to concentrate their efforts in one area right now. Darien, like we said, was going to become a split-pushing beast with that Hydra. He's actually gone into Akinsu's Rage Blade, just so when he does get low, he's going to get that extra sustain. So it's very, very... Oh, well, Yume's on the run here.
Going to be in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Darien. He's going to get the Blades of Torment. There's splash damage available. Doesn't manage to get the knock-up, though. Yume is in a little bit of trouble as he throws the Deathmark down into Voidal. But that's even not a lot of damage. Yume just gets bursted down. No shockwave used. Massacre was the only ultimate that was thrown down from Gambit. You see Crescendo's not available as well. That was used to initiate the fight. The rest of Gambit now stacking up here on this top inner turret. The slow catches Snoy and Kaigu.
Oh!
They instantly delete him. Knock-up lands onto Kaigu. Now he's the next target. That's a double kill for Voidal. Channeling is in Edward and picking up 2 kills on Sona. Great play here from Gambit.
Yeah, and again, about that Rage Blade, that's Darien going with the very fun build with Aatrox. Because when you get below 50% speed, I was going to say it's more misleading. He gets even more attack speed and more spell vamp and more lifesteal.
We do see Diamondprox was caught out. He's repelled the True Shot Barrage for the second time this game. The rest of Gambit are trying to shut down the tower. TG gets caught by a Shockwave, and we see Diamondprox sinking his fangs in for the kill. Diamond once more. Blades of Torment goes up. Lands it at the tip. The Arcane Shift not even enough to get away. Yume and Kaigu now the next 2 to try and defend.
That accuracy with Blades of Torment I was talking about. It goes so small at the end of the skill shot there to be able to consistently land those. Darien is just spot on.
Yeah, really, really great play here from Gambit. They've secured the first inhibitor turret of the game in the top lane. They picked up the inhibitor in the mid lane. There is an exposed inhibitor in the top lane. They haven't given up. That's a double knock-up as now Kaigu forced to kick him away. Voidal picks up his 4th kill of the game. That's 4, 2, and 2. And now Gambit looking to close this one out. 22 minutes on the clock. Darien still has his Bloodwell if he needs to tank it up. Snoy on the sideline throwing out those javelins, and it's not going to be enough. Gambit decide to err on the side of caution. They have backed away. Stranglethorns is not available for use here if Mineski tried to re-engage. And Gambit, they're still just relying on Sona's sustain. Voidal gets shut down. Exo with the Essence Flux. Now this is a messy fight as Snoy has flashed forward. He's jumped onto Genja. He's been dropped 1v3. And in the background, Darien's flashed away. Bloodwell gets popped. Exo landing every skill shot he needs to. Now all of a sudden Alex is in trouble. Deathmark should pick this one up. Yume manages to land that. gets out cleanly with that Living Shadow. And Gambit, they definitely stuck around far too long.
Little bit too long there, but they did demolish the base of Mineski. And we did also get to see Darian's 0.96 attack speed in action, up to 1.63 there at one point.
Well, right now, Darian is just so far ahead. He's picked himself up a Guardian Angel. His Bloodwell was taken down, so now he realizes he needs to change it. Build a G8. The rest of the items along the board, there is such a disparity. Zhonya's Hourglass plus Archangel Staff completed for Alex. BF Sword as well as the Cloak of Agility and the completed Trinity Force for Genja. Exo's trying to go for a Brutalizer because he needs power now.
This is just, when all the lanes are stronger, when every lane wins, it pretty much guarantees the end of the game is going to be like a 3-1-1 split push or whatever you decide to divide your champions into. They can shove all 3 lanes.
Snoy's in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, he doesn't manage to land the pounce. Does get caught by the slow. But for the second time, as Snoy unable to get away from Genja and Darren. And even if he had, Darren would have just flown over the wall and secured himself the kill. This Needly 0 for 1 really not working out for Mineski. The numbers advantage Gambit are stacking towards that top exposed inhibitor. That's got to be their next target if you were a member of Gambit's.
Brilliant tactician there. They're definitely going to go for the exposed inhibitor here. Up a man as well. 10 more seconds so Nidalee gets back in.
Exo is just taking so much damage. Stranglethorns comes down once again, catching only TG. We do see he's slowed in place as a slam dunk from Darian. Manages to land the damage. Alex continues to solo out the kill onto Exo. He's forced back, actually, does manage to survive. Gambit has picked up 2 kills this fight, and with super minions on the Nexus turrets, this should be a good game. They've got so many minions to deal with. A decent Javelin toss goes through and Genja is forced backwards. But Darian, with great attack speed and attack damage, should be able to kill these Nexus turrets fairly easily. This second last turret of the game is going to fall now. Crescendo did go out. They managed to land it on Snoy and pick up a kill. And Gambit, with a textbook closing out the game here, going to finish off this Nexus. Shockwave was used by Alex in the previous fight, and a very, very convincing win here for Gambit. Put Mineski at 0-5, and Gambit holding on to the potential of making out of the groups.
Able to win all the lanes. Diamond also able to invade jungle and chunk down Kaigu in his own jungle. That set up the rest of the lanes for plays down there, especially bottom being able to take that early turret. Too much of a goal disadvantage to come back from.
Yeah, and the one thing you have to highlight again, Mineski, they have the ability to make plays, but they're not doing it early enough. It was the same thing against Vulcan. Vulcan, it was fairly passive for a long time, and it was only after a couple of team fights had taken place that Mineski stood up and shone. And similarly here, they fell too far behind. Even with Exo's Ezreal getting fairly fed 3-0, it just wasn't enough to carry the 2 other lanes that were losing so terribly.
Again, you know, couple skirmishes they won, couple spots of brilliance, but Gambit just overall controlled the entire map.
Yeah, individually, Gambit were able to make the plays count when it mattered. And I have to highlight Darian's play, that Aatrox going into Guinsoo's Rageblade. I mean, it synergizes so well with everything that Aatrox does. I would like to see it again more, but that is definitely a confidence item.
Yeah, that's a fun build that you go when you're definitely that far ahead.
All right, we'll see how it works out for them. We are going to throw this one over to Riv and the guys at the analyst desk to see what they made of Gambit's win.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And if you don't see it anymore, we can watch it all you want tonight over and over and over. But nonetheless, I digress. On to this matchup, guys. We saw what was happening. We were kind of a bit surprised by Mineski's bottom lane. Doublelift, you were speaking a few things during that game.
Yeah, Exo and TG did really well against Darian and Voidal. I felt like their game impact was surprisingly high for being on a losing team, you know? And they played pretty consistently throughout the tournament. I feel like the first few games they were like really shaken up. But, you know, obviously Mineski outclassed, but their bot lane seems okay.
Yeah, it's kind of been our read going into the tournament as well. And as the casters pointed out on the desk as well, it wasn't enough to carry the top lane. He went really behind in minion kills. And the other thing that really stood out to me from Gambit as well was their objective control. I remember looking at the game at one point, and it was like 4-3 in kill score. Mineski's winning in kills, but they're down like 8,000 gold because turrets and dragons and everything else are going Gambit's way.
That was partly just because of the farm as well. I mean, Gambit got first blooded and still was ahead in gold at one point because they just individually, like, their mechanics are just way more top notch.
Yeah, you could really tell that they were overmatched. But I do give some props to Mineski for their team composition. I like Nidalee as a split pusher with Blade of the Ruin King or with Trinity Force right now. We may see that pick coming in a little bit later, and with their 3-1-1 that they could have had with a solid Zed. Unfortunately, he also fell behind pretty far in farm. But I think the idea from Mineski was pretty solid.
And how do you guys feel with the variety of champions coming out here? I believe it's 47 champions out of the total we have played. 2 of them being in the last game we just saw. We saw an Ashe and a Nidalee here. Teams trying to spice things up.
Yeah, I've always been interested to see like pro player champion pools because I think that it's not so much like what champions are viable because like almost every champion can be used. It's just the breadth of somebody's champion pool. So like let's just say, for example, an AD player generally would specialize in like 3 or 4 ADs, but in actuality, like every AD carry is viable in a certain situation. It's really just depends on the player. Like how many champions can they master before Worlds comes up?
And how long, Krepo, we'll throw this to you. How long does it take, or even it might be different for each person, to feel comfortable at that level of play on a new champion?
Depends whether the champion is something similar. Say you can pretty much class range support in the same play style.
Okay.
For example, also somebody that plays a lot of Zyra might be able to pick up Sona, but then again, if you're picking up Sona, you probably would have done that first. Probably. But yeah, there's
been around a bit longer.
Quite a few niche champions though that I would really like to see. As a support myself, I used to love playing Alistar in Season 2 a lot, and he's fallen out of favor a lot compared to the maybe Leona is the only like melee support you can see. Like Taric doesn't even exist anymore, it seems. Really sad Madlife isn't here because he would have busted out that Alistar and wrecked some face.
Hasn't Madlife gotten flack for only being able to play like Sona Thresh and like maybe Lulu though?
And Blitzcrank.
Oh yeah.
He can play Lulu, it's just not optimal to teams. And he was 1-1 during the summer season on Alistar, and he had a very impressive game against the KT Bullets, but it is a shaky and a very risky pick. It's an all-in pick, and if you can make the plays, you look like a god, but if you can't, you look pretty foolish.
Yeah, and also to add on to some of these points as well, a lot of the champion picks end up being strategic level things where you want to run things that synergize well with your composition. I know you've talked a little bit about like if you show Lulu or Nami really early, it's like, oh, we're clearly going to go in on you. We're looking to get some picks off there. If I'm getting the champions right, actually, in your analysis, but yeah, so some champions will only come in when your team wants to run a certain strategy, and if they're not running that set of strategies for whatever reason, you won't see those champions come in either.
And let's talk a little bit about we see Mineski, they're going 0-5, and they weren't really a team that people could look at, people could see information behind their gameplay. How is it, and what do you focus on really for Krepo and Doublelift here? Coming into a game, what teams do you choose to focus on? The ones that give you the most problem, or do you try to hit every team so you can play your best in every game?
I think for a group stage setting, it's not so much studying your teams as much as like identifying what your strengths and weaknesses are and trying to be as solid and consistent as possible. I feel like the reason that Gambit and Fnatic is on top of their group is because they play their own way. They don't play to the enemy team. They have their style. They're really good at their style, and that's how they win.
A basic amount of research is needed. You never want to be caught off guard. You need to know if a team is a team fighter team or a split pushing team. You would definitely go, if you're looking to advance from the group, you'll start at the top and try and take games off your top competitors. You can never underestimate an enemy, but it's clear that Mineski is outmatched. They have poor team synergy and teamwork at times, but yeah, just do your best looking up as many games as you can, but that's for the coaches and the analysts.
Gentlemen, any final thoughts?
Yeah, as well, even if you have your own sort of style, if you're like, we're Fnatic, we do this every single time, you can always put research into level 1s and very early game setup. So we've talked a lot now about the 3v1 dives and the Korean teams not knowing about that, but that's a very simple change. You back up at 3 minutes, and that doesn't have to change your play style. Or secondarily to that, level 1s, oh, they always go in this way or they always ward this spot. I've seen teams in NA will camp a very awkward brush because they expect the other team to run right by them and set up a trap, and that's worked for teams like Curse. They know what's going to happen, and that level of research can get you some advantages.
Monty? No?
Well,
I saw you nodding.
Just in terms of Mineski, though, they can't be discounted because if they try some more unorthodox strats and they can catch somebody off guard, they could really be a spoiler in this group. I
Right
mean,
on.
they're very dangerous with how close everyone else is.
I just feel like they lack the individual level of play to really pull off that spoiler.
Actually, I think Maneski can potentially spoil a game if they play off their bot lane. I think if they focus all the resources into getting their bot lane ahead and then their side lanes, their solo laners just don't play aggressive and just try to keep even, just split the lane even, they can potentially spoil someone's day.
All right, guys, and with that, moving on a little bit, let's take a look at the Group B standings after our 3 games so far. Fnatic is currently sitting on top of the group at 4-1. Then it's Gambit in second, also with 4 wins, but 2 of those losses. In third place, it's Ozone and with Vulcan in 4th place, and Maneski still in 5th. Now, gentlemen, we have seen how the teams are stacked up, so let's go ahead and take a look at how the 4 of you are doing in this competition of voting. The viewers are still in the lead at 18-5. Good job, viewers. Crowd, give yourselves a hand. Monty and the casters are tied with 17-6. Doublelift is 16-7, and Crepo is 14-9.
Yet on the winning spree.
Yep.
I'm coming for you guys.
All right, we'll see. Gentlemen, it's time to try and improve those records right now, or Crepo, if you want to try to keep your winning streak going. Up next, it's Fnatic versus Ozone. So, gentlemen, this is one of those pick with your heads, not with your heart games. Let's start with you, Doublelift.
Ozone looked actually, I feel, very mediocre looking into their first game, but I think Dade fixed his kind of slump that he was in by going back to Ezreal. I'm going to go with Ozone on this one. Their mid game seems really strong, just very Korean style.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going with Ozone again. I said that if they had another poor performance, I would have switched, but I think it's really hard to make this call because of how well Fnatic's been playing as well, and I am really excited to see this next game and see if Ozone can, both teams looking strong today, who's going to take it. It's really important how this group turns out, so critical match.
All right.
See, I have to go with Fnatic for a multitude of reasons. First one being these guys going for the other team. Other than that, they showed a double AD composition, and a lot of teams don't know how to play against it, but we've scrimmed Fnatic quite a lot, and they have actually brought double AD into the field. So they know part of the weaknesses and part of the strengths of it, as well as Fnatic just looked really, really solid all the time. Even if Ozone is recovering from a shaky early start, I just think Fnatic is stronger.
Now, Crepo, last time I agreed with you, it burned me, but I got to go with Fnatic as well. I think they're looking really good. They are losing 1 ban here because they switched champions after they were supposed to, so only get 2 bans, which can be a weakness against the whole Dade only plays a few champions thing. But if I was Fnatic, I would just ban Ezreal and Zed and say, screw it, it's going to be fine. I just think Fnatic, though, they have the gameplay. I think they have what it takes to win.
Yeah, that said, in terms of bans, I think I'd rather ban Zed and Lee Sin against them, but that does leave up Thresh as well. And so without those 3 bans, it could really hurt them against Ozone. You're going to be giving them a preferential pick for sure.
You can't deny, like, Cyanide played really well on Lee Sin, though. They might go for the early Lee Sin steal.
We're split on the decision again, but I am interested, you guys picking Ozone, putting so much faith in Dade after 1 game on Ezreal when it might surely be banned out. So it's going to be quite interesting to watch. And while it's going to take a lot for these guys to upgrade their pick rate, it's easy for you guys to help us upgrade our broadcast.
Yeah, just go to bit.ly/worlds1 and answer a couple of questions like what pros would you like to see on the analyst desk in the future? It's so simple, even Willem could do it.
Yes, he could. But we've got to take a quick commercial break. When we return, it's time for our 4th match of the day as Fnatic tries to punch a hole in Ozone's chances for the quarterfinals. Stick around. The Season 3 League of Legends World Championship. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. We're just minutes away from the match between between Fnatic and Ozone. But first, I'd like to welcome Gambit, Alex, E to the couch. Sorry, I was a little excited because you had a really, really good match versus Mineski, yet gave up first blood again. But tell me about the match overall.
I don't know how our bot lane gave first blood again, but I think I got full dominance of mid lane and Darian got full dominance of top lane, and Diamond was pretty ahead in jungle, so we could control the Drakes and mid and top and snowballed from that, and I think our bot did fine after that first blood.
Talking about bot lanes doing good against Ozone, it wasn't exactly the case. Can you tell us a bit about that matchup? Not a good time for you guys.
So we got the choice banning out Caitlyn or Zed. I think that banning Zed and banning Caitlyn and playing against Zed would be easier for us, and we get more chances because that comp was ridiculous from them. Sona, Caitlyn, and Ezreal. It was really hard to play against, and I think that we could pick something like Zac for hard initiate or Ashe or Varus for bot lane, so it would be easier. I mean, it would be better for the bot lane, but we did what we did and we lost.
Yeah, so now for getting out of the groups, what do you think your chances are? We heard someone say Group B is easier than Group A, but it seems pretty close here.
So I think that we still need to win all our games, and we will get out of groups if we do.
Good point. How do you think, what's the main thing you have to take care of in your team to make sure that you get those wins, and very important win versus Fnatic?
So I think the game versus Fnatic will be really hard. But this time we got first pick, so I think we got slight advantage compared to Fnatic.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations on that victory versus Mineski. And now it's over to Joe and Jat for more group stage action.
Hello and welcome back to the World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. I'm Joe Miller alongside the lovely Joshua Jat Leesman, and we're going to be bringing you the last two matches of the day, starting with Europe's Fnatic taking on Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone. Now, both of these teams are coming off wins. Fnatic now in sole possession of first place as well. Ozone lacking a little bit behind there in third place, and for XPK and Fnatic, they're trying to make it 2 games in a row against Imp and Ozone.
Yeah, and in the first game these guys played against each other in groups, Fnatic went all in with a double AP dive composition that featured a teleport top lane Lissandra, and it was very successful. It actually took down Ozone in 33 minutes, which was quite a quick game. You know, Fnatic played great and they won every lane in that game, but the largest margin of victory for them lane-wise was the bottom lane. Imp was just constantly in the middle of a party he did not want to be invited to because Lissandra would teleport in and he just got destroyed, and he was on an immobile champion in Kog'Maw for himself. And also one other thing we have to mention about the Fnatic who's losing their ban. No, that's not what we should be cheering for. Fnatic will be penalized for trading champions after the 20-second deadline in their last game against Vulcan. So Fnatic's losing the 1 ban.
Well, coming into this match, Ozone isn't making any excuses for their Game 1 loss, and while Cyanide and Peke are ready to flex their muscles again and take another game from their Korean counterparts.
한국 팀들이랑 하던 플레이 스타일이 많이 달라가지고 좀 당한 것 같아요. 근데 거기에 대해서 준비를 아직 별로 못했는데 지고 나서 이제 좀 이길 수 있는 방법을 좀 알아내려고 하고 있어요.
I was really happy to beat them. Like, they're a great team, but even the Koreans, they're not invincible, and it has been proven now.
팀의 색깔이 너무 뚜렷했고 그거에 너무 속수무책으로 저희가 당했기 때문에 제일 인상 깊었던 팀인 것 같아요.
It's not that they play bad, they play decent, but we play really, really good.
푸나틱이 좀 색다른 걸 준비할 수는 있는데 그게 그렇게 완전히 다르진 않을 것 같아요.
We will come up with a different battle plan, but I think we did pretty fine last time, so we don't have to change too much. We just gotta try and play solid and play our game and not theirs.
We're pretty much a really strong team, and we'll win it.
Focus on their own game, and Fnatic have done it before, so why not again?
Absolutely. I mean, Fnatic is the team that they had a slow start, and they've really ramped it up here. They've been a little momentum-based in the past, but, I mean, if Ozone does figure them out, I don't know what's going to happen here. Ozone played so great in that first game.
Well, it's time to check out today's starting lineups. Kicking off with Fnatic on the blue side. There, of course, Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, XPK in the mid lane, Pushu the AD carry, and Yellow Star the support.
And on the red side, it is Samsung Galaxy Ozone. Top lane is Looper, the jungle is Dandy, mid is Dade, Imp on AD carry, and of course Mata on support.
So getting into Champion Select, we've seen a big variety out of both of these teams. If you look through the champions that they've played already, there are obviously some very similar options. I mean, Aatrox for Cyanide and Lee Sin we saw him play so amazingly well in that last game. Then you look over, you know, if you look at the mid laners in there, Dade, not impressed as maybe as much as we'd have expected, brought out the Rise, and we heard from the analysis desk that they talked about how he's really struggled to keep up and has generally fallen back on those picks that he may have been used to earlier when they were a little stronger.
Yeah, and we can just talk about Dade's champion pool a little bit because he still hasn't brought out something new that's worked. Yeah. He tried to play Gragas in their last game against Fnatic, and he was missing many of his Gragas ultimates. Peke was basically sidestepping them because Dade was trying to be too precise and get the knockback perfectly each time. And since then, he's pulled back to Jace, he's pulled back to Ezreal, he's played some Ryze, his Zed has always been banned away. But those four that we just mentioned, not including Gragas, are his champion pool. And it has been for the past 3 or 4 months. He hasn't really added any more. And I don't think we're going to see anything unique that is actually successful for him. So Fnatic could theoretically plan around that if they hadn't lost that ban, which will actually make this a little more difficult.
Yeah, we should touch on that a little bit more. The rule is here in the World Championship, 20 seconds before the game starts, you have to have already made all your switches. And Fnatic actually did that with 14 seconds remaining, which is why they lose the ban here.
It's a rule that's been added to the World's rule set. It's been in the OGN Champions League for quite a while, but it's just, you know, they knew about it going in. They just were late on the swap, and they just accepted the penalty.
Well, let's talk about what that means, really, because they get 2 bans instead of 3. Where do they have to be more focused now? That's the real point of this one.
Yeah, I mean, considering that they are on the blue side, they have the first pick, and at least in this World Championships, with so much Zed and Ahri and Corki contention, especially since Fnatic has been playing a lot of Corki as well, I don't actually think it hurts them that much. I think if they were on the red side, it would be substantially more detrimental to them. The only thing this will block them from doing is if they really wanted to attack Dade or Imp's champion pool. They could do like a Vayne and a Caitlyn ban, but they no longer have that option.
Well, we're going to jump into Champion Select and see exactly how this one is going to go down. So don't forget, Fnatic only 2 bans in this game. They get to ban out first of all in this matchup. So
yeah, this
what
one's
do we
going to tick off
expect in there? Yeah, that said, again, Dade, obviously an amazing Zed player. He seems to have struggled on other champions. You'd expect that to come out from Fnatic.
Yeah, that's actually... Peke is a pretty good Zed player, too.
That's also true.
And that means Ozone is basically forced to use a ban on... They're most likely going to use 3 bans on Peke, because that's what most people do against Fnatic. Going just back to the European playoffs, Peke was dominating every game. 400 CS on Ahri in 32 minutes in their final championship win over Lemon Dogs. And he has really performed so far here at the World Championships. Peke is one of the main reasons that they're actually in first place in this incredibly competitive Group B.
Well, we see the first ban there from Fnatic. Actually, Lee Sin. Now, obviously aimed at Dandy in that one. Up until now, only played 2 champions, funnily enough, Jarvan and Elise. So that one's still going to be open for a while. Thresh banned out as well. That's both the Fnatic bans gone. Ahri, Shen, and a Leona ban there against Yellowstar.
And, of course, Zed gets popped in. They decided that it's absolutely okay. We just saw the first Zed loss here at the World Championships when Mineski was allowed to play it. Reginald was previously the only person to actually get to play Zed, and he had been 2-0 with it so far. It's a pretty bold strategy there to just give it right around to Peke because, I mean, what does Dade have left for him at this point? We've been through his champion pool. Right now, it reads Ezreal, Ryze, and Jace. Unless he has something new up his sleeve.
Well, the Gragas as well, which they lost with against Fnatic.
I'm not expecting. I'm personally not expecting to see that again.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah. It just didn't work out for them whatsoever.
It could just be the Lissandra right off the bat if they decide to go with mid lane. As soon as Lissandra hits 6, she could potentially just use her Frozen Tomb to just on herself avoid the ultimate.
I think we can safely say that that will be Dade. I mean, if you look at Looper and what he's played so far, they've been the more tankier champions, the Shen, the Singed, and a Zac in their last game that they played against Gambit. So expecting that Dade will get that Lissandra. Fnatic, a team who have played Lissandra in both the mid lane and the top lane on many occasions. But let's move across to Fnatic because they've picked up that Corki that's been so highly contested, along with a Zyra.
And whatever this next pick is, I mean, it could just be a support, but I'm still not actually sold on where they're going to be putting this stuff. I mean, based on what we know about Ozone and how they're such a heavy team on preparation, I don't think they could just fly off the handle and be like, oh yeah, we prepared this Lissandra strategy that we're bringing out on game 6 of the group stage. I feel like if they had it, they would have brought it out much sooner. At the moment, they actually have Fiddlesticks as their planned counter against Zed, because what Fiddlesticks can do to Zed is as soon as he goes in for the death mark, you pop the 3-second fear on him, and it effectively makes it so he can't apply damage during the death mark, and therefore he can't assassinate someone, which is the plan with that Fiddlesticks. I'm very interested to see if they go double AD again with even more of a poke composition, even more ranged champions, and no true tank, just because it worked so well for them against Gambit.
Well, let's see the final 2 picks coming in here for Fnatic. Bottom lane or duo lane sorted out here. That's Zed for... We're assuming Peke. We can never put it past Soaz to play a champion like that. Yorick.
Oh, no.
We have to say... wow. Yeah, I was going to say, that one wouldn't work out too well, but Kassadin coming in. We know how strong Peke is with Kassadin, and the jungle Aatrox for Cyanide. He's played it in 3 out of 5 games so far.
And Kassadin has been banned against Peke many times so far in this World Championship. Whenever you expect the Zed first pick, we're almost just trained to expect it in mid lane. But Fnatic, more than any team in Europe, is likely to run double assassins because they love to tag team and avoid team fights. They did a lot more of it actually in the spring split of the European LCS than they did in the summer, but it's still something Fnatic is incredibly comfortable doing. And now that Peke's allowed to go on Kassadin, he was probably expecting the Lissandra pick in the mid lane to go against, and he's expecting to be able to survive it. I'm really excited to watch this Fnatic assassination composition really just work out. They're all basically just gap-closing assassins on that team.
And that's something that they did so well, the whole double team of Peke and Soaz, not being scared to split push on their own, and definitely not scared to team up as a 2 and really knock anyone out who's caught anywhere near out of position. So this is going to be scary stuff for Ozone. They're the team that really, I'd say, has to win in this scenario. They sit currently behind Gambit after they took down Mineski in our last game. So this is a very, very important game. And for Fnatic, I mean, they're going to be in such a strong position.
It's really important for both of them right now because Fnatic wins, they have a stranglehold on the group. And if Ozone wins, they are almost safe in second place. They'd make it very difficult for Vulcan to qualify at this point. So this is a lot on the line here.
Well, as the team spawn onto the Rift, let's take a look at what you guys at home think will go down in this matchup. And according to lolesports.com, 68% of you think that Fnatic will win. Obviously, between the analysts, a little bit more split, about 50-50. The thing is, 68% is a decent margin here for Fnatic, and I think they've earned it through how they've played so far.
We have a weird balance here with the picks because the fan vote has generally been correct. But Krepo has also generally been wrong in these close games, and they're fighting against each other right now, or that they're with each other. So one of those things is going to be true. The Krepo is going to be right more. The fans are going to break their streak.
Well, we're going to find out here as we start to work towards the game. Fnatic versus Samsung Galaxy Ozone, and for the Koreans, an incredibly important matchup for Fnatic as well. It's going to catapult them so far ahead at the top of the group that the likelihood of being caught gets slimmer by the game. So let's get into this one, figure out how it's all going to go down.
The biggest fear that Fnatic has right now is early lane domination. We know if Ozone can get ahead early, they execute the mid-game nearly flawlessly. And the fact that Kassadin and Zed have both started with Thorn Shields generally means that they're going to have defensive early laning phases. So if Dandy can use that to his advantage, Ozone might be able to take a big lead. That's going to be the big thing Fnatic is fighting against right now.
Soaz was just spotted up there in that top lane by the brush. I mean, Ward went down by Blue, which was also seen by Looper. So right now, Ozone are set up to go for these 2v1 lanes with the Ezreal and that Fiddlesticks possibly going up towards the top, and Looper down on his bottom side. Fnatic got a big line defense set up on their side of the map just to almost human ward those areas out to see where Ozone are going.
And I don't think it's a very smart thing for Imp and Mata to want a 2v2 Pushu and Yellowstar, which is why I'd expect them to actually go for some lane swaps. Interestingly enough, we're not seeing any deep wards into the enemy junglers, which is generally what you need to have if you want to preemptively scout the 1v2 lanes. So at this point, it's almost guesswork as to what lanes the AD carrying support are going to be jumping into. And if Fnatic ends up getting into a 2v2, it would be good for them. But based on the current formation of the champions, it looks like Ozone's actually going to get what they want early on.
Seems like that duo lane will go up against Peke in the middle. We've got Lissandra there, Dade playing that one in the top lane, and both Pushu and Yellow Star are waiting on that top side of the map. So a little bit of a mix around here in terms of how these lanes are going to be setting up. But let's talk a little bit through them here. Lissandra obviously going to have that extra bit of range to do the farming against this duo lane.
I'm actually very interested here because this isn't your typical 2v1s, as you've been saying. They're just 2v1ing Kassadin, which is a very smart decision. It's what many people do against Kassadin early on in the game. Knowing especially that Peke is really the focal point of Fnatic's attack, the more they can keep him down pre-level 6 and post-level 6, the better it is for Ozone as they try and take control of this map. I definitely feel like Dade has a better feel on that 2v1 lane up in top than Peke does in the mid lane. So I'm almost expecting Fnatic to try and swap out of that.
One thing we should note as well is the teleports here. One for Peke, one for Dade. So, you know, last game that these two teams met, it was actually Soaz running Lissandra in the top lane with that teleport. We saw Fnatic earlier on doing extremely well against Vulcan with Peke having that teleport. So, with Dade having that, it's a well-informed guess that somewhere, someone on this team would have that teleport in there.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the European LCS is more comfortable with teleport mid laners than any other region, specifically because of Meet Your Makers. Their mid laner did it almost every game, and that's one of the big reasons MYM started the European LCS season so well, is because it was such a hard adaptation for teams to adjust to. And even though Ozone's played with and against it a little bit, there's no way they're as comfortable in that game as Fnatic is.
Here we go then, top lane, 3 men are there. Cyanide already going very, very low from this one. Dandy was there to cover that one off. Yellow Star, he's down to about a third of his HP remaining as well. And a Cocoon lands
Here comes the cavalry
Pushu.
though from
Yeah,
Ozone.
the rest of them are coming up from this on the duo. Moving up from that top lane, there is Yellow Star, actually having to flash over the wall, but Imp will follow him over, picks up the first blood. Cyanide had his blood well popped there as well, and now Pushu is in the middle of nowhere from this one, but will he be able to escape out of things? He
still
does
has
have a
flash.
flash available, he has a barrier, but there's the fear, he's not escaping this one. Dandy makes it 2-0 Ozone.
Huge start for Ozone. Tower diving had been a problem, theoretically, for the Korean teams, especially SK Telecom yesterday, but they had had some time to adjust. At this point, they sent Dandy up to predict the potential dive from Fnatic, and also the fact that Peke was 2v1 in the mid lane. He could not roam to protect the roam that Imp and Mata had when they went up there, which meant the collapse came from Ozone and could not be matched by Fnatic. 2 kills based on strategy.
1,300 gold lead, that leaves now Ozone in front. And they'll be feeling very happy with that one. 2 assists coming out in the end from Dade. The kills falling to the AD carry and the jungler. Overall, a brilliant start for Ozone at the kickoff of this one. And Peke obviously being starved somewhat in this 2v1, but funnily enough, doing better than Dade has in terms of getting that farm.
Yeah, and I think that's just a result of Dade having to deal with the turret dive, whereas Peke was effectively abandoned in the lane. I would still much rather be Dade in this situation. Picking up the 2 assists, knowing your team got the 2 early kills, and just generally knowing you're on Lissandra right now. More realistic in the 2 lane, but he went up too far. That is just a mistake.
Absolutely incredible. Miles out of position there. Coming around, there was that ward in the Tribush to spot them. Fnatic making the best of it. Dade having no flash. Couldn't get away with the claw either, and that's almost a gift back to Fnatic at this stage.
He hadn't even skilled it yet.
Okay,
He had 2
that's why he
points in
didn't have
Q,
it then.
1 in W, which is even more of a reason that he shouldn't have been there in the first place. That gives something back to Fnatic, absolutely.
Probably the a gift that Fnatic certainly weren't expecting at this stage of it. Either way, let's move on because the Dragon now has been started here by Ozone.
Yeah, Dandy can tank for a little bit with his Spiderlings. Those are actually gone, by the way, but there's just more people down here for Ozone. It's an early Dragon play. They 4-man it. Peke, this is another example, actually, of the Doran Shield early start by Kassadin being punished by Ozone.
Wow, Dade once again going super low. He's dead once again. Grasping Roots coming into it. He did hit level 4 there.
He had the E. It just had been burned potential. I don't know when he used it. He may have used it to farm. Lissandra is not Dade's specialty right now.
Well, it doesn't look that way, does it? We have to admit that 2 times now getting caught out in these 2v1s, a lane where you have to play so incredibly defensive and carefully. Meanwhile, Dandy is coming up to try and stop the pressure that's now been put down by this duo on that top lane, but the turret is not quite at half HP by now. Peke here in that mid lane, he's not quite hit level 6 just yet either. So once he gets that Rift Walk in there, he's going to become a little bit safer in terms of his mobility and escapability.
Yeah, Peke, once he hits level 6, should have a little bit of a reprieve from all this pressure from Ozone. And just kind of going back to that Dade, he had actually used his E to farm a minion wave while Pushu and Yellow Star creeped up from the brush. Those are just some mental errors right there, judgment-based by Ozone, that are kind of giving up some of the early game advantages. But based on the fact that Peke is stranded in the mid lane here, Ozone trying their push on turrets.
Oh, they're going in on towards Mata. He falls very low, but Cyanide in trouble as well. There is Pushu joining the party. There is a repel coming out, but look at him. He's fallen extremely low. They decide to stop chasing him and turn back around onto the Spider, but Danny will be able to walk away from that in the end. It's actually a 2v1 for Ozone.
Yeah, Imp just managing to pick up a double kill at level 5. He's got the Ignite that I believe helped him pick up 1, but that is mind-boggling right there for Ozone. It's the weakness of Peke early on in the game being pressured by Ozone. They tried to approach an attack, but Ozone just had too much power up there, and that's one of the things that Ozone did so well against Gambit, is they would just sit outside of their turrets and dare Gambit to come and get them. At this point, Fnatic tried, and you can kind of see why teams are so hesitant to go in, because it backfired terribly there for Fnatic.
Pushu's Corki so far coming up big once again. We saw it in their last game against Ozone. He finished 8-1-11 in that game. Now side at 3-1-0, everything going their way. Mata, they're both caught by it. They jump in, Strangled Thorns goes down. There is a shutdown, and the second kill going to come around. Yellow Star pulling that one off, but again, a positional play working out brilliantly for Fnatic.
And that was just a great scout there by Fnatic. How would they guess that Ozone would be trying to get control in that area, since the Dragon was already down, in a sense? That's essentially, it's got to be catching Imp on his way to blue buff, I'd imagine. But either way, it was just a great jump by Fnatic, and that's what Fnatic will be trying to do this entire match. They don't have a team fighting composition. They have one that is completely built around catching people off guard and finding small fights. And knowing that Pushu has those 4 early kills is going to be a very early Trinity Force. Imp and Pushu are going to be battling each other, as they're the ones that are holding the majority of the kill gold in this match.
Now we see a red buff steal coming out from Cyanide, capitalizing on the fact that middle turret now has been finished off, the first one of the game, funnily enough. After all this crazy action that we've seen, we're not quite 10 minutes into this game, and Fnatic have clawed that early gold deficit back. I mean, let's take a step back here. This was a 2-0 start for Ozone.
And that's generally a disaster if you're Fnatic, getting down 2 kills to a top-tier Korean League of Legends team that generally know exactly what to do with a lead. But they haven't played against Fnatic. No one has played against a team like Fnatic, who knows how to hide in the fog of war, despite how many wards Ozone may try and put down, and just attacks you from very unconventional positions that teams are not ready for.
Peke up on his top side, and bit of a trap set in wait for him. We've got Lissandra on the top side. At least Fiddlesticks is around there. There's a ping on towards Fiddle, and look at that. They've actually pinged into the brush here. So Peke's been told that this is a possibility. The ulti does go in. There's a cocoon landing on towards Peke. Can he escape this one? He's going to go very low, but there's a Rift Walk. There's the claw to follow in. Daddy picks up a kill.
And that's really Ozone fighting back, giving Fnatic a taste of their own medicine. It was another time where they're just waiting for Peke to commit a little bit. They chained their crowd control properly, and Peke paid.
Now Pushu coming up, and you see those bombs putting down incredible amounts of damage to take out that minion wave before that turret could be finished off. So a save on that front. It leaves us at just a 250 gold lead, let's call it, at this point for Fnatic. Lupa, I have to say, along with Soaz, they've been the quieter of the teams here on this bottom lane, 1 versus 1, pretty much just farming up against each other. The Cutlass already done here for Soaz. The kick-off there is Imp. Well, he's going to get caught out there in middle, and that happened so fast, we missed it.
There's going to be a lot of that in this game.
Yeah.
Those incredibly quick picks, because so much damage is on Fnatic and they can kill people so quickly. And also this Zed matchup, there will come a point in time where Soaz does more damage than Looper can handle, and that will cease to be a 1v1 matchup that Ozone is willing to commit to.
So, rest of Fnatic actually moving towards this bottom side of the map. Yellow Star just getting through there. Only one turret hit taken. That minion wave going to come up, and this should be turret number 2 of the game here for Fnatic. Nothing really from Ozone in the general area to stop this one going down. Peke in the middle is making sure that Dandy and Mata don't push that middle turret out even further, and that will be the second turret of the game going over to Fnatic.
And I think the most important part of this game that we haven't talked about yet is how Fnatic has been able to hold on to all of their turrets. When Ozone got the 1 or 2 turret lead on Gambit earlier, it ended 10 turrets to 0. But the fact that even with Peke getting 2v1 in the mid lane early on in the game, the fact that Fnatic has not lost a single turret is the thing that is stopping Ozone from taking the appropriate amount of map control to corral Fnatic and stop them from getting picks.
So here we go then. Dragon started again by Ozone. Peke's teleport has just come off cooldown. They may go for this one. There is a Smite Steal. Cyanide showing once again. He is a master stealer, and he's done it once again. Soaz actually was by Tribush. He's just going to use those shadows to get out of there, and so expertly done.
Dragon Steals are such an immense swing in gold. That's 975 gold that Ozone committed to with 4 members of their team, and it got swung back on the other side because Cyanide made one miraculous play. That's effectively a 2,000 gold swing. You generally get 450 gold in kill and assist combined for a regular kill. So a steal like that can potentially be equivalent to a 4-kill swing in gold. That's incredible.
And that leaves them 2,200 gold up on Ozone, who right now are all ganging up in this top lane. Peke being caught out there once, but doesn't look like he's going to fall for that a second time. He just pushed that wave up towards the turret and decided to back away. Meanwhile, Soaz pushing out this mid lane. He's now up to 120 CS. And we talk about how dangerous a Zed is. Usually we see him in this mid lane, but the fact that Soaz has been in that 1v1 has allowed him so much free farm, he's going to become beastly.
It's one of the things that as Zac was becoming more and more popular in the competitive scene, actually before he got nerfed, teams were smartening up about putting hyperscalers against him, because as powerful as Zac can be in the teamfight phase, he is effectively non-threatening in a 1v1 matchup. So things like Nasus could farm for days and get a crazy Q, or Vladimir can reach a point where he is stronger than Zac and just outpressures him. Zed is not seen in that matchup very often because either Zed's banned or he goes mid lane, but it absolutely works. And that's something that Soaz is approaching right now. Once he gets a couple items to complement his Blade of the Ruined King, he'll be able to kill Looper in those 1v1 situations, no problem.
So let's have a look at some of the items coming in here, and we'll touch first of all on that Zed. That Blade of the Ruined King done. Sunfire Cape on the other side. Oh, wow.
Wow.
That was a surprise party. I think Mata surprised himself that that party was going on there, and he will just back away. Ulti burn.
And there's a huge battle for vision going on that we can't even really talk about because there's just too many wards on the map to mention. But there was a ward that wasn't in the direct location of Mata, but it did show his approach. And then Soaz waited just long enough to back away from him.
Oh, there's a Cocoon flashing by, and Fnatic, seeing that go straight between them, decide, okay, well, let's back away from this. There's quite a few people here. Peke doing what Peke does best here. He's pushing that top lane out. He's going to continue to push, draw people away from the middle of the map, and then use his teleport to get around there and join the rest of them.
And the scariest thing about Peke right now, if you're Ozone, is the fact that he's still charging up, and Ozone is yet to take an advantage. In fact, Ozone knows they're behind right now. You can't do that against a Kassadin. If you're a team like Ozone and you don't get any turrets down after the weak early game of a Kassadin, you are in extreme amounts of trouble. Even Ozone doesn't have an incredible teamfight team or an incredible poke team right now, so really, they're kind of at mercy of Fnatic's roam for the rest of this game. They really have to pull off something miraculous or catch a few opportune teamfights where Peke just can't get going, because he's just going to charge up and go extreme.
Jade at this point actually working his way up towards that Zhonya's Hourglass first of all. I mean, right now it's not a time that Ozone would be wanting to fight in this game. If we look down the two AD carries, both do have that Trinity Force finish, but Pusher has just played so well in his Corki game so far, positioning-wise, and the fact that you've got that Zed now with the Blade of the Ruined King in means that Ozone, if they were to fight, are probably going to lose out.
And I think so much of that just goes back to Dade. After he was able to help his team pick up 2 early kills, he really gave them right back to Pushu. And I mean, you have to credit Yellowstar and Pushu for hiding in the right spots and making sure Dade felt safe about where he was. But if that wouldn't have happened, this entire claw back from deficit and eventual lead taken by Fnatic just wouldn't have been possible. Pushu, once you start giving up 2 kills in that lane, unless you do something miraculous to come back, it's just going to keep going against you. And considering Peke was already in the mid lane, and Soaz was effectively just in a farm off for Looper, that would have just started the train for Ozone, and it just hasn't been able to take place.
Well, it's like Fnatic have got their next objective in sight. Final outer turret that's left standing here is Yellowstar going to get caught out inside of the jungle. Mata going to be draining health away as the Stranglethorns go down. Pushu, he's in a lot of trouble now as he gets caught between them. Ultimate is going to get put down, but he's managed to survive. Looper picks up Yellowstar. He will finally bounce in the middle of them. Peke comes in to try and clean things up. Looper going very low. Him and Cyanide battling as there's a triple kill for Peke, and I've got a feeling it's not over. Looper going to have his passive pot, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. This is going to be the first ace of the game for Fnatic.
And watch how they gave that to Peke as well. That's trouble right now. A 4-kill Kassadin based on a 17-minute mid-game teamfight. Peke doesn't even have ability power before this fight. One of the big things about this, Pushu got the jump, even though it seemed like Ozone felt like they had one. Dade was not involved in this fight. He actually put out his claw in the wrong direction to escape this fight while Looper was coming in from the back. The coordination in this fight was not there from Ozone. And then Fnatic did their trademark flank. Soaz and Peke could both approach the fight late and get on priority targets at the right moment. So they were able to bypass the tank line of Ozone, which was Looper, and assassinate, which is what they have in their comp.
And the funny thing is, Pushu, who should be very killable for Ozone right now, Lissandra ulti onto him. That's like the perfect time to kill the AD carry. You saw he didn't even break half of his health. Now, that's because of the way he started off in this one, going up to that Zhonya's first. Dragon is available. They're going to be taken. They're going to fight this one. Peke actually has to flash away back from that one. So he did.
Soaz is behind
away from that. Soaz does come from the backside. They're closing on to Mata. They're being absolutely exploded. Looper will manage to jump away, but can you escape Peke? Not right now. Pushu's moving in as well. There's a finisher. Peke dominated.
This is exactly the type of game Fnatic loves to be a part of. Soaz could get behind the lines of Ozone and approach the fight properly. It doesn't matter for Fnatic if they do not have tanks, if they're allowed to initiate in the open field. Ozone exposed himself in that Dragon. Even though Fnatic did not get the Dragon, they got far more in that next fight, picking up 4 more kills.
15-7 in kills. The Gold League starting to run away from Ozone. 4-0 in turrets as well, and Fnatic at this point, absolute plain sailing for them. 6 kills on Kassadin, 6 on Corki. That's a very scary team. I mean, Soaz, he's not picked up kills right now, but he's got 7 assists. He's approaching that 200 CS lead as well, and Fnatic are going to have to mess up at this point.
Absolutely, and so Fnatic is a team that is prone to messing up occasionally when they're in these situations, but it's only because they have such a unique and crazy, inherently risky style of play. You can't always get the right flank in a team fight. If a team baits you in at the right moment, it doesn't work out for you, but just the size of their lead right now might make that an impossibility. Even if they got involved in a 4v5, I feel like they could draw it out for long enough that either Soaz or Peke would have the time to approach and actually just clean up for kills. No one on Ozone has been able to get appropriate defensive itemization to actually stop the double assassin threat that Fnatic has coming out. Think about how hard it is to stop both a physical and magical damage assassin coming at you. That was not a good ult either.
No.
No.
Doesn't matter though. Let's push on because Fnatic here moving up that mid lane. Dandy taking a lot of damage there. Has to repel. He's going to come back down with just half of his health remaining. Meanwhile, Peke, well, he's doing what Peke loves to do and he's pushing this top lane out. It's going to have to be dealt with, which leaves that middle lane then open.
Yeah, and we talked about what an issue it was going to be, knowing that 14 minutes in the game a little while ago, the Peke hadn't been shut down yet, Fnatic was in the lead, because stuff like this happens.
Him jumps on, there's a Stranglethorns, Yellowstar will pick up the kill with it, Soaz comes in from the side, there's Peke jumping in as well, low HP on Dade, but he will manage to stay alive for now. Ozone trying to push this mid lane back, but the top lane has been decimated, the minions not getting past the steps of the base, and this is going to be another inner turret.
As mobile as Ozone's composition is, they're still sitting ducks against Fnatic right now. Whenever Fnatic wants to go in, he's done. He's back down.
He's coming down, but he's not going home. Peke now godlike on Kassadin. That inner turret did go down. The inhibitor turret's going to fall with this one. Dade using the ultimate on himself. Doesn't have the Zhonya's yet. Soaz picks up his first kill of the game. Fnatic making this look easy.
This is very quickly evolving into a stop for Fnatic. Ozone has nothing to stop the assassination power and the gold lead of Fnatic right now.
There's the inhib, easily taken down here by Fnatic as they go in towards him. He's just about alive, gets himself back onto the fountain. Lupa now bouncing around in the team. He will go down, and that is another kill, a quick kill in succession there for Soaz. They walk away, still managing to pick up kills. Very low on health, but they've done the job and more.
Yeah, and they have thousands of gold to spend, which is why Ozone was trying to get in for maybe a fight during the chase. They're going to buy a whole bunch more items now and think they have complete freedom with where they want to go right now. Knowing that Peke, effectively everyone on Fnatic that needed farm got farm. It makes it too difficult right now for Ozone to actually stop them.
Second Rod of Ages there picked up by Peke.
He's done this before.
We saw it actually was his Spanish friend from Giants, Extermin, that really brought that one to life in the spring split, but, you know, why not?
It shows you how confident Peke is right now, because I've actually talked to him about double Rod of Ages builds. He's done it on Zyra before, as Matt is actually going to go in for a fight. So I think we have to delay this story, Joe.
Oh, Soaz and Yellow start. Oh, they're going to spot Matu. Will flash in, gets the fear down on towards Soaz, but honestly, he's not even that scared. He goes into it, will flash himself away from that one, and there is Pushu to back things up. Yellow Star chasing in. There was a teleport. Finally, they deal with Soaz, but Dade is going to go down. Lupa, the next focus. He's decently tanky, but against Peke and Cyanide, he's probably not going to escape this one. He'll flash away, which means he has to walk all the way back. Meanwhile, Imp and Dandy are actually going to be recalling while Fnatic push up towards a second inhib turret.
Yeah, and even though they got Soaz, still a 4v3 for Fnatic, and it's a 4v0 right now because everyone in Ozone had to go back and shop. Another inhibitor turret is defenseless right now. Fnatic will back out after that one, after what is a victory, and that was another example, Joe, of Fnatic getting kind of caught out of position, but because of their immense lead and the mobility they have built into their team, Peke with the teleport was able to come in from behind the fight, chase some people down from Ozone, and make it another victory despite the poor start.
So, will we be seeing more items coming down even after that one? We saw Soaz now adding in the Black Cleaver to that Blade of the Ruin King from earlier on. Second Rod of Ages we already came and talked about. And that Last Whisper now added in for Pushu with his Triforce.
Well, we can finish the story about Peke's double Rod of Ages, because I've actually talked to him about this, and it shows how confident he is in the game right now. He knows it's not the best build on Kassadin, but he builds it for fun when he knows he's running away with the game, because he just likes the look of having two of them in his inventory. He's actually, he would probably go for 3 if the game continues like this and it goes long enough, because that's the mindset he's in right now.
Well, he's got the blasting wand, so
it's partway there.
It may go that direction, or he may change out as Lupa here. Gonna go bouncing around the team of Fnatic, but the rest of Ozone nowhere near him. They decide they're too scared to get involved. Lupa gonna have that passive pop, but Fnatic just bypass him and go for the next man. Dandy repels up in the air. Peke actually gonna be focused here, but he will be able to wrist walk himself back out of danger. Now they turn on towards him. Cyanide passive pop. Dade, he's had to walk away as Imp will go down in the end, and they dive for Dade as well. That's gonna be 4 kills for Fnatic, and surely the game with that Quadra from Soaz.
Peke sat on 17 health. There's a render from Ozone, and that was another dominating performance by Fnatic against Ozone.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and well, Fnatic, we saw them lose their first game in the World Championship against Vulcan. We wondered what was going to become of Fnatic in this group stage, and well, they've answered our questions with incredible performances time after time, and this one in particular was so impressive.
Yeah, #1 seed from the European region, #1 seed in this group now, dominating fashion here. Only 25 minutes to take down Samsung Galaxy Ozone right now. Without a third ban, mind you, they got all the champions they want. I feel like they mind gamed Ozone very well in the pick and ban phase as well, locking down Kassadin and Zed, and really just boggling Ozone with a double assassin. They were not able to effectively deal with that roam or just their ability to approach team fights from every angle. That was Fnatic playing their game.
And I had to stop myself from saying that Ozone had no chance in this game because they did. They got the first 2 kills of the game.
They seemed to have it, and when that game started, that was exactly the start Ozone wanted, because that's the type of start Ozone had against Gambit when they looked so dominating.
And you see there Fnatic on stage, the fans quickly becoming even more Fnatic fans, I think we can safely say from this one. Obviously the Season 1 champions weren't at Season 2 finals, they missed out on that one, but they're here again, and after that ropey start to things, they're looking very scary.
Yeah, and I mean, they have been the top team in Europe all season. Spring Split champions, Summer Split champions. And aside from that one slip up, man, they're looking good. How, like, being able to come back from that 2-0 start so resoundingly is very impressive. I mean, the analyst desk will obviously talk about the way it happened, the potential mistakes that Ozone made coming into it. But just, you know, it does take experience and cool, which is something Fnatic has more of than anyone else. Ozone, for a lot of them, this is their first time leaving the country to come here. But Fnatic, Peke and Cyanide in particular, were in the Season 1 championship. Like, they're not phased once they get down a little bit. And I can't say the same for Ozone.
No, they play on a big stage. Maybe better than anyone else. We'll find out as we move forward. But we're going to head over to Riv and the analysts for their thoughts on Fnatic's incredible victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And it really was at that. If you consider everything that went into this game, a ban down as well. They were able to come out of picks and bans with what they wanted completely in hand, and then having the first 2 kills against them in the beginning of the game. Double, why don't you just take us off? Start us off.
Oh, there's just so much to talk about in this game. Okay, so first, if you can't play Corki and you're not going to play a counter to Corki because Ezreal doesn't deal well at all, then you need to ban it. Like, they banned Ahri, Shen, Leona. You don't need to ban Leona or Shen. They even showed that they're willing to run Singed into Shen in the first 2 games that they played, so why would they ban it against Fnatic? Anyways, picks and bans aside, I just saw like multiple mistakes. Imp and Dade especially just kept getting picked off unnecessarily. They didn't need to play aggressively. All they have to do is snowball their Fiddlesticks Lissandra combo against double assassins, and eventually in the mid game when they get Zhonya's, it's just so impossible for double assassin to deal with that combo. I just don't know why they would try to push their advantage so much.
But that said, I think you have to give a lot of credit to Fnatic, though, for setting up those picks and playing that way after they did get behind early, because they saw the comp coming out of Ozone. If we're talking about Lissandra and Fiddlesticks here, those targeted disables, that silence, if you come in with both Zed and Kassadin at the same time, could have been absolutely devastating in the late game. And so they said, hey, we're behind. We know we have to close this out quickly if we're going to get an advantage. So they set up those famous Fnatic brush picks, and they made it work. They turned it around, and they did a very good job at it.
Exactly, and that's the type of play style I think is actually superior in League of Legends compared to Ozone, who are very, very strong, and they're very, very smart, but they're reserved. They're a pretty reserved team who play by the book, whereas teams like Fnatic and OMG, as long as they don't make the wrong calls, make aggressive calls. They picked off the support because he went to ward over a wall and went for a max range grasping roots.
That's already... They had already lost a bit of the control of the game, though. While they play really reserved, they play the game really well if they don't make any mistakes. They got ahead 2-0, but then Dade overextended twice in top lane. He actually got unlucky because he skilled his Q twice in the earlier skirmish, in which he actually got the 2-0. And he had no escape, overextended, got rooted out of a brush, and then got killed again. And that actually allowed... Because you have to remember, yes, he got caught warding in the middle of the game, but that was top lane roaming to mid to kill the mid laners there, and they actually lane swapped. That would have never happened if there had been more pressure out of the 2-0 advantage they had. So it goes a little bit both ways, but I do like the way Fnatic plays when behind. It really shows how much mental agility they have, how comfortable they are. Even look at the mid game. Soaz had a ward on Fiddlesticks at the side, and he just said, yeah, normally a player would back off, but Soaz, nah. He's like, okay, I'm going to bait the surprise party Fiddlesticks, and then I'm just going to jump out, and I will show you that I knew you were there and that I baited you, and it just they got into the heads of the enemy.
Then Mani, I want to pose a question. Knowing Ozone so well from being in Korea, is it like them to kind of falter into positions like this? We kind of saw a few of the mind games try to come out with the Ezreal pick, but then last picking that top lane. Where are they falling into this?
I think they had a good composition. They just ended up getting that early edge and then playing out the early game poorly compared to Fnatic, who set up some beautiful picks. But if you look at it, they knew Zed was going to be first picked. It was obvious with the bans that they had, and their idea was to counterpick with Lissandra, and they were trying. I think it was a smart idea against how Fnatic plays to say, we can deal with your assassins. Like they were great picks. Like they had a great team composition, but they did get so far behind that it ended up not mattering. And Fnatic used the brush control to the utmost, not only in that top lane against Dade, but also to pick off Imp and Mata in the by blue buff as well. So you really got to hand it to Fnatic. They played beautifully. So
yeah, Fiddlesticks and Lissandra work really well against these mobile assassins, but it actually gets a little worse when there's two of them because it's really hard. Soaz as well as Peke are really good at dancing at the edge of a fight, especially Peke. Yes, he can get caught by Fear and he can get caught by Lissandra ulti, but he will just never get in range for that. And Fnatic did that so beautifully. They just set it up perfect traps for Ozone. Like remember the fight at Dragon? They give Ozone Dragon, they tease a little bit, let them leave, and Ozone thinks they're safe, and then suddenly behind them is Soaz waiting in a brush, and they just get blown up.
Yeah, and that's actually another thing that I like from Fnatic is when I think about the team, it's Peke obviously is someone a lot of people look at, but also Soaz has so much room to make plays. And we saw multiple of them in this game. And as soon as they said, okay, well, Peke, you're on Cassidy, but Soaz, you've got Zed, another individual playmaker, they can both go by themselves and be their incredible players there. Remember, Soaz won the 1v1 competition for top laners in All-Star game. He's legitimately one of the best top laners in the world, and he gets, when he's not playing Yorick, he gets the freedom to go make plays and make a bunch of stuff happen, which happened here.
And still, I think the bot lane was actually MVP this game.
Oh yeah, like actually, I was about to say, Pushu made me eat my words. He was pretty substantial game. He had pretty substantial game impact this game. He had started the game off 4-0 on Corki, partially due to Dade's mistakes.
4-1.
4-1. But also, he just played a very solid game, and so did like. Zyra had amazing grasping roots the entire game. They had a really solid game all around. Everyone played well.
Their synergy they got killed early in a skirmish and they said, well, that's too bad. It happens. Wait in the brush, get a kill Dade again. Immediately realized that wasn't enough for Fnatic to get back in the game. Only top lane winning wasn't enough. They had to stop Peke from being shut down. So they rotated them mid, got another pick off. Put Peke in top lane. Peke uses teleport to get that farm, and he's snowballed into the game.
And we've seen the ban on Kassadin. This is his first game being picked, which makes him the 48th champion that we've seen now within Worlds. What is it like for a team to go against Fnatic when now there are multiple targets on Pushu, on Soaz, now that's played Zed, which we kind of saw on Kassadin? How do you defend against that or even go into champion select?
Yeah, you don't get to. And this is something we saw at the very beginning of the tournament was Kassadin bans. And then finally someone says, you know what, we don't really need to ban Kassadin, do we? Yes, you do. You 2v1'd against Peke, right? You shut him down. He had very little minion kills. He couldn't roam into that top lane and turn around the kill. Then he burned his first teleport to soak up experience in the top lane when Dade was pushing. So he's sitting there doing nothing but waiting to stack up with Aroa, and then shows up to a team fight, gets a belated quadra kill. Yeah, gets another one afterwards.
But that's a team fight somebody else set up, though.
Sure. But
Kassadin only scales into the game if your team allows you to scale into it. You can shut. Actually, Ozone did a good job at shutting him down. The other lanes just go behind.
And I just kind of want to draw a comparison between Xpeke and Faker, who are both very high playmakers. Well, Xpeke makes his plays generally with TP, but they're both have insanely big champion pools that you can't really ban out, and they're both just incredibly solid players. Obviously, they're not going to ever face each other until semifinals if they both make it potentially, but they're just so good and they're so versatile.
And looking at their composition, we talked a little bit about how high risk, high reward it was. If you're not able to get early or ahead early with a pick composition like that, you kind of get torn apart, Prepo.
Well, they didn't get, but yeah, if you don't get a if you don't bounce back from the initial setback, then it's gonna get really hard. You have to play for picks, and that's what they did. Fnatic's really good at that, though. It's so scary to play against them. I really liked some of the movements they had over the map. I don't know if I was behind, I would have actually seen those paths they had to take, because they realized even if they were getting control over one lane again, they realized that was enough. They rotated into mid lane, snowballed it there, keep getting a farm on Peke, and then they had really good fights.
So the big fight at 18 minutes, we don't have a replay of it, but we were kind of watching that off. What were the thoughts there? They obviously invaded the jungle, and then we saw Ozone quickly going for the dragon. That kind of even set them farther back. Mani, if you want to talk to that a little bit.
I'm trying to remember. This was the top lane jungle
Yep.
fight. Hard to do without a replay. I mean, they did file in a little bit one by one right there, and I'm trying to remember, but I think Fnatic used the Lizard Brush really well to deny a lot of damage.
It's kind of that I think I can mentality. You can help your teammate out. I can help you. No, we're both going to die. Maybe a third one can help us out, and it looks like...
In the jungle, it's really nice to fight with double mobile assassins, though, because unless you have full vision with wards, they can constantly jump over walls, come in and out, and you see that like Pekka draws that. Pekka is really good. That's his signature playstyle at drawing aggro, going out of the fight and getting back in. He will almost always burn his flash going out. And Pekka is really good at using target CC. Like Lissandra ultis, usually they leave you in place. You can see Pekka every game just pour it out and still get Lissandra ulti where he ends up because he reads the game so well. He knows exactly when to go in and out.
And I think a lot of these fights, when Ozone gets blindsided, is in part due to Imada underperforming a little bit, because I generally see him in, Champions. He has amazing map control. He has amazing vision around. His team never gets flanked. And then I see multiple times Zed will flank his team, Kassadin will flank his team this game, and especially in these crucial turning point fights, that you can't afford to get flanked or else you're going to lose.
Right on. All right, guys, so moving on a bit, let's check out the Group B standings heading into our last game of the day. All of you are awesome for sticking with us, and the fans as well. Fnatic is holding on to first place. Then it's Gambit in second. Ozone now in third. And fourth place, it's Vulcan and Mineski rounding things out. So it's time to now pick the final matchup of the day. Vulcan versus Mineski. Freak, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go with Vulcan. Their last win over Mineski was really close. It was kind of a back and forth battle, but I think Vulcan has a better handle on it now. I think they'll be able to pull it through and keep themselves in the run for the playoffs.
Crepo?
I agree with Freak. Vulcan. Mineski not the strongest showing. Vulcan has really good, parts of the game is really good. Still, they struggled last time against Mineski. I wouldn't be too surprised if Mineski managed to pull it out together because they literally have zero pressure anymore. I hope they find an identity in themselves to make a split push work because their team fighting wasn't top notch.
All right.
Yeah, agreed. Vulcan all the way. I talked to them after their loss just now, and they seem to be totally fine with their loss. They're not super down about it. They're just going to play their game against Mineski.
When are you going to vote for your dark horse?
God, dude, come on! I
Do you even know how a dark horse
it's so
works?
hard because
you
can't see him anymore. I picked my dark horse before seeing
you leave
them.
your dark horse in the dark for double.
I did. I can't, dude. I want to win this statistic thing.
All right,
dark horse get tamed.
Got to go with Vulcan as well for the same reasons that these gentlemen stated.
All right, guys, so you've heard what they have to say. It's going to be 4 Vulcans coming into this one. We're going to take a quick breather, but when we return, ManCloud and Vulcan battle Yume and Mineski in our last fight of the day. Plus, Yellow Star swings by the couch for an interview. So don't click that mouse. The Season 3 Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Nice! Gay sat on 17 health. There's a render from Ozone, and that was another dominating performance by Fnatic against Ozone.
Welcome back to Season 3 World Championships, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, it's going to be ManCloud and Vulcan heading back to the Rift to take on Meneski. But right now, I'm very happy to be joined by Fnatic's Yellowstar. First off, congratulations for some fantastic results today. Let's talk about the game you just had against Ozone. Starting off, picks and bans. Obviously, you had one taken away from you, but that first pick, Zed, do you feel that completely threw off Ozone? Because it seemed to be all along you had that plan for Kassadin in the last pick.
So actually, Zed was banned or picked in any game.
Yeah.
And they didn't really expect us to play since we really don't use it. And we were like, yeah, actually, we can play it. So why not just surprise them and take it from their comfort zone? And yeah, I think it can surprise them about that.
So you locked up a couple of kills in that top lane, obviously, alongside you with Pushu. Against Dade, do you feel he just wasn't expecting the damage output that came from Pushu? Because you managed to land those grasping roots every time.
I think that we actually waited quite a bit in the brush. He didn't expect us to wait that long. So he was saying, like, yeah, maybe they just back, so I'm going to face check that. But actually, we're just waiting because we know that he was coming back and just trap him again and again, and it worked.
I mean, you were landing grasping roots throughout that game. I want to cast your mind back to the Vulcan game you had earlier on as well. How good was it to feel when you snuck around the side, flashed through, and got that 5-man Stranglethorn down?
They didn't have any vision on me in any games, so it's actually not that hard to land this spell, and I'm really happy with that.
Very humble to land a 5-man Stranglethorn. I think quite a few people out there are thinking, it's pretty hard to land that. So what's changed for Fnatic? Obviously, the first game you lost against Vulcan, but today you've gone 22-minute games or something like that. Are you guys just settled in LA, or has there just been a good practice regime since you've been here?
I would say that we did a lot of mistakes in that game, and Vulcan really managed to play really well, and they snowballed from that. Also, we had some problems with Peke, but we just take over and we just try to correct the mistakes, and it's just going really smooth and better and better.
And finally, it looks like you're going to get through the groups now. You're 5-1, looking towards the quarterfinals. Which quarterfinalists would you be looking towards out of the 4 opponents that are there? Which one do you want to get in that draw?
Well, first of all, it's about luck. I mean, it's random because if we get seed 1 or 2, it doesn't matter. But let's say, I don't know, all of them are really good, so we'll just take what it comes.
Excellent. It's good to hear, and congratulations on the wins today. So we're going to head over towards Joe and Jatho for the final match of the day and all the play-by-play action. Let's see what they got to say.
Thanks a lot, Demon. And it is time for that final match of the day as North America's Vulcan takes on Southeast Asia's Team Meneski. Now, Vulcan's loss earlier on in the day makes them a bit of a long shot for those quarterfinals. But regardless of the standings, the last time these two teams met, the Filipino squad really gave Vulcan a run for their money. That was their closest game to a win, I'd say, so far for Meneski.
Yeah, I think Vulcan tried a bit too hard to end it fast, and then by 13 minutes, the towers were actually even, the gold was even, and Meneski actually had a kill lead, which was their first at the tournament at the time. But then ManCloud turned it around, there was a rumble in the jungle, they got an ace, and then the tight game turned into a 35-minute win for Vulcan.
So let's take a look then at the two teams for Vulcan and Meneski, starting with Vulcan and their top laner, Psycho Sid. They, of course, have Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud in the mid lane, Zuna the AD carry, and Bloodwater the support.
And, of course, on the red side, we have Meneski with Snore in the top lane, Kaigu in the jungle, Yume in mid, EXO on AD carry, and TG on support.
So let's talk a little bit then about the champions in this one and what we can expect to see. I mean, if we look down the two supports in particular, a lot of Zyra being played by the both of them. In the mid lane, ManCloud, Orianna, Ahri that he's really brought to the table in this one. It's hard to say what Yume is actually going to play because he seems to have not been scared to branch out in different directions.
Yeah, and specifically talking about the supports, both these guys are coming off fairly rough games. Bloodwater got baited in their earlier game today, flashing into the turret for a barrier, ended up getting them for a double kill and kind of hurting them in their overall chances for the game. Whereas this entire World Championships, TG has been dying a lot on support. Both of these guys really have to kind of find a way to pick it up. And if we look at this game also overall, Vulcan is not out of this entirely. They with the win, will be tied with Ozone at 3-3, and they would still have a chance to beat Gambit and kind of get back into a tie for that spot. So Vulcan, the reason they weren't too down about that last loss is based on the result with Ozone, they're like, oh, we can still kind of control their own destiny. Whereas Mineski, even though they are mathematically eliminated, their entire mindset when we had that interview with Kaigu is learning experience, and if they can pick up a win, it's going to mean the world for them, right? They're not getting phased by the losses, and they're just looking to play spoiler.
Teams definitely have to be careful of Mineski here because they've shown moments of very, very strong play, which, you know, if they really hit their stride, I guess we can say, then one of these teams that are really fighting for those spots might have some trouble. Let's move into the bans here because they're coming pretty quickly. Nocturne banned out here against Kaigo in the jungle. We've already seen in their first and their last encounter against Vulcan, he played that Thresh, and Zed taking out other side, everything aimed at ManCloud, Ari, Orianna, and Karthus.
And one thing we do know absolutely about Vulcan is if Shen is available for the first pick, they're picking Shen. That's just what Psycho Sid is comfortable on, and that's why they picked it there.
Well, that leaves Elise and Corki for the taking here for Mineski, and they've wasted no time in getting those two locked in.
No, not at all. I mean, Corki is an extremely strong pick. It should give EXO a lot of power on it. Corki's win rate in this tournament isn't necessarily that high, but that's actually something that happens a lot when we have champions that are universally considered to be strong, is everyone jumps for them so hard that oftentimes you'll have the team that is overmatched picking Corki anyway, and then it'll affect the tournament win rate that he ends up with.
Well, let's see what Vulcan opt for here. Obviously, ManCloud being hit the hardest. I say hit the hardest, probably the only one that's been hit from those three bans. But a Vi here going to be possibly selected by Vulcan. Wouldn't surprise me. We've already seen Xmithie play that in 3 out of the 5 games that they've had so far.
Yeah, the Galio would surprise me. Yes. That's why we're not going to see the Galio. But the Vi, this is, in my opinion, this is a game for Vulcan to try and get back on track. They know they have to run the table, and they need to get good habits back in this game. The first time they played Mineski, I feel like they actually set themselves into a few bad habits, trying to win too quickly. If they can play controlled and effectively treat Mineski like they were playing Gambit right now, and just almost run this as a scrim for that game in a pressured environment, because Vulcan, the reason they're losing is because they've been making so many mistakes. Easy to say, oh, you lose because you make mistakes, but specifically with Vulcan, they have been making some fairly glaring mistakes in these games, and they need to clean up their play in this match.
Well, we did see Zyra locked in as well from that one. Bloodwater only died twice in 3 games, but we can move on from that one because the other picks all coming out as well here. Ash and Twisted Fate there were added in for Vulcan. On the other side, they picked up Lee Sin and Sona.
Yeah, so Mineski is going with a very generalist composition right now. They have a high amount of mobility, and this mid lane pick will be very telling on what Yume thinks he can play against Twisted Fate as far as an assassination potential goes. Oftentimes, Yume goes with sustained damage dealers in games. It would potentially combo well with Corki, but really this comp is all about what Vulcan has. Double global with an Ashe, making it effectively a triple global, and they're just going to be trying to execute cleanly. That's exactly what that composition demands, and that's what they're going to be practicing.
What are Mineski going to go for? There's a Victor there, but it would
be very happy.
Surprise me.
And it would be a little bit too surprising. Yeah.
There we go.
Sustained damage, Rise. That's what Yume has played plenty of in the qualification process, and also I think he's played it already in the World Championship.
Yeah, played it twice in the games against Ozone and in their last game against Vulcan as well.
Yeah, so a lot of Rise for him. Against Twisted Fate, it's going to be very scary, specifically because they're comboing it with Vi. Early on in the game, even level 5, before Vi gets her real gank threat with her Assault and Battery, because Twisted Fate can lock up with the gold card, it means the Vault Breaker is a guaranteed land. And as far as single skills go in the game that have 1 packet of damage, Vi's Vault Breaker is the most in the game. At max rank, it does 340 damage plus an aggressive AD ratio. If you can guarantee landing it, usually kills the other person.
Usually going to be a dead man. It's going to be dangerous times for Mineski, who, let's not forget, they're still looking for their first victory here of the World Championship. So let's have a look how you guys at home voted for this one. And probably comes as no surprise when we look at lolesports.com that 85% of you chose Vulcan, and everyone on the analyst desk picked Vulcan as well.
Yeah, and no real surprise coming into this game. Mineski has been the huge underdog since the start of this, but once again, it is really about them trying to play spoiler. I think this game will really show us a lot about how well Mineski can fight back against a team that actually just has more tools right now. So if Mineski could somehow almost strategically position themselves in the right spots, Vulcan wouldn't be able to use all their like overall global pressure in Asher to force the right fights. It's a very tall task for Mineski right now, because we have seen throughout the World Championships that they're overmatched by the teams in this group, and the comp that Vulcan has picked allows for a lot of outplaying that Vulcan's going to try to do.
Well, let's get into game then and see if Mineski can pick up their first win of the World Championships, or whether Vulcan can get back in the right direction, I think we can say here in Group B. So, let's go through this one then and have a look how it's all going to go down. Level 1 certainly very, very dangerous for Mineski, with the likes of the Taunt, the Gold card, and those Grasping Roots coming out on Vulcan's side.
Absolutely, and they would only really be able to fight back with a Rune Prison from Yume's Rise. You very rarely see an Elise skill a Cocoon first in the game. As you can see, he's already skilled up his Volatile Spiderling right there, so no potential stun coming out from Kaigu, and immediately, yeah, Vulcan's going to invade this, because once again, they're practicing their execution and really trying to make their play more crisp.
There's a good Spiderling actually coming out there for what that damage is worth at this stage. Mineski actually coming across here. They may try and challenge this invade on towards the blue buff. TG and Snowy there just spotting Zuna off down towards his bottom side. So actually will be a 5v4 now. Zuna has to get back around for this one. Sid gonna go in there, gets the taunt down. There's a Vault Breaker as Kaigu has to back away, but Zuna comes in from the backside. Snowy in trouble. Smithy flashes out. Exo now getting locked up. He's already used his barrier. Can he get away? There's a flash over the top. Mindcloud, yeah, he gets away as well as the Grasping Root landed. There's a stun card. TG's a dead man. Sid picks up another kill for Vulcan. And that was the level 1 we were talking about.
The start could not have been better for Vulcan there. It seemed like a bit of a risk for Vulcan to engage 4v5, but they actually had that all planned out. Oftentimes at level 1, you don't have enough burst damage to finish off that first person entirely, and they would generally flash away. Oh, if that root would have landed, Kaigu would have been also a dead.
Well, I'm not sure that he'll escape this one as the slow comes down. He's very, very low, but Vulcan not risking it there. They decide to let him back away, which is actually not a bad thing here, because Kaigu, with that low of a HP, is going to need so much help here over by his red side anyway.
I think they can actually give it to him, though, because they've actually pulled both solo laners away, and Exo and TG continue to harass this. It's going to, at the very least, use Xsmithy's Smite.
Crazy, crazy stuff here at level 1. Xsmithy does pick that one up. Kaigu did get the red over by the other side, and we saw out the game here for Mineski. Unfortunately, they're already 1,100 gold behind in this game.
Not the start they had dreamed of right here. If they're trying to pick up their win at Worlds, this is not the way to do so. They knew that Vulcan had so many level 1 tools to work with, and they just kind of walked right into it. That's a lot of inexperience coming in here for Mineski. Oftentimes, you're almost greedily wanting to go into a level 1 against a team that you feel a little bit outmatched on, because crazier things have happened at level 1. Sometimes you can just get the right fight and expect the game to turn around from there, and that was exactly what Mineski was going for, even if they were walking into a whole bunch of utility.
So Zuna, with that first blood coming in, is going to be a real menace in these early levels against Mineski's bottom lane of Exo and TG. And you see there already Exo knocked back, and he's going to have to recall, and he's still level 1. So by the time he gets back, Zuna's going to be up at least at level 3. It's not a matchup you want.
Yeah, Ash's early laning phase is tremendously strong, and that is just multiplied by the fact that Exo had to use Flash and Barrier at level 1, and the fact that that lane is still yet to level just because they were so late to lane, and they had the long amount of time spent harassing off the blue buff. Bloodwater and Zuna are in complete safety and control right now, because you also have to consider that they stopped Kaigu from getting the blue buff, which means there's not even a chance that Elise could be ganking them right now for playing so aggressively.
That's Snowy going head-to-head with Psycho Sid, and look at that, Xsmithy with that blue buff still running. He's going to go onto the top side of his map. Kaigu not really daring to come over and even seeing if that blue buff had been already taken from them. Too much respect that he's got for that one, and actually will just go about his way, which means, as you said, no blue buff for him at the start. Finally, we're going to see Exo coming back into lane, and Zuna is already level 3 from that one. Kaigu is in the top lane. We'll see what he can do.
This could be a little bit risky here. Psycho Sid is not giving Snowy much respect here. Elise is here for a 2v1.
There is the Cocoon actually landing, and Psycho Sid in trouble, does have his flash available, will use that. There is a repel coming down, but he's backed away from it a little bit early there, Kaigu. I think they could have finished that one off, you know.
I think they were fearful of the Xmithy counter gank if they went all the way in. Snoy and Kaigu were both a little bit low and couldn't take multiple turret shots. I think it would have been worth the risk, though, all things considered, because Mneski needs to make something happen after that atrocious start.
Yeah, I think that risk would be calculated from this. I mean, he can't really get much worse than he has been going right from that level 1 start for them. So, I even see Zuna back into lane. Exo, with that bit of time that he has as Zuna went back, has caught up there in the levels. But in terms of items, Zuna's going to be putting out incredible damage onto him there. We see already Exo in trouble as he does get rooted up. Has to use a Valkyrie to back away from it completely. Less than half HP, he's got to go home again.
Yeah, and I really wonder if we're going to be seeing more of Ashe Zyra into Corki matchups right now, because Doublelift has talked a lot about lane matchups and how if you don't play Corki, you at least need to play a Corki counter. We've seen Fnatic play it today, we've seen Vulcan play it today, and we know in the quarterfinals, Cloud9 actually just arrived today in Los Angeles. They were kind of the originators of the Zyra Ashe lane. It's definitely working out for Vulcan right now. You can see that early on, Ashe can outrange and outtrade Exo a little bit, and since he has the level advantage, it'll also mean that Zuna hits level 6 first in this lane matchup, meaning his Enchanted Crystal Arrow can kind of combo for some kills with Zyra and her double crowd controls in the lane. It's working out wonderfully for Vulcan right now, and I expect to see more of it.
And there is Exo again. He literally walks into the lane, grasping roots, the plants, a volley, and an auto attack, putting him down at half HP already. And this is just not good news whatsoever for Exo. He's up at he's 20 CS behind already, not to mention that kill and assist that Zuna already has. Minion Wave is going to be headed his general direction, but another thing to mention here is that the ward control, the map pink walks down pretty much across the board for Vulcan. They've got complete site control, and they'll be able to make plays off that as well.
The only thing they have to worry about here is Kaigu, who's actually coming in for gank right now.
Yeah, but ManCloud actually using his flash, and here comes Xmithy right on towards Yume. He's not quite level 6 yet, so doesn't have Assault and Battery to lock him up, but look at the damage coming out. Both Kaigu and Yume falling to roundabout half HP, and they have to back straight away from that, not able to follow up onto ManCloud.
Yeah, Mneski got so much damage onto ManCloud at the start of that gank that he wasn't able to participate with Xmithy's late arrival right there. A little bit less damage down onto ManCloud, and Xmithy would have landed the counter gank. But all things considered, it does mean Vulcan can push back a little bit. Yume had to go back since he's just running the tier. Such a squishy rise right now, and Vulcan gets a little bit more turret pressure.
So down on this bottom lane, CS continues to grow for Zuna. Exo, pretty much that half HP is where he's sat right now, and he's probably going to stay there for quite a while. Xmithy obviously having the timing. They picked up that blue buff right from level 1. He's going to take that again as ManCloud is going to be Destiny down towards his bottom lane. TG won't escape that one. There's a flash away, but Xmithy coming around the side. He's level 6. There's Assault and Battery. Slams down Exo for the kill.
5-man gank from seemingly nowhere. That's the tools that Vulcan has if they want to just pick on someone. Exo and TG, even if they hadn't been bullied in lane, even if they had their summoners spells up, don't stand a chance against a 5-man gank that can appear just like that. What Mneski needs to do in that situation is have the other lanes pushing. Snoy and Yume would have needed to have enough pressure on their lanes to prevent that from happening, but once the 5 people get there, there's really nothing for Mneski to do as long as Vulcan executes cleanly like they did there.
Mneski actually coming down towards DragonNet, forcing Vulcan away. They started it after they had that 5-man pressure down at the bottom. Twisted Fate and Shen had already gone back, and they decided it's probably not worth it at this point in the game. I mean, their gold lead, we're not even 10 minutes into this one. It's already an incredible lead for them from the CS advantage they have in that mid lane, in the bottom lane, plus those 4 kills on the turret as well.
Exactly. I'm expecting a very controlled game here for Vulcan, only because sloppy play and mistakes have been what's pained them in this group to get them 3 losses thus far.
Oh, there's ManCloud going low. The arrow actually coming through, but ManCloud, will he get taken down? No, he won't. Flash from Zuna. They've got the slow. Kaigu now in all kinds of trouble. He tries to dive away onto the minions. Great cocoon, and they can't follow through. Kaigu survives, but his teammate not so lucky, and this is going to be the second turret of the game for Vulcan.
I still got to credit Kaigu a little bit for being able to jump to that minion with his little tiny spider bite to just get the inch he needed to avoid himself from getting for Smithy. But if he sticks around too long, another Cocoon Assault and Battery is up.
I don't think Smithy can get in range.
No, he's actually backed away from that, but in this bottom lane, Exo in all kinds of trouble here, going to get slowed down. There's the Hawk shot coming out for the Vision. He uses a Valkyrie, and that will just be about enough to get him away.
Ooh. 5 kills for 0 still, and Xmithy everywhere right now on the map.
There is the Assault and Battery. Snoy going to be struggling to get away from this one. Will actually get through on towards his minions, but Psycho Sid is chasing him down. Is he going to get there? 4 seconds until the taunt comes up. There's a Vorpal Blade, and Snoy just about lives.
With the rank 1 safeguard, the teeny little shield that he was able to get out because he pathed towards the brush, which delayed the visibility that Psycho Sid would gain on him. Even with all that, this gold lead is getting completely out of hand, Joe. It's 5 kills to 0, 3 turrets to 0. It's a 6,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. That's nearly insurmountable already.
Very, yeah, insurmountable, I think, is the perfect word from that one. And Mineski, this is the time to make some risky plays. I mean, they literally have nothing to lose in this game right now. They are so far behind things that they should just go for it. They should just be making plays. Kaigo right now is pressuring Psycho Sid in this top lane. Is he going to be able to lock down a Shen? No, there is a Cocoon. And the Shadow Dash will get him out to safety. No danger there for Psycho Sid.
Yeah, there have been a few times in this game where Mineski could have probably sacrificed themselves for a kill. Usually that's a bad choice because you usually get tricked into it. In fact, it happened to Bloodwater in their first game of the day where he flashed into a turret for a kill and ended up getting the rest of his team in trouble. And it's doubly hard for Mineski right now to try and make a play, only because Shen and Twisted Fate and an Ash Arrow can appear from pretty much anywhere. So even if Mineski feels like they'd have an advantage, they probably don't. This could actually be a flawless victory for Vulcan, meaning no deaths if they continue to play the way they're playing right now.
Well, not anymore because she just jinxed them, Jack.
Yeah.
Commentator's curse coming in from that one. But they've taken a dragon, and that gold lead just getting bigger. 7,000 gold is now the total that they have from that one. Absolutely hammering Mineski at this point of things. We see 3 kills for Zuna. We've got 5 assists for ManCloud, which is always going to be a threat. However many kills he's got because of that global presence with the Shen coming in there as well. He's almost got that Sunfire cape done. And you look at Lee Sin in that top lane, Snoy. He's behind in CS, not been involved in really anything at this point. He's got a Vamp Scepter and a Doran's Blade and a Doran's Shield. He's really a bit of a non-starter in this one.
Even with that, he is probably the member of Mineski right now who is the most likely to make a play for them. He's only 14 minion kills down on Psycho Sid, which if you compare up and down, and you don't count the jungle as the highest, but here we go, Yume. It's hard to run from TF here.
Yeah, Destiny put down there is the Rune Prison, but are you going to escape? Not now, you're not, because Bloodwater comes in. Grasping Root will lock him up, and that will be 6-0 for Vulcan. This is a landslide.
Yep, Lich Bane completed by ManCloud. He's just going towards his Twisted Fate build. In fact, Zuna has actually built an early Avarice Blade because he feels like he has such a lead in the lane that he can essentially dump any of his advantage into a gold per 10 item that gives him extra gold on last hits. One thing that I can actually touch on right now is crit chance. Oh, Smithy's gonna
survive.
Yep, all right.
Kaigu's going to survive, at least going in there.
Yeah, we're going to have a fight here in mid lane, I think.
Yeah, Smithy does have that Assault and Battery, and actually Snoy just coming down from this top side of this one has landed the kill, but decided not to follow through on that one, and probably wise. There's a lot still available here. Psycho Sid does have that Stand United, and the Ash Arrow can come across the map. Here is the red buff challenge, and they should be able to take that Bloodwater. Actually being caught out here. This could be the first kill of the game for Mineski. Strangle Thorns go down. Here comes Stand United though. Will Bloodwater be able to get to safety? There's the arrow coming through. They turn it around. TG going very, very low. He will have to flash, but he won't get away from the damage of Psycho Sid. And there is the Assault and Battery down on towards Exo. Kaigo has managed to pick up a kill there at the back. Exo did die, and now Kaigo is running for his life against Suna and Psycho Sid. He's not going to escape that one. It leaves it at 10-1 to Vulcan.
Kaigo did get the kill there, and it's got to be at least a small victory here from Neski. Vulcan's going to push down the rest of these outer turrets. It's already 3-0, and like you said, Joe, it is an absolute landslide right here. Vulcan mostly unopposed, only 15 minutes in.
Certainly a very different game to when these two teams first met. We talked about it in the pre-game that looked like Mineski's biggest chance to be picking up a game. That was the game that they impressed us most in, but Vulcan obviously had a few words about that performance here because this is a completely different turnout from them.
Yeah, Vulcan needs to shape up as far as the rest of this World Championship concerns because they are not eliminated yet and they still have a chance. They're trying to play clean right now. I think the last time they played Mineski, they were trying to rush things and they weren't respecting them as an opponent right here. And even though this is such a landslide, it's strange to say it's a landslide because they're respecting their play right now. Vulcan is trying to play very coordinated. You could tell they're definitely, to use an old term from League of Legends, they're tryharding right now to make sure that they don't make mistakes against Mineski, even if they know that Mineski is overmatched.
And this is bad news for you, mate. There is a stun card coming down. Psycho Sid will taunt in towards the brush. And there is a kill picked up. ManCloud gets that one for his second of the game. Got that Lich Bane plus a needlessly large rod in there. Mineski actually grouping up here in the mid lane. And even though that was a 4 versus 3, they know that they just can't get past the Zyra, Ashe, and Vi combo on a turret.
No, one of the great things about the Zyra Ashe composition, it is more utility from the bottom lane than any other combination. So it allows the rest of your team to build as much freedom as they want. If Vulcan would have went for straight up damage in their 2 solo lanes, they'd have a very Cloud9-esque composition where they could just mob and team fights. But also, if they go for a lot of crowd control into their other 2 solo lanes, they just get these amazing combos of crowd control, one after another, that just locks up the enemy and leaves no room for counter.
And there is the lockup. Exo gonna go down, and that is, well, an incredibly clean kill from Vulcan. That gets them another inner turret, and Mineski now have no turrets outside of their base, and they have to, if they're gonna try at least for this one, they just have to group up and fight here, because they're just giving everything away without doing anything back.
Yeah, at this point, though, it's a little bit too grim for Mineski. I actually do want to talk about the Avarice Blade item build a bit because I have a chance, and I've actually liked talking about item math, so to speak. Most, like all carries, get natural scaling for attack damage and attack speed, and as far as the balancing of gold efficiency for stats, attack damage is the most efficient, followed by attack speed, which is also, attack speed is also a multiplier based off a champion's base attack speed, so attack speed is actually more efficient depending on what champion you're playing. Ashe has a very high base attack speed, so you want to build it on her. And then crit chance is actually the least efficient of the 3, but because it is a multiplier, once you've built attack damage and attack speed, you then want to build as much critical chance as possible, which is another reason why an Avarice Blade early is completely bypassing power. You're literally just doing it for late game gold flow, which is why Zuna, when he built that, knew he was way ahead in that lane, that he could get away with building crit chance, which was the least efficient stat for him at that point in the game.
Well, it's working out for them so far.
Yeah, it's working out.
No doubt about that one. I mean, look at the gold. It's just, it's very one-sided, I think is the understatement of the day from Joe. Good job. So, Dragon started off here by Vulcan. No one around for Mineski. This one isn't a gift, basically, for them. I'll take that without any problems whatsoever. See a lot of wards down from Vulcan in the enemy jungle, and they're just exerting that whole stranglehold as they move themselves further and further up the map. Lee Sin needs to be careful on that top side because he's walking over wards as he trudges his way back towards the base.
Yeah, I'm expecting an Ashe Arrow very shortly, followed up by probably Xmithie and maybe Psycho Sid coming on the back of him. They can effectively get to anyone they want, knowing that ManCloud gets to go wherever he wants as well. Oftentimes, they will lead with a hawk shot to scout inside the base if Mineski's trying to pink ward inside the base and clean it, and then just go. And knowing how poked down Mineski is right now, it would lead to a very clean fight. And that's what Vulcan is all about right now. It's just crisp and clean execution.
And we just saw there the Shen pulling everyone away from that mid lane. Here we go. Arrow comes in. Assault and Battery goes down. Xmithie and Psycho sitting there. Crescendo comes in. Stranglethorns will actually knock Yume up. That's 2 kills. A double for Bloodwater as they move over towards the backside. Corki comes off the fountain. Kygo will be in there. He's fallen very low. Exo has to flash onto the fountain itself, and there are only 2 men left alive here for Mineski to hold on to their base.
Looks like a 19-minute inhibitor for Vulcan, and we can't be too surprised knowing it is a 16
1,000 gold lead and a 7-turret-to-0 deficit that Mineski is fighting from right now, Joe.
Vulcan playing it a little bit safer though here, backing away from this one. Kaigu and Exo managing to hold them off, going to push out that bottom lane and that mid lane as much as they can, but this one is just surely a matter of time until Vulcan really break through, maybe take that ace in the base and finish things off.
Yeah, this is about as one-sided as they come right here for Vulcan. And as far as the rest of the group is concerned now, I think we can talk about this because Fnatic moved to 5-1. Gambit is sitting at 4-2. And this victory will move Vulcan into a tie for third with Ozone, who I don't think anyone expected to be 3-3 coming into the World Championships here in the group stage. And for all the North American fans out there, it means Vulcan is still in control of their destiny because the team that is ahead of them, I believe, someone please tell me if I'm wrong here, if you're from production, if they beat Gambit, they haven't played them twice yet, if they beat Gambit, they will tie them in the head-to-head, and that basically means they would have to play another tiebreaker game. So if Vulcan wins out and then wins the tiebreaker, they're into the quarterfinals. They are completely in control, and a practice game like this, well, not a practice game, but the practice they get from this game is very important.
Well, Kaigu at this point going to be caught out here by Xmithie. We see him repelling, but where's he going to go? He actually goes further away from his base than he originally was, and he's finished off by Xmithie. And now they're chasing down Corki inside of the jungle. There's Destiny. Stone Card comes down. Exo actually managing to stay alive for quite a while. ManCloud now in trouble. He goes down. Snowy picks up the kill.
There we go. They get one back there, even though Kaigu was going down. The rest of Vulcan, though, collapsing in. Mineski's got to run away.
Snowy down to half HP. There it was. The Assault and Battery. They've actually managed to lock Yume up there with those Stranglethorns as well. There's a Crescendo, a good one, actually coming out from TG. But in the meantime, Zuna hammering away on this top inhibitor. There'll be nothing that Mineski can do to stop this and that inhibitor going down.
Yeah, even though they have 4 people live right now, they just do not have the strength or the gold to get Vulcan out of their base. 16,500 gold, almost 2 minutes in.
22 minutes in, and Vulcan actually backing away once again from this one. And probably, well, to me it looks like the fact that they're not recalling at all here, they may just go in there and pick themselves up a Baron.
Slow and steady wins the race right here for Vulcan. You can see right now ManCloud hasn't played the perfect game you'd expect right there, getting caught a couple times here. You can see though Mineski still got smiles on their faces. They know that they were overmatched here, but they're still trying. I feel like they're playing the game right now. They want a couple kills. That's the game they're playing.
Well, we've talked about this before for Mineski. It's not like they've won nothing almost here because they're coming in. They get incredible experience going against teams like this. They almost build for their future coming in, and they win prize money as well along the way. It's definitely not a bad deal either way for Mineski, but their aim here is certainly to shock someone. It's to pick up a victory in this group stage somewhere along the line.
Yeah, if they want to do that though, they have to play substantially more aggressive early on in the game. I think we actually saw the start of that in this one when they, even though they were outmatched champion-wise at level 1, they still went headfirst into it because they were hoping to get an early advantage. That didn't work out for them, and it was clearly all downhill from there.
So, Baron on here for Vulcan. Lane's being pushed up. Zuna out with that Static Shiv added into his Infinity Edge. We got a Zhonya's on ManCloud as well. And so he could have done with that. He gave the second kill of the game away as the Destiny onto the base steps. But Vulcan here are pushing this bottom lane. Right now, Mineski are focused on pushing this mid lane out as we are going to see Assault and Battery coming in. There's the arrow. Stranglethorn's going down. They're going to lock up Exo. He's not escaping. Kaigu will fall as well. Destiny going to be popped. He comes in from the side. He's got to pull the card. There it is. He's on the fountain, but he's pulled it nonetheless. Yume goes down. Triple kill for Zuna.
Gotta feel good there for Vulcan. 21 kills to 2. They need to take the momentum from this game and move it throughout the rest of the group.
So here we go, the Nexus turret's being focused. Only Snowy left alive. He's going to dive in there, give Zuna a kick, but he gets off to the ward and he actually gets into the fountain. Still with some life. Zuna going for him. Zuna, is he going to finish him off? No! Sid going to tank up the fountain. Zuna dies as well. And Snowy holding on just about. They're going to go for him again with the Nexus here being hammered away on. Will get finished off. And Vulcan pick up a very one-sided victory. to keep their hopes alive during the World Championship.
Yeah, we knew it from the start. Vulcan was in a must-win situation, and Meneski was just looking to play the spoiler. They didn't spoil much today because that was a 21,000 gold advantage accumulated across a 24-minute game. Vulcan went back to the Zyra Ashe. They got their Twisted Fate Shen, which is their favorite composition and has been throughout the North American LCS season. If Vulcan can get compositions like that against the rest of the opponents in Group B, it's all in their hands.
And you have to admire Meneski's spirit here as well. I mean, this is a tough time for them. They've come here, they've been beaten soundly in every single game that we've seen from them. They've still got smiles on their face. They know that their League of Legends career is not just for this one event, that they're building for the future as well. And all credit to them, they're still having fun.
And I think the fans are also behind Meneski in large part to their attitude here. As you can hear.
There we go.
Yeah.
And
it's a tough situation for them, but they're handling it like they can, right? They're just being positive, trying to get a couple kills here and there. And if they pulled off a spoiler, everyone would remember it.
Well, and that's the thing, because in this group where it is so very, very tight right now, where we have 4 teams and none of them are 100% safe in the positions that they're right now signed, it means that if Meneski do come out in the next game and come with something absolutely insane that I'm not going to say never seen before, but certainly that we weren't ready for, and more specifically their opponents aren't ready for, if they can pull off that one upset, it might knock out one of the big favorites in this group, which is something to hope for, I guess, if you're a Meneski fan.
Yeah, because, I mean, we look at this group now, and it seems like Fnatic, they need one more win, and they're in. That's what they need to clinch. The rest of it is so up in the air. I don't think anyone, I know that no one on the analyst desk predicted Ozone to not make it through. That's an extremely real possibility right now. If Gambit wins out, Gambit's in, right? Fnatic wins one more game, they're in. There's some dangerous times coming up for these guys because they're 75% through the group stage right now, and that's it for them if they don't make it through the group stage. Their season's over.
Yeah, season would be over for the teams that don't finish in those top 2 spots. That's how cutthroat it is here. But for us, we're going to send it over to Riv and the guys at the desk for a breakdown of Vulcan versus Meneski.
Thank you very much, Joe. And indeed, Vulcan coming out very strong, a dominating win for them. The momentum for Vulcan always a thing coming up from the backside. But like they said, Meneski really in this one to play for experience now. They've understood it. We've heard from them in interviews as well that they're kind of here now knowing there was so much strength, but they're taking so much from it.
Well, if you look at that game, too, they had a lot of comfort picks for Vulcan right there, and they crafted pretty much a pure all-in pick composition, double globals. I mean, very strong, very strong.
Indeed.
Yeah, they played Vulcan style. They came in, shoring up their issues. As Jat said during the game, it was sort of a practice game. It's them saying, okay, let's actually get a mid-game where we close it out, we make the right plays, we keep the control going. There were good wards down, and they just played Vulcan style, and they closed it out.
Now, Freak, let's talk a little bit about what can happen for these brackets now.
Okay, so there's a lot going on. Basically, we know that Meneski are actually guaranteed last place. They can't pick up enough wins to beat anyone else. But you've got Fnatic at the top, and then one game behind them is Gambit. Now, if Fnatic just win one game, as Jat said, Fnatic are going to the quarterfinals. They're guaranteed a spot. Now, Gambit is only one game above Vulcan, only one game above Ozone. If either Vulcan or Ozone 2-0, there's a very likely chance. I don't remember the exact heads-up matches.
Does Vulcan play Ozone?
Vulcan play, yes.
Yes. So they come both 2-0.
Right. Yeah. So either of those at 2-0, though, I believe would then take a win over and put themselves in a really good situation to make it to the playoffs. As Jat said, any of the teams that win out are in control of their destiny, can make themselves to the playoffs.
Go ahead, Monty.
It just seems increasingly likely that we're going to have some sort of tiebreaker for that second spot right now, but we'll have to see how the games play out.
Wouldn't be too far off with the European team. There has to be at least one tiebreaker at one point.
4 days coming into this, guys, what's on the team's minds? If anything you were to be going through your heads, if you're on top, if you're in the middle, what kind of stuff needs to be done? Or you just play it the way it comes?
If you're playing Fnatic, you'll be happy. I mean, the only mistake you've made was purely drop phase and then level 1. If you're Gambit, I don't think you'll be too upset either. Ozone is slowly improving, but the roller coaster. I don't think they have time enough to improve. Should they get past group stages, maybe as Monty said, like their strength comes from preparing for teams well in advance in an entire week. But then why didn't they do that now?
Well, honestly, I think that Ozone is far too inconsistent. Even if they do make it out of the groups, I don't see them surviving the quarterfinals unless they get a really good draw.
Doublelift, final thoughts?
Yeah, and it just depends on what kind of team you are. I feel like if you're Ozone or Vulcan, who is the kind of team to consume and adapt to whatever teams they play against, and in Vulcan's especially case, kind of imitate or pick up new stuff based on what they see. Whatever goes through your head just depends on what kind of team you are. If you're if you're Gambit or Fnatic, your primary thing should be, how can we keep ourselves consistent? Because they've been very, very consistent.
All right, well, guys, thank you very much. Now that you've heard our thoughts on the game, we're going to go ahead and send it over to Kobe, who's hanging out at the Telestrator for a colorful look at one of the key plays in today's Group B games in Day 5.
All right, thanks, Riv. My clip here today is going to be from the Fnatic and Ozone game that was just before this one. And this is the team fight that they were talking about in the jungle, where Fnatic really are able to get a nice foothold in this game. First of all, Fnatic went with this very assassin-heavy composition, so they want to start a fight in the jungle where they have walls to jump over so they can make use of these high-mobility assassins. And right now, Ozone are thinking, oh, look, we've got an Oracle's support deep in our jungle. This is perfect. This is kill him, kill him. This is bait, though. This is 100% bait here from Fnatic. Ozone are going to use everything they have trying to take out Yellowstar, but because their composition is so CC heavy and they haven't built up to damage yet, only this Trinity Force here on Ezreal, which arrives late to the fight, is their main source of damage. So let's roll through 50% speed, and we can see the Cocoon stacks with the Fear right here. So they use their two very high single target CCs on the support, and they stack them, giving Pushu enough time to come down, burst out Mata, and then we see, pause here, Pushu has rushed Mercury Treads after his Trinity Force. Genius idea, because he's going up against this team with so much CC. Mercury Tread's going to get him out of this Ice Tomb in time to flash away and then get back in. This is the flash out and then re-engage style that Krepo was talking about Peke plays by. We've already seen two other members of Fnatic use this as well. We'll continue the clip here. 50% speed. He flashes out, able to get down damage. And at this point, Ozone are running from their own jungle. And now Fnatic's high mobility assassins shine. In comes Soaz from the back. They've used everything that they had in the initial support, and they didn't even kill him for another 15 seconds. Easily cleaned up there by Fnatic. And from this point on, they really had a gigantic goal lead that they were able to push into the win. So with that, we are going to send it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. And with only 5 games remaining in Group B, let's check out where the teams stand. Fnatic is sitting in first with a 5-1 record up top, just ahead of Gambit in second, in a tie for third place. Yeah, it's Ozone and Vulcan with 3 wins and 3 losses apiece, and then it's Mineski hanging out in last. So, gentlemen, we've got 4 days of Worlds in our rearview mirror. Let's reflect on how the 4 of you have been doing versus the viewers in picking the winners. The winners are still in the lead. Go figure. With an impressive 20 correct picks, but the casters aren't far behind. You guys with 19 now in third place. It's Monty, who is 18-7. Doublelift is in fourth with 17-8. And Krepo is in fifth at 16-9. But you had somewhat of a streak today.
I'd like to point out that it's been a good day for Europe. European teams doing well. Krepo's on a streak. Doublelift, I'm coming for you.
I'm so sad right now, dude. I'm so sad.
Yeah, I don't think I'll catch up to the viewers, but I like giving the viewers the experience of being the better analyst.
Aw, you're so nice.
I know, right?
Whatever people say about you isn't true. We're just about ready to shut down the studio here for the night, but we'll be back here tomorrow with 5 more matches, this time from the A teams. Up first, Nuke Duck and the Lemon Dogs look to claw their way back towards the top of the standings when they take on Faker and SKT1. Then first place OMG battles the wild card Gaming Gear.
After that, Reginald and Team Solomid get a chance for revenge when they take on Faker and SK Telecom T1. That's followed by Gaming Gear facing off against the Lemon Dogs, and then OMG battling TSM.
Day 5 of the Season 3 World Championship kicks off Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific and 4 a.m. Saturday in the Central European Time Zone. Now, let's send it over to Shox, who's hanging out on the main stage, ready to put a punctuation on Day 4.
Thanks, Riv. And after today's 5 amazing games, I think I'm going to use an exclamation mark. But before I do, I need to remind you that if you missed any of today's incredible action, head over to lolesports.com where you can watch all the matches and crunch all the stats. And that does it for Day 4 of the Season 3 World Championship. So from all of us here in Los Angeles, our guests at the analyst desk, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship!
Oh! They instantly delete him. Knockup lands on the Kaigu. Now he's the next target. That's a double kill for Voidal.
Oh,
Flashes in for the kill. First blood is secured for Dandies. Now Alex forced to flash over the wall. Dade chases.
There it is, he's on the fountain, but he's pulled it nonetheless. Yume goes down, triple kill for Zuna. And Vulcan pick up a very one-sided victory to keep their hopes alive.
Here comes Soaz. Slingshots in. He interrupts Mancloud. Mancloud cannot get away. Nice! Fnatic now convincingly in the lead of Group B.
But it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. This is going to be the first 8 of the game for Fnatic.
Nice! Nice! Heke sat on 17 health. Was a render from Ozone, and that was another dominating performance by Fnatic against Ozone.